Everybody, and welcome to the City Commission meeting this April 5th, 2022. See, we have a lot of people here today, a lot of visitors, new people, probably not been here to a City Commission meeting before. So let me just tell you a little bit of how we work. This is the City Commission right here. Commissioner McKenzie will be here shortly, and these are the rest of the members of our commission. And tonight, we're going to begin with our pledge and make a couple of announcements, and then we have presentations. Tonight, we have 5 presentations, and what we do during that time is to recognize groups or individuals or events that are taking place in our city, and it helps begin our meeting before we go into the business of the meeting. So if I can ask those of you who are sitting to please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Great. You may now be seated. So thank you all for coming tonight, and if we could please call the roll.
Vice Mayor Moritas.
Here.
Commissioner Glassman.
Here.
Commissioner McKenzie is on his way. Commissioner Sorensen.
Here.
Mayor Trantalis.
Here. There are no agenda announcements except to say that we are going to move, for those of you who are here on an agenda item, we are going to move the item regarding Behemore last because there are over 200 people who have signed up to speak. And so instead of having all those folks who come after the Behemore item to have to wait all night for that, we're going to take your items up before that, and so that you don't have to stay here during the whole course of the meeting. So now do I have an approval of the minutes and the agenda?
Moved. Second.
As amended, okay. Please call the roll.
Not as amended, right?
Well,
I went to
as I've
R7.
adjusted.
I apologize. Vice Mayor Moritas.
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman.
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie is not present. Commissioner Sorensen.
Yes.
Mayor Trantalis.
Yes. And the minutes and the agenda are now approved. Just want to read something that for those of you who are who want to participate online, the City of Fort Lauderdale is hosting its commission meetings now in person. For additional information on how to view the meeting, if you want to observe it online, please go to www.fortlauderdale.gov/City Commission meetings. Again, that's www.fortlauderdale.gov/City Commission meetings. To help ensure decorum, we ask that you please abide by the following guidelines. So when you come up to speak, please refrain from any behavior that is disruptive, distractive, profane, or inhibits the meeting in any way. And 2, if you wish to speak on a specific agenda item, please sign up in the City Hall lobby right behind us. A member of the City Clerk's office staff will be there to assist you. So there. All right, so I have the pleasure of making the first presentation. This is a proclamation regarding autism and Autism Acceptance and Awareness Month. So I please ask Stephen Liu, the Director of the Community Engagement of the Dan Marino Foundation, to please join me at the podium. Want to do it there? Is Stephen here?
Yes.
Hello there. Have the whole family here. Thank you for coming here tonight. So this is a proclamation from the Office of the Mayor of City of Fort Lauderdale in recognition of Autism Acceptance and Awareness Month this April 2022. Whereas autism spectrum disorder is a complex neurodevelopmental disability that is typically diagnosed during early childhood and may affect a person's ability to communicate and interact with one another. And whereas there's no known single cause of autism, but with increased awareness, early diagnosis, and access to appropriate services and support, individuals with autism can lead happy and productive lives. Autism is the fastest growing developmental disorder in the United States, with the CDC's Autism and Developmental Monitoring Network estimating 1 in 44 children are diagnosed in the autism spectrum. Men, women, and children on the autism spectrum contribute to the Fort Lauderdale community every single day. Yet, despite great progress in understanding autism spectrum disorder, challenges remain for these individuals and their families. World Autism Awareness Day is observed annually on April 2nd to increase awareness and to support family members, educators, and other professionals who teach and care for individuals with autism. Finally, this year marks the 30th anniversary of the Dan Marino Foundation, providing services to our community and staying true to its mission of empowering individuals with autism and other developmental disabilities, which happens to be located right next door to City Hall. During the month of April, the Dan Marino Foundation strives to promote autism awareness, inclusion, and self-determination for all and ensure that each person with ASD is provided an opportunity to achieve the highest possible quality of life. Now, therefore, we, as members of the City Commission of the City of Fort Lauderdale, do hereby proclaim April 2022 as Autism Acceptance and Awareness Month, and in the City of Fort Lauderdale, and encourage all of our residents and businesses to support the Dan Marino Foundation in creating awareness and acceptance by wearing blue through the balance of this month. So thank you all. Signed by myself, Dean Trantalis, Mayor of the City of Fort Lauderdale. Congratulations. Want to say a few words?
I want to thank the mayor who helped us kick the month off in our Kick It Off Blue. He came over and helped us with that with Dan last week. And also Commissioner Glassman, who's always there with us for everything. And to the entire city of Fort Lauderdale for your acceptance, awareness. We have a lot of young people. Tonight we have with Mr. Cruz here with us, who is a student and he's now an employee at the foundation. But we thank you for the opportunities to work, live independently in Fort Lauderdale. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We really appreciate it. Want to get a picture?
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Congratulations. Thank you. Don't trip, I know there are a lot of cords. Well done.
That was great. Our second presentation, I invite Commissioner Sorensen to present a proclamation with regard to the Dragons tonight. Stranahan, where are you? Say hello. It's Principal Michelle Padura and Athletic Director Thomas Harrison. Please step forward. And the whole team, come on up.
Get on up here. Oh yeah, now we're Stranahan Dragons, state champs,
Nice.
3 years out of 4, 3 state championships in 4 years. That's what you're looking at. And could the parents get on up here? Come on, parents, coaches, come on. You're part of this. So we got coach, we got athletic director, Michelle, the principal left early after we had a little pizza party, but she's here, and just want to read a little proclamation. So proud of these fellas and everyone who supported them. In recognition of the Stranahan High School Mighty Dragons varsity basketball team Class 5A state championship, whereas on March 5th, 2022, Stranahan High School varsity basketball team secured their 3rd championship in Florida High School Athletic Association's Class 5A, their victory over the St. Petersburg Green Devils that took place in Lakeland, Florida at the RP Funding Center. And whereas Stranahan High School is on a mission to guide all student athletes towards lives enhanced with high achievement, personal responsibility, and community achievement, whereas Stranahan Dragons overcame tough losses and dedicate this win to the memory of 3 people who passed away in 2020. They experienced some serious loss of close family members. So number 1, Jimmy Jefferson, the school's head athletic director. Number 2, Jakari Fai, the former guard named, what was his nickname? Speedy. And then Alyssa Culpepper, the sister, sibling to our star that passed away in a tragic traffic accident. So team faced these adversities, their grit, their determination to persevere, to excel, to support each other. We're just so grateful for you. And on behalf of the mayor and city commissioners, congratulate the mighty Dragons and the athletic staff, the school principal, players, parents, teachers on the state championship. The city wishes the players and coaches continued success, not only what happens on the court, but off the court. This day, signed your mayor, Dean J. Trantalis. Thank y'all. Mayor, if it's all right, I'd like to have the athletic director or coach say a word or two, if that's all right. Great. Come on. Yeah, see if that mic's on for you.
Good afternoon. My name is Thomas Harrison, athletic director at Trantalis High School. And the one thing I do want to say is, first off, thank you to Mayor Trantalis, to Commissioner Sorensen, to Commissioner McKenzie, who's been big supporters of Trantalis High School over the years. This group of young men behind me, as well as they did on the court, they're even more special off the court. Their grades are up there. Teachers, I never have teachers calling me complaining about these young men. They're outstanding citizens, athletes, students, family members. So as a city, we should be proud of these young men, and they represented the city of Fort Lauderdale very well. Thank you on behalf of Trantalis High School and our esteemed leader, Michelle Padura, our principal.
Congratulations. Congratulations. Thank you for all your good work. We appreciate it. Commissioner Sorensen, don't go far away. Commissioner Sorensen will now present a proclamation declaring April 2022 as Child Abuse Prevention Month in the city of Fort Lauderdale. And is Carrie Ann Brown, is she in the audience?
Thanks, Carrie Ann. If you could come on up here. So, for those of you who aren't familiar with guardian ad litem, helps children in our court systems who are not in great home conditions. You can volunteer for guardian ad litem. Not only do they need attorneys to just do a little bit of pro bono work, represent children who are abused, neglected, help them have a voice in the court system, but also you don't have to be an attorney as well. I was what's called a first responder, which is basically just someone who helps when a child is removed from their home and goes to a new place. You just go to check in, see how things are going. It's a first responder, very limited amount of time. So whatever the amount of time you have, guardian ad litem needs you. So please consider being a first responder or a pro bono attorney. They're especially needing right now men. So please consider that. Carrie Ann is just awesome. And so Carrie Ann, just want to read this in recognition of all you do and have been doing. How many years have you been a guardian ad litem? 8? Okay, fantastic. So in recognition of Child Abuse Prevention Month, whereas Florida's bright future depends on the healthy development of its children, child abuse and neglect is a serious problem affecting children across the world. Abused children can suffer psychological, emotional, and physical injury that has lasting consequences. And whereas every child has a right to a safe, healthy, and happy childhood where they're emotionally and developmentally on track. Whereas during the month of April, Prevent Child Abuse Florida, in collaboration with the Florida Department of Children and Families and the Ounce of Prevention Fund of Florida, promotes Pinwheels for Prevention campaign. And whereas Pinwheels for Prevention campaign is a statewide program aimed to increase awareness of child abuse and prevention by encouraging healthy child development, positive parenting practices, and community support. Whereas Child Abuse Prevention Month is an important opportunity to urge all Floridians to engage in activities that strengthen families and communities, especially volunteering for guardian ad litem. Now, therefore, we as City Commissioners of the City of Fort Lauderdale proclaim April 2022 as Child Abuse Prevention Month. Signed, this day, the 5th of April, your mayor, Dean J. Trantalis. Thank you, Mayor.
Good afternoon, everyone. Mayor Trantalis, commissioners, especially Commissioner Sorensen, who I've had the pleasure to have worked with. He is absolutely amazing going out, seeing the children. It's Child Abuse Prevention Month, and I am happy to share, I guess you're all gonna wear blue the whole of April because autism is blue and we are also blue. So tomorrow, I went to the county commission meeting this morning, and we kicked off for tomorrow. It's gonna be Wear Blue Day in Broward, recognizing Child Abuse Prevention Month. So tomorrow, when you get up, please wear blue to create that awareness. And I just wanna just remember, walk away with this. If you tomorrow, or let's say tonight, in the middle of the night, you wake up and you have to leave everything that you have behind, absolutely everything. You cannot take anything with you. And you're placed somewhere else that you know no one, and you don't have any of your belongings. Think about that child who has been abused, abandoned, or neglected and faced that situation. Think about how they're probably feeling, because you're an adult and they're a child and don't know the difference. And for a volunteer to step in to be that one constant person that's there every month. You only have to visit once a month just to make sure that they're safe, doing well, not just surviving, but thriving in the environment that they are. And that's what I want to leave you with. So think about it, and if you can step up and make a difference, pro bono attorneys, volunteering, just step up, give us a call. We're just down the street, and volunteer with us. So wear blue tomorrow and make a difference. And every time you see a pinwheel when you're driving down Andrews, that's our office. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for all your good work. I appreciate it. Thank you, Commissioner. And now I invite Commissioner Glassman to present a proclamation regarding Water Conservation Month.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to call up from the City of Fort Lauderdale Water Facilities, Manager Cesar Alza. Cesar, you here? Still thinking about those Stranahan Dragons, Commissioner. What an amazing feat, huh? It's great to see those guys. Reminds me of high school. I never spent 1 minute on a basketball court, but congratulations to those guys. Okay. Here we go. Thank you for joining us this evening. This is from the Office of the Mayor, City of Fort Lauderdale Proclamation in recognition of Water Conservation Month, April 2022. Whereas, water is a basic and essential need of all living things, and clean and sustainable water resources are vital to Florida's environment, economy, and quality of life. And whereas the State of Florida Water Management Districts, Broward County, and the City of Fort Lauderdale are working together to increase awareness of the importance of water conservation. And whereas the State of Florida and the City of Fort Lauderdale have designated April as Water Conservation Month to educate the public on how they can help sustain Florida's most precious resource. April is typically a dry month when demand for water is high and supply is limited. And whereas Fort Lauderdale residents and visitors use 40 million gallons of water per day on average, conservation efforts can be enhanced by choosing water sense labeled fixtures for their homes, yards, and businesses. For example, the average family can save 13,000 gallons of water each year by replacing inefficient toilets in their home with water sense labeled models. And whereas the city of Fort Lauderdale encourages and supports water conservation through various educational programs that include Water Matters Day, Fix a Leak Week, Drinking Water Week, Broward Water Partnership, the Conservation Pays Program, Naturescape, and the Wyland National Mayor's Challenge for Water Conservation. Now, therefore, we, as City Commissioners of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, do hereby proclaim the month of April 2022 as Water Conservation Month in the City of Fort Lauderdale, and urge our residents to help protect our precious, finite, and fragile water resources by making water conservation a priority and by implementing water-saving measures year-round, dated this, the 5th day of April, 2022, and signed by our mayor, the Honorable Dean J. Trantalis.
Thank you very much. Every time I come to this month and I get this award, it always reminds me some things. I'm actually a water guy, so I always talk about water. But one of the things that's coming to my mind, I got a co-worker, he used to work in the Middle East for probably like 15, 20 years. And he told me that for them was more important 1 gallon of water and like 40 gallons of fuel. They can lose 100 of fuel, they don't care. So, you know, the point I try to make, like sometimes we don't see how precious the water and how much we need it because we have it. But one day we don't have it, that's going to be a big issue. To me, that was a perfect story because you know how expensive now is gas and stuff like that. But he told me that they don't really. I mean, they will get very upset. You lose a gallon of water. They don't care to lose like 300 gallons of diesel or fuel because they have so many, so it's no big deal. So I just try to use this, as a kind of like teaching moment so people understand it. Sometimes I see people irrigating and it's raining and stuff like that. So let's think about it. We need to conserve water no matter what. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Caesar, and thank you, Commissioner Glassman. So our last presentation, I ask Vice Mayor Moritas to present the District 1 Community Appearance WOW Award tonight. Is Terry and Kevin here?
Yes, Terry and Kevin, come on up. Homeowners from Imperial Point, and then Stephanie, please join them as well. Do we have a photo slide we're going to show also? Cue that up.
Very good.
We're so excited you're here. Thank you for coming, and thank you for the improvements you've done up in Imperial Point in District 1. Do you want to show the photos when I'm done, or do you want me to go ahead and say a few words? Okay, I'm going to say a few words while we're queuing that. So let me tell you a little bit about what the great work Terry and Kevin have done at 5801 Northeast 22nd Terrace in Imperial Point. Upon arrival, our attention is drawn to the lush landscaping that highlights this beautiful single-family home built in 1961. To beautify the yard, Terry and Kevin planted a variety of hedges, flowers, trees to add depth and character to the property. Foxtail Christmas and Alexander palms create a tropical feel, while silver buttonwoods, Joseph coat plants, hibiscus, and a variety of topiaries complete the landscape design. Can't wait to see all this when we see it in a second. The rich foliage complements the new exterior paint color on the home, and the breeze blocks were removed from the carport to increase curb appeal, making this wow property a breathtaking must-see. The Fort Lauderdale City Commission and the Community Appearance Board proudly present this WOW Award to Terry and Kevin, and thank you both for enhancing your property at Imperial Point neighborhood. Overall, these improvements captivate and wow all who pass by. We're honored to give you a beautiful flower. I guess it's the orchids, right? I saw those.
Can we get it up on the screen?
Yes, we're getting it on the screen.
Can we
It's-
get the picture of the home up on the
Yes,
screen?
it's coming. It's coming. Here we go. So everything I just said. Oh, that was kind of fast. Let's slow down a little bit. I'm glad.
Hope you got it.
Slow
I'm
it
glad I
down a
said-
little bit.
okay.
Slow it down.
Now everybody look. We'll go. As well as a gift certificate
That was the
from Casa
before.
Angelo's.
That was the before.
That should be in there. Maybe is the gift certificate
See
in
the
there?
after.
And a sign for your front yard. There's the gift certificate. Is the gift certificate? There you go. It's in there. All right. Let's enjoy all the work you've done, and then I'll let you say a few words. Did you?
Having some technical difficulties.
I'm going to let you say a few words while this is queuing up. How's that? Do you want me to hold the flowers? Here, I got it. You hold that. I'll hold this.
Good evening, good evening. First of all, I want to thank the Academy. No, I'm just kidding. I want to thank the Vice Mayor and whoever voted for us for this award. It's truly an, Stephanie, it's truly an honor. I think beautifying our place is not something that we did to get an award for. It's something that we do because it's what we like to do. Imperial Point is a great place. It's a neighborhood that's warm, friendly, and inviting, and we're just doing our part to keep the neighborhood beautiful. The brains behind the landscaping thing is not me. Kevin has the brains, I just do all the work. But once again, thank you for this award, and we truly appreciate it.
Thank you.
And don't lose that gift card also. Are we queuing that back up, or did we all get the chance to see it real quick? Okay, well, why don't we go ahead and take a photo, and if it queues up, we'll do it, and if not, you all had your chance. I hope you're looking. Post it on social media, even better. Thank you. He's coming. We get the flowers out. Sorry, Curtis.
I'll share them for a couple minutes.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Oh, you got the expensive orchid. That was. And thank you guys for helping to make Fort Lauderdale even more beautiful. So at this point, we now get to the agenda. And what we do is we have what's called a consent agenda, which is a list of items which we, as a commission, vote all at once, unless a member of the commission pulls the item, and then we vote on it and discuss it separately. If a commissioner does not pull the item on a subject that you're here to speak about, please let me know, and I will ask you in just a moment, and we'll allow you to speak on that item before we vote on the consent agenda items. So, Vice Mayor, do you have any items you wish to pull?
No, thank you.
Commissioner Glassman
No, thank you, Mayor.
and Commissioner Sorensen?
No, thank you.
Okay, and I have none. So we were about to vote on all the consent agenda items together. Is there anyone here in the audience who is interested in speaking on any of the consent agenda items? So let me just look. Mr. Shine, you're just here for questions, correct? Marilyn Mamano, you're here to speak on CR2. Are you here? Marilyn? I guess not. James Labrie, also on CR2. Would you like to speak? Please come up. And Boyd Corbin, you also want to speak on CR2. I'm going to ask everyone to just take 2 minutes tonight. We have a very long meeting, so please try to make your comments concise. Please go ahead.
Okay. Mayor Trantalis, Vice Mayor Moritas, Commissioners Glassman, McKenzie, and Sorensen. My name is James Labrie, and I'm a resident of Fort Lauderdale. My home is in the Poinsettia Heights neighborhood of District 2, where I've lived for 19 years. I'm a board member of the Poinsettia Heights Civic Association, and I'm a member of the Infrastructure Task Force Advisory Committee. I'm speaking tonight as a private citizen and not as a representative of any organization or committee. On February 7th of this year, the City of Fort Lauderdale's Infrastructure Task Force voted in a 6-1 decision to recommend that the city not move forward with a P3 agreement to build a new water treatment plant. Alternatively, the task force recommended the city to move forward with an RFP process. Irrespective of that recommendation, on March 1st, the City Commission moved ahead with the P3 process and ranked the 4 unsolicited proposals for a new water treatment plant, and then voted in a 3-2 decision to move forward with developing a comprehensive agreement with a company representing the top-ranked P3. At that time, the city attorney noted that the city would need to retain legal counsel to handle such a large and complex agreement. It's bad enough that the City Commission is turning over our water, a most precious resource, to a for-profit company in a P3 agreement. But now, the Commission is considering contracting with a legal firm that, in my opinion, having looked at the resume, has a very thin history when it comes to experience with P3 municipal water utility agreements. I am asking you, is this the best the city can do? Please take the time to find a legal firm that has expertise, and that's the key word, expertise, working with P3 concepts and municipal water utilities. Fort Lauderdale needs a comprehensive P3 agreement that allows the city to maintain maximum control of the water, that protects the residents from excessive rate hikes, that ensures the highest quality of water, highest levels of water equality, and that retains the skills and experience of city employees who will work in the new water treatment plant. I ask you to not rush this decision. Take the time to search for the best law firm available that has the expertise to protect the city, the residents, and our water. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Wallow, how was this firm chosen?
We've used Neighbors Giblin.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
We have used Neighbors Giblins for many years, and this is one of their areas of expertise in Florida. They're one of the best with regards to P3s. They've done extensive work throughout the state with regards to, and I've listed all the various projects. They have done some water utility in Miramar. Again, we didn't do a national search because that gets to be a lot more expensive. We do need some expertise on the P3 side with regards to utilities, which they've done. If the commission wants us to do a national search, we can, but it's going to delay quite a bit.
I'm just asking.
Yeah. So, I mean, we're confident in that, and I believe some of the proposers had even suggested that they were a good firm to work in this area. So.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Corbin, please try to take 2 minutes.
I'll try. Neighbors Giblin and Nickerson doesn't have much experience working on public-private partnerships with water treatment plants. From what I've seen after reading their website, the only water treatment plant they have listed is a 6 million gallon per day water treatment plant in Davie, Florida. Five Ash is nearly 10 times the size. They worked on the recent Fort Lauderdale soccer stadium debacle, which ended up in a losing proposer suing the city, and the city being not given their promised 20-acre park as of yet. No matter how good this law firm is, the unsolicited bid to build a new water treatment plant and operate it for 30 years is based on the faulty 2019 Carollo engineering report, which says that Five Ash cannot be refurbished at its current location, which is where all the water pipes meet at. The 2021 Reese engineering report strongly disagrees not only with the location of the plant, but also with the filtration techniques recommended by Carollo. The bottom line is that Five Ash can be refurbished for less than half the $400 million price of moving it. It won't waste 6 million gallons of water per day. This is really ironic because this is Commissioner Glassman's proclaimed Water Conservation Month. That's about 15% of the drinking water that we use here. And Reese says they could give much better filtration techniques, which will remove pesticides, PFAS, which causes cancer, and will give us clean drinking water within 2 years instead of several years from now. More importantly, if we follow the advice from Reese Engineering, which has worked with the city for over 30 years, we can stop the barbaric process of adding ammonia to our drinking water, which is bad in so many ways.
Thank you, sir.
Ridgewood
Thank you, sir.
Infrastructure
Thank you,
is a
sir.
New York
Thank
City
you, sir.
finance
Sir,
company
I asked you
that's
2
looking
minutes.
out
Please
for
be
their own
respectful of other
profits,
people who have come
as well as the profits of
speak.
their investors.
So if you cannot be respectful of the rules, I'd ask you to please sit down.
Well, you gave the other guy a few extra sentences.
Asking you to
I only
please
have
sit-
one more sentence to go.
Well, then finish your sentence.
Well, okay, thank you very much. Let's hope they don't get together and screw over the 250,000 customers of Five Ash Water who have already been told their water bills will double before the new water treatment plant is even built. Thank you very much for the extra time, Dean.
Thank you. You might as well stay there because you've also asked to speak on CP1, which is the motion approving a design-build agreement for the design-build gravity pipe improvements to the downtown collection system. You have 2 minutes.
Oh, okay. I didn't get a chance to write a prepared speech for this one. I'm going off the 250 million gallon sewer debacle, which happened in 2020, which pretty much destroyed our rivers and even made it out and closed the ocean beaches, which were state-run as opposed to city-run. This contract, it's a $3 million contract, okay? What you did when you spent about $65 million on quickly replacing the sewer line, which failed, is you threw in plastic pipe instead of what was recommended, which was ductile iron pipe, which is ceramic coated. Why is that a big difference? Well, Fort Lauderdale is a unique place because we have so many holes in our sewer system lines that it sucks in water, rainwater. But not only that, it sucks in sand. What does sand do? Sand is very abrasive. As it goes down these forced mains, sewer pipe mains, it destroys the sewer pipes from the bottom because sand is heavy. And that's what ruined the sewer pipes. And what my point is, I hope you don't go for the short fix on this $3 million project with the same company that you used to fix the sewer line in 18 months. I hope you go for a long-term 50, 100-year fix as opposed to fixing it up good enough until you guys are out of office for another 4 years or 2 years, as may be the case with Heather Moritas. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Is Michael Lucente here? Yeah. Anyway, okay, I believe that covers all the consent agenda items. And so do I hear a motion to approve all the consent agenda items?
Moved.
Do I hear a
Second.
Second, okay, please call the roll.
Vice Mayor Moritas? Yes. Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie?
Clarification because of the item C, the water, I'm not supporting the P3, for the record. This is the law firm that we're going out seeking to represent us on the P3. I don't have any problem with the law firm. I have a problem with the subject matter. So is there any way we can pull that one out and vote separately? Or
You had a chance to do that earlier in the meeting.
No, well, I know he was already.
He didn't pull anything. He's just allowed to speak.
Okay, so I'll just vote no on the consent, so it'll be fine.
Okay.
Thank you.
Commissioner Sorensen?
Yes.
Mayor Trantalis?
Yes, and those consent agenda items are now approved. We now move on to motion designating the 10 most populous cities seat to Florida League of Cities Board of Directors. What exactly are we going to do?
This is actually a clerk item, but I can just give you a quick summary. We have to pick, because since we're one of the 10 most populous cities in the state,
Right.
we do have a seat at the Florida League of Cities. And we need
I've taken
a delegate for that.
Yeah,
so.
I think I've been.
I'm it right now.
Yeah, I've been doing. Have you been the delegate?
Yes.
Oh,
You gave it to me last year.
thought so. Okay. So now that you're resigning.
Yes.
Okay. I mean, is there anyone else who wishes to be part of that? Because I'll do it if nobody else wants to do it.
You'd be fantastic.
You will be.
I'll move that any day of the week.
I second
Right,
that.
Commissioner Glassman?
Do I get a raise? Okay, that's fine. So do I hear a motion appointing
Moved.
myself? Okay.
Second.
Third.
Please call the roll.
Vice Mayor Moritas,
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman,
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie,
Absolutely.
Commissioner Sorensen.
Yes.
Mayor Trantalis.
Yes, and that appointment is
David,
now.
when does that start for the mayor? When am I done? Do I go through the June board meeting?
You go through November.
Or is this done now?
I'll get the exact date, but the actual conference is August 11th through the 13th.
Okay, right. So
In Hollywood.
I'll go to the June
Hollywood?
board meeting.
Yeah,
Yeah.
at
okay.
the Diplomat. Or that's not.
Got it.
Yes.
Diplomat.
Okay. All right, moving on to R1, appointment of board and committee members. You would like to read the names into the record?
All right, for the April 19th resolution consensus, Central City Redevelopment Advisory Board, Jason Hoffman, nominated by Commissioner Glassman. Community Service Boards, Wisme Cius, nominated by Commissioner Glassman. Reappointments to the Sunrise Key Improvement District. These are all Commissioner Glassman's nominations. It's Cliff Berry, Mark Grant, Raymond Parker, Rick Campillo, and Caldwell Cooper. And we have a reinstatement for the Historic Preservation Board, Barbara Lyons. And that was Commissioner Sorensen. And for tonight's resolution, for Aviation Advisory Board, William Gilbert, nominated by Commissioner Sorensen. Central City Redevelopment Advisory Board, Shane Jordan, nominated by Commissioner Glassman. Central Wastewater Region District Advisory Committee, that is Vice Mayor Heather Moritas. Community Appearance Board, Elka Keimel, nominated by Vice Mayor Moritas. Patricia Roth, nominated by Commissioner Glassman. Education Advisory Board, Christopher Raelia, nominated by Commissioner Sorensen. Lisa May, nominated by Commissioner Sorensen. Heather Brinkworth, nominated by Vice Mayor Moritas. Rory Sponsler, nominated by Vice Mayor Moritas. Fire Rescue Bonds Issue Blue Ribbon Committee, Frank Snedeker, nominated by Commissioner Glassman. Douglas Mead, nominated by Vice Mayor Moritas. Historic Preservation Board, Tim Chavone, nominated by Commissioner McKenzie. Jason Blank, nominated by Vice Mayor Moritas. For the Housing Authority of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, Keith Costello, nominated by Mayor Trantalis. Insurance Advisory Board, David Cooley, nominated by Commissioner Sorensen. Marine Advisory Board, Christopher Rotella, nominated by Vice Mayor Moritas. Barry Flanagan, nominated by Vice Mayor Moritas. Theodore Morley, nominated by Mayor Trantalis. Ed Strobel, nominated by Commissioner Glassman. Nuisance Abatement Board, John Foreman, nominated by Commissioner Sorensen. Robert Fanu, nominated by Commissioner Sorensen. And Zilla Tarko, nominated by Vice Mayor Moritas. And that rounds it out.
Okay, are there any additional names that you'd like to add to the nomination list? There being none, would someone like to introduce the resolution?
Introduced.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, appointing or nominating, if applicable, board and committee members as set forth in the exhibit attached hereto and made a part hereof. Vice Mayor Moritas?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie? Yes. Commissioner Sorensen?
Yes.
Mayor Trantalis?
Yes, and those board and committee members are now approved, and I want to thank each and every one of you for your dedication and commitment to our city, and we thank you for the time that you plan to serve on those boards. Okay, R2, appointment of director, alternate, and second alternate to the Broward League of Cities of City Board of Directors. Well, it looks like there are only three that really should be three of us. So pick one.
I'll happily be the second alternate to support you all as you strive for excellence.
Oh,
I think protocol says that when the director steps away, the alternate moves into that position. That would be you.
Oh, I'm the alternate right now?
Yes, you are. So you need to step up, right?
No, this is new appointments, but it's up to you. What do you?
Yeah, but he's the alternate. I think I'm the second.
Yeah.
You're the second.
And I'm the
I
rep.
feel like I need to give someone else a chance to be the
I
alternate.
just want to make sure we're following the protocol.
As you receive the chairship.
Thank you.
So who wants to be the director?
I'll be the alternate. I'm
You'll be
out
the
of here,
alternate?
but I'll do it for a couple months.
No, that's the
Okay.
problem. All right, so a new
I'll-
person will take over.
I'll be the
I
director.
don't mind being the member of the.
You want to be the director?
I
You be
mean,
the director.
Fine.
You're a good
You
director.
did it so well as a commissioner.
You did. Thank you. Yes.
I have things but there are things that I think are on our agenda this year that need to be addressed at the.
So you'll do Broward and Florida,
Yes, just
Good.
like I have.
just
for
like Vice
past-
Mayor did, yes.
Well, I hope I can
Good.
fill her shoes. I
Yes.
know.
Well, they're a little high for you, but it'll be okay.
Red bottoms.
Red bottoms, yeah.
All right, do I hear a motion or I guess this would be a resolution introducing the appointment of the director, alternate, and second alternate to the Broward.
Introduced.
Please call the roll.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, appointing Mayor Dean Trantalis as director to serve on the 2022-2023 Board of Directors of the the Broward League of Cities. And then it's Sorensen as the alternate.
Is Commissioner McKenzie, are you the alternate or am I the alternate? You're the alternate. I'm the second alternate. I'm the first alternate?
He's the second alternate. And
That's
I'm
what you wanted? Okay.
That's what you want. I mean, we could
Yeah,
trade.
yeah,
we
yeah.
can fix it.
Whatever you like.
Ben Sorensen as alternate for the 2022-2023 Board of Directors of the Broward League of Cities, and Robert McKenzie as second alternate for the 2022-2023 Board of Directors of the Broward League of Cities.
You can still come to the party.
Vice Mayor Moritas,
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Commissioner Glassman,
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie,
Yes.
Commissioner Sorensen,
Yes.
Mayor Trantalis.
Yes, and that resolution is now approved. R3, a resolution approving the 2022-2025 State Housing Initiatives Partnership, the SHIP Local Housing Assistance Plan. Anyone have any questions? There's one person who signed up to speak, Gregory Stodolsky. Greg, are you here? Okay. Someone like to introduce the resolution?
Introduced.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, adopting the local housing assistance plan for fiscal years 2022, 2023, 2023, 2024, and 2024, 2025 pursuant to the State Housing Initiatives Partnership Program, directing staff to timely submit the 3-year local housing assistance plan to the Florida Housing Finance Corporation, finding that 5% of the local housing distribution plus 5% of program income is insufficient to adequately pay the necessary cost of administering the local housing assistance plan, delegating authority to the city manager to execute any and all documents necessary or incidental to the receipt and administration of the State Housing Initiatives Partnership Program and providing for an effective date. Vice Mayor Moritas,
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman,
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie, Commissioner Sorensen,
Yes.
Mayor Trantalis.
Yes, and that resolution is approved. R4, resolution waiving the general employees retirement system early retirement reduction factor. Anyone have any questions with regard to this? If none, someone please introduce the resolution.
Introduced.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, waiving the reduction factor for the early retirement of Charles Darby and providing for an effective date. Vice Mayor Moritas,
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman,
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie, Commissioner Sorensen, Mayor Trantalis.
Yes, and the resolution is approved. R5, a resolution approving the restatement of the International City Management Association Retirement Corporation, doing business as Mission Square Retirement Governmental Money Purchase Plan and Trust Adoption Agreement for Plan Number 109430 for Police Chief and Fire Chief classifications. That was a mouthful. Anyone have any questions with regard to this resolution? There being none, someone please introduce it.
Introduced.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, approving and authorizing execution of an amendment and restatement of the Mission Square Retirement Governmental Money Purchase Plan Adoption Agreement and an addendum to ICMA Retirement Corporation Government Money Purchase Plan and Trust Adoption Agreement for Plan Number 109430 and providing for severability, rescission of conflicting resolution provisions, and an effective date. Vice Mayor Moritas?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie? Commissioner Sorensen?
Yes.
Mayor Trantalis.
Yes, and the resolution is now approved. R6, resolution appointing an interim city auditor. Someone want to tell me what we decided today?
No clue.
Yes, we do.
Yes, we do.
I'm just kidding.
Would you like me to?
Mr. City
I
Manager?
can try if.
What did we decide today?
So what you all discussed earlier was that you really wanted to take a short-term perspective and a long-term perspective.
Right.
Short-term perspective was for us to seek some proposals that you would evaluate for the purpose of appointing an auditor on an interim basis that would be
An outside
an outside auditor on an interim basis. I reached out to 4 other cities in Broward County since that discussion took place. I reached out to the cities of Plantation, Hallandale, and Deerfield Beach, and Hollywood. Was here in Hollywood and just asked what they used because they don't have city auditors on staff. They've provided me with an assortment of different names that they've worked with and that they have some level of comfort with. I wanted to start somewhere. I've asked our finance director to at least reach out to a couple of these firms so that you all could receive a proposal to consider. We'll have those, we just don't have those tonight, and we will have something for you to consider before the end of the week. So if that was the short-term plan, the longer-term plan was you gave direction that we wanted to conduct a national search, and I was to enter into a contract with a search firm ASAP to one of the proposals that we've received, so that we could begin a 15 to 17-week process by which we conducted a national search.
So with regard to the interim issue, is there anything to vote on?
There may not be, and if I'm looking ahead in the agenda, and I hate to do that, but if I'm looking ahead in the agenda, it's likely that we're going to have a special called meeting next week as it relates to the redistricting maps. If we receive these proposals this week, if you all wanted to take action as quickly as next week, potentially, it could also be a topic for discussion on that special meeting.
Okay, all right, so we'll pass on that then. R7, we're going to move to the back of the agenda. PH1.
Mayor, do we have to defer this at all, or just, it's on the agenda, do we have to defer it? Or
R6.
just leave it alone, it's a resolution?
It's not advertised, so we can just bring it back for you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Rewritten anyway. And just to clarify that in the interim, no pun intended, that HR will deal with any personnel issues with regards to time, vacation, things like that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, this is,
Good question. I don't know what my
Talking.
role is at this point anymore.
well, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
With the interim position, we're not temporarily extending it. Tarlisha's covering HR. What's my role in the office at this point for issuing reports, making assignments, keeping workflow continuing on our standard business operating practices? What am I supposed to be doing in the next week? Because currently I'm responsible for receiving weekly submissions of the status from all staff. On Fridays, I go through those emails and I provide the assignments for the following week based on the priorities for issuance. And then I'm responsible for the partnership level review. So am I still supposed to be doing that, or am I not supposed to be doing any of that because currently staff has no direction on what we're supposed to be doing?
So, Mr. Mayor, if I could, we can certainly talk about whether it's my office or the auditor's office or the attorney's office. It's sort of putting the commission in an awkward spot to have to respond to what the day-to-day operations look like in any of our departments. I might suggest that that's a better discussion to have after the context of this meeting. Certainly, if you all wanted to direct the mayor, for example, to have that discussion and have the authority to talk about the day-to-day work assignment for the next week in the auditor's office, that probably would be appropriate rather than trying to dissect the different parts of the office here in this forum.
I need a little direction because if I'm not the interim and you're not relying on me for agenda review and agenda review is no longer my assignment, then I don't need to remain here for the rest of the meeting and the seat can sit vacant. So
Yeah, I think
I need some help because
I think it's-
I don't want to stay here with an infant at home if I'm not going to be temporary interim for another week when it doesn't matter if I'm here or not here.
Here's what I think. I think you're out of line, number one. And you've done it several times today. And we gave specific instructions on what we wanted to do. I don't think we're going to deviate from that.
Okay.
And I think you just need to sit back and let it play out because you already put us in a predicament with some of the statements you've made in reference to that department. So we no longer need to hear from you. You'll get instructions from us at the necessary time. If you choose not to sit here, there will be consequences.
Well, we would appreciate if you sat there. We appreciate if you participate in the meeting as we need your assistance.
Okay. I'm happy to.
I get that. And
didn't know what you
the
wanted
commission
from
would
me.
allow me to meet with her in the meantime before our next special meeting. I don't mind taking the time and perhaps going over some things that might help facilitate the efficiency of the office in the interim. Does that make sense to everybody?
Well, to me,
Yeah.
and no pun intended on you, you're the only one that didn't agree with us, so it should be one of the four of us that would lead this.
I agree. So why don't you do that?
Oh.
So I don't, I mean,
Why don't you do it?
I'm happy to do it.
Okay.
I will work
So I
with
want
you
to put you-
Thank you, Vice
tomorrow.
Mayor. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
And we'll come
Okay.
up with a good
that's no
solution.
disrespect to you or anything. I'm just saying to make it.
Hey, that's fine.
No, but I want it for the record.
One less appointment during the week is fine with me.
And
And besides, I think the Vice Mayor spoke the feelings of the rest of the commission, and since she's still Vice Mayor until next meetings, we're good.
Who's next?
Okay. Thank you, Heather.
Yeah, and Mayor, if I could, so I think, Megan, I think it's a fair question that you raise. So let me just get some clarity for Vice Mayor as you're leading this, which I think is great. So Alan, Megan's title? What is Megan's title?
Whatever it was before named interim. It's just
Okay.
a reversion back to the position. Agenda review doesn't have to be done by the city auditor. It could be still done by someone in that office. So it would just revert back to what it was before.
Okay, so Megan, what was your title before becoming interim city auditor?
I was interim assistant city auditor 3, and I'm the only one in the office who has participated in agenda review.
Okay.
For the last year that I've been here, and prior to that, for the 10 years prior, John was the only one who did agenda reviews. So there's nobody else in the office who has done that.
Okay, so I think reverting back to the title effective tonight, and Alan, correct me if I'm wrong, but reverting back to Assistant City Auditor 3. And then Vice Mayor, obviously completely up to you. I think for the time being, just a suggestion, but defer to you, just having Megan to continue to organize workflow and so forth, I think is good and helpful. So that'd just be my suggestion, at least for right now,
Yeah.
Vice Mayor. And then you can,
Thank you. I think tomorrow it would be helpful if I could meet with you and maybe the rest of the team, and then maybe Tarlisha too, because I think Tarlisha will have some responsibilities. So
Yeah.
I'll come in tomorrow afternoon and we'll hang out.
okay,
Okay, is
perfect.
tomorrow afternoon okay with you?
Yeah, tomorrow's out. We're ready.
Okay.
We're here tomorrow. If I go to bed tonight.
I've got a doctor's appointment in the morning. That's the only reason
Okay.
I'm asking.
That's all right. I'll be sleeping in the morning, so I'll be.
Okay. All right,
And,
thank you.
and hold on, and Mayor, I mean, Megan doesn't have to stay here right now if she doesn't
I
want.
would like her to stay
You'd
here
like
because
her-
we're going to have issues tonight.
Okay.
We
We have
need an
Behemore and
Okay, are you comfortable, Megan, staying for the night?
If the commission would like me to be here, I'm happy to stay and
Absolutely.
support the commission.
Okay.
Thank you, Megan.
Do you feel comfortable with speaking to Behemore and whatever other topics?
If you have any questions that I've done review on, I can answer them, and I'm happy to.
Okay, all right, thanks.
All right,
Thanks,
great.
Megan.
Thank you so much. PH1, public hearing, it's a resolution denying a waiver of limitations at 625 Southwest 5th Place for the installation of 3 floating docks and 4 mooring piles. I understand that the resolution is in the form of a denial because I believe the Marine Advisory Board recommended denial, but I believe there's
That's
someone
correct.
here representing, how are you?
Good, Mayor.
Did you sign up to speak? Hold on.
Yes, I did.
We have both an approval and a denial resolution on the record, so.
I'm sorry, yeah.
We have both.
Yeah, we have both. Tyler Chappelle, good evening. Are you here to
Good
speak on
evening.
behalf of the applicant?
Yes, my name is Tyler Chappelle, the Chappelle Group, 714 East McNabb Road, Pompano Beach. I'm here on behalf of Daniel Cole, Cole Properties and Land, LLC. I have with me Mr. Jim Scott from Trip Scott, as well as Jenna Robbins from my office, the Chappelle Group. In the interest of time, I know that's precious tonight. I will go through this presentation quickly for the record on what we're proposing and the extraordinary circumstances, as well as some exhibits just to give you location and value of the project. Can you see it okay on your screens? Okay. So this is located on the New River on 625 Southwest 5th Place in Fort Lauderdale. This is an aerial. The property is highlighted in red. Coolie Hammock boat ramp is to the north, and you can see the location where it splits in the New River. This is pictures facing southwest of the property. There's existing structures in the form of a finger pier and mooring piles. This is looking towards the northeast. You can see where the seawall kind of takes an angle on the property, and the power lines to the west of the property. There's an overall aerial facing north, again facing west. You can see there's existing vessels at the property as well, utilizing the existing docks. This is a 30,000 foot level. This is the survey showing the existing finger piers and mooring piles that are located at the property and the 4 existing slips. We're proposing to straighten the seawall out, replace the seawall, backfill with a new seawall and floating docks. The existing docks there now are fixed wood finger piers that are dilapidated, and the applicant is looking to renovate this property for the existing 5 slips. And we also are proposing a submerged land lease. This is state-owned submerged lands, which will provide additional support and enforcement as far as limiting the size of vessels. The state's code, as we discussed in the past, is 25% the width of the waterway. The city's code is 30% the width of the waterway, so we're actually within the distance for vessels. On the table below is the city waiver request for the docks and the mooring piles, which range anywhere from 29 feet to 55 feet from the property line. And the waiver request is from 4 feet upwards to 30 feet into the waterway. That was the original layout. Based on the comments we received from the Marine Advisory Board and some of the adjacent property owners, we reduced those footprint of the floating piers and reduce those lengths in order to get to the minimum size of dock that will be able to support the size vessels that are there safely. So again, our revised waiver request is from 4 feet to now 25 feet. The vessels remain the same size at 70, but the docks were reduced by 5 feet. This is just a section. This is an aerial showing the existing vessels with the proposed vessels in the layout. These are the proposed docks. This is a wider view with the submerged land lease in magenta. This is vessels traveling down the river.
Can you go back to that slide, the previous slide? So the adjacent property owner, those boats are equal to or exceed the distance that you're proposing tonight? Is that?
That's correct.
Okay.
And so you can see in this picture here, you see the vessels. One is under tow at the far part of the picture, and then one is inside of that. The vessel that you see to the left, the Sportfish with the bow sticking out past the mooring pile, that's the adjacent property owner's vessel. The vessels that are currently at the property, you cannot even see in this photo. Same, this is just a close-up.
So the boats, so the pathway is navigable even with that boat in this position?
Correct, and I'll show an exhibit that shows that as well. These are the proposed structures and distance requiring a waiver. Our extraordinary circumstances, the structures and piles will not exceed the 30% width of the waterway as defined by the code. It's 250 feet wide, the waterway. The structures are necessary for the residents to moor their vessels here. Floating docks will provide that. The proposed structures there's some high wave energy in this section of the New River. This is a highly traveled portion of the New River. You have a lot of boats going up the river to the yards, as well as recreational vessels. The project purpose is to rehabilitate the existing docks and slips. Again, we are not proposing slips greater than the slips that are already there. We are proposing docks that are floating instead of fixed in a similar configuration, and the number of slips will remain the same. It's historical imagery from 2010 to 2014 to 2016 showing the historical use of the facility. Again, in 18 and 20, you can see there's a mix between sportfish and sailboats, all within that 70-foot range, 40 to 70 feet. Our environmental permits, we have applications in-house with the Army Corps, DEP, and Broward County. Those are under review. We have letter of support from the directly adjacent property owners to the east, and then there's the right-of-way to the west. Subject site is 55 feet is the maximum distance. This is consistent with waivers in the vicinity, including directly across. We have 62 feet at 716 Bryan Place, and then you have 38 and 47 on this side of the river. This is a breakout just showing the distance of the structures that are nearby, showing that we're consistent with those distances. The area in blue is if you were to take 30% of the width of the waterway from the bridge all the way to where the fork of the river starts. As you can see, our vessels are within that, and you can see that there's adequate distance across for navigation. And that'll take any questions that you may have.
Anyone have any questions of Mr. Chappelle?
Yeah, hey, I was reading through the Marine Advisory Board minutes and just trying to kind of evaluate those. What was your understanding of why they denied it 7-4?
The comments we received from the Marine Advisory Board of the dissenting members was that they were concerned with the navigation. Despite our presentation, we didn't feel that that was the case. In fact, there's other structures that are on this section of the river that are encroaching farther out in the river than ours. And the 30% of width of the waterway is we're well within that.
Okay.
Is there anyone here from the Marine Advisory Board?
Yes, Andrew's here.
Oh, there you are. Okay. Well, he's us, so. But I mean, a voting member, like.
I'm sorry. I'd still like to hear from Andrew, though.
Yeah, of course.
Whenever.
But I don't know if Mr. Chappelle is finished. Are you finished, Tyler?
Yes, sir. I'm just here to answer questions.
Thank you. Andrew, you want to give us a heads up what went on at the Marine Advisory Board?
The concerns that Tyler mentioned were expressed. An additional concern was that the proposed layout would enable vessels in excess of the current size restriction, the current size of 70 feet to be able to dock in the proposed configuration.
Okay. Were those issues addressed?
Well, the board remained concerned and voted against it.
Just because I'm not familiar, what is the effective limitation of length of a boat that can go there?
There's a 25% rule on the new river.
Yes, so the submerged land lease that we are regulated to have by the state is more constricting than the city's code as far as how far the vessels can go out. It's 25% of the width of the waterway.
Okay.
So the box that I kind of showed in the exhibit is the maximum we can have as far as the size of the vessels, which is 70 feet. We can't go past that. It's actually a surveyed line. It's a sketch and legal that runs with the property. And any infraction beyond that line, if you will, the DEP does inspections every year and make sure that people are abiding by their lease.
And it's 25% of what?
The width of the waterway.
What was the blue pathway? I thought that was 30%.
That's the 30%. That's the city code. So the state's code is more restrictive than the city code as far as the vessels.
So you're saying they can't be 70 feet is the...
We cannot be more than that 25% width of waterway, which the slips are in there are proposed at 70.
But it looked like when I was looking at that, it looked like the bow of the 70 foot touched the blue 30% line.
No, we are actually inside the blue line.
Okay, show that again, please.
Yep.
So it looks like it's touching the blue.
We are inside the blue. The blue is 30%, and this is not to scale. It's 1 to 90, but I can blow it up or try to. But I can tell you that we will not be within the 30%.
Okay, so doesn't it look like it's touching the blue to you, Tyler?
The submerged land lease is adjacent to the blue, but that's a 30% line. We will not be within that. We cannot be within 25% per the state regulation.
Okay.
Tyler, you keep mentioning the submerged land lease, but in the minutes on page 4 of 5, Mr. Flanagan on the board requested additional information, and you said that there is currently no submerged land lease on the property.
Correct. There's no submerged land lease with the property now. With the new configuration and the fact that it didn't have a lease before, we're bringing it up to the regulation of the state, and therefore we will have a lease. We're mandated to have a
So
lease.
are there boats docked at the site now?
There are boats docked there now, yes.
Well, how could that be done legally?
If you don't have docks that are greater than 1,000 square feet, you don't have to have a lease. So the docks that are there now, based on the square footage, are less than that threshold. Our proposed docks will be greater than that threshold.
So are these all lease docks now on the site?
As far as the use of the site now, my understanding is single family, and I can ask the client to speak on that if you'd like, but those slips there now are being utilized by that single family.
And that's all allowed?
Is my understanding of the RM15, I think it is, or RD15 allows that use, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor, I had some questions for Andrew,
All right, there, sure, Andrew?
if that's okay.
And then there are a few people who
Is
signed up to speak.
So is that, are you able to lease those docks? Is that what you're asking? If you can rent the docks there? And what's that, you can rent docks there?
He's saying yes.
Huh, okay. So, Alan, what was I thought we have limitations on rentals of docks, or?
It depends on the
zoning?
Zoning, I think RD15 is, but I can defer to Mr. Dunkel.
Okay, so in that area, that's zoned for dock rentals?
That's my understanding.
Okay.
Anthony might know. I don't want to put him on the spot, but RD15.
To answer your question about the proposed use, though, those proposed use,
He's looking.
as far as the slips, will go with the unit owners and to answer that
Yeah.
question.
But it's zoned right now to allow rentals?
That's my understanding
Okay.
is RD15, based
Which
on the
is
attorney's
rentals.
review of the zoning is allowed.
I think Mr. Fajardo is checking right now.
Okay, cool, great. Thanks, Tom.
But Andrew,
Sorry, go
also, so you said that we'll go with the units, but the units are not there now, and the units have not been approved yet, right? I mean, so
Right,
there are no
these
units.
are proposed slips to be utilized by the units,
But
correct?
there are no units.
The proposed units.
So we're being asked to approve slips for proposed units that are not there.
There's existing slips that are there under the current zoning that are being used.
Right.
And then there's slips that are being proposed as part of the renovation, which are same number of slips. So you have the existing.
Right.
And then the proposed. The proposed go with the docks. So they're going to build the floating docks, requesting the waiver with the site development.
Why wouldn't the boat slips come after the units are approved and done?
Answer that? Well, because you gotta come on.
Yeah. Because we don't know if the units will be approved.
Yeah. Well, that's true. I'm doing what it's zoned for.
Okay.
They know.
But is that all technically?
Well, are we adding anything? Or we're just fixing the existing? I'm asking you.
What's that?
Tyler, sorry. Are you adding any?
I'm sorry, what is the
Are
question?
you adding any slips?
No, there's 5 slips and that are being proposed.
Right, so and there's 5 existing now?
Yes.
Okay, so that probably, and again, Mr. Fajardo can correct me, but to the extent that they're already there would be a non-conforming use if they are there and they're just fixing them. So again, I'll need Mr. Fajardo for that.
Okay, well, we'll wait till Anthony gets back to us. But I did have some more questions for Andrew. I went through the minutes of the Marine Advisory Board because, to be honest with you, it's very rare that we get something from the Marine Advisory Board that denies anything. I mean, Marine Advisory Board says yes to everything. I don't even remember, I could count on one hand how many times I've seen a denial from the Marine Advisory Board. So it piqued my interest. But there seem to be issues here that I read through them, and there were issues about legalities of the pilings. There was issues of that pinch point there in the river. The letters of support that we just saw, 3 of them, they were all from the same person. But there seemed to be, right?
Yes, navigational concerns were expressed.
Yes, and those letters were all from the same individual, even though there were 3 of them. And then there were many, it looks like many neighbors actually opposed these slips, and there were letters about that as well?
That's correct, yes. And those
Okay,
were
so I just have a lot of questions. I'm waiting for Anthony to tell us what that is, but again, there were a lot of red flags expressed. And then it wasn't that long ago that I remember the Marine Advisory Board actually gave us an approval for a 38-foot waiver really close to this site, and this commission overturned that. We denied it, correct?
Yes, in 2018, August.
Okay, so that to me is, we did that for a reason. So those are my comments, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Is Scott Jordan here? Scott, do you asked to speak? Scott, you live across the canal, is that basically? Okay.
Good evening, everybody, Commission, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for having me tonight. I'm Scott Jordan. I'm a physician at Broward Health. My wife and I live at 700 Bryan Place, Shangri-La. It's directly across from this property. We're really concerned about the navigability of the river if it's any narrower than it already is. With the Bright Line starting running again, boats are coming 5, 6 at a time after the railroad bridge comes up. The congestion's been getting worse in the last couple months as activities kind of picked up. This is like the narrowest part of the main river before the fork. We're concerned about that, and as has already been stated, we're concerned about the legality of the people that are already renting spaces there. There's clearly liveaboards. It's an eyesore. So my wife and I are opposed to this.
Okay, thank you. Jim Scott, did you have any comments you want to make, or are you just here to support? And Mr. Cole, and is Jenna Robbins here? She's with you guys, right? Okay. All right, there's no one else who's asked to speak. Anyone else want to speak on this? Okay, does anyone like to make a motion or a resolution? It's a resolution, correct?
So you're actually in a public hearing, correct? Do you want to hear from Mr. Fajardo on the zoning before you move
please.
forward?
Okay.
Good evening, Mayor, Commission. Anthony Fajardo, City of Fort Lauderdale. I was just reviewing the ordinance. There is language in Volume 1 and Volume 2, but I don't see anywhere where it permits rental in RD 15.
Where repeat
Where
that?
it permits rental of docks in RD 15. Matter of fact, we have very limited ability to rent docks throughout the city. So I'm not sure how the applicant
But aren't
came
these?
to that
But if my understanding is that these docks are going to be pertinent to a home, so
Yes,
they're
and
intended to
that's-
be part of a house.
I'm sorry, say that?
They're intended to be part of a dwelling.
Yes, and that is fine. You can have docks at your private home.
Right.
But as far as a zoning ordinance that allows for rental of those docks, I can't find language that supports that.
Well, Mr. Cole, you planning? Is this going to be a business?
No, I've got the 5.
Could you go to the microphone?
No, I've got 4 high-end townhomes going there, and now the castle. So that's 5 structures, and I want 5 slips to put the 5 boats to go with the 5 structures.
Okay, so it's not your intention to run?
No, and they're
rental.
gonna be deeded slips that go with the units. I'm not even gonna own them. They're gonna be sold with the high-end homes.
Okay, that's what I thought. Okay.
But Mayor, I have to ask Anthony, are we putting the cart before the horse? I understand the intent of building something. Have these townhomes been approved by the city?
Not yet.
Okay, help me understand then why we're doing this before that.
There's nothing in the ordinance that would preclude the number of docks. A home can have multiple docks. We have large homes all over the city that have different docks. So there's really nothing in the code that ties it together that way. He would just be precluded from renting them out. So if
But we were just told that there are slips there now that are rented out.
there shouldn't be.
Oh, okay.
From what I
Well,
understand.
A lot of questions, Mayor. I'm sorry. Just not. I would say that we should consider the slips after there was approval for these townhomes. There's no approval for these townhomes yet. We don't even know if these townhomes are going to be built yet, right? I mean, do we know?
I haven't.
So it just seems a little premature to me.
Yep, I agree.
I think we need to move forward and grant him the slips. I'm sure we've done it before, and I don't know why we need to hold it up. I think we've held him up plenty with all the shenanigans we've done with the little castle. That's really
I
not.
think the distinction here, which might help a little bit, is that the only reason they're in front of the city commission is because they're asking for an extension into the waterway. The number of slips is not really part of that conversation. So if they were just permitting the slips through the normal process, you wouldn't see it, and they would be able to do it.
Right.
And then it would just be a code enforcement issue.
Right, and they're asking for an extension into the waterway at a very narrow pinch point in the river.
What's the
and
argument? Wait, first it was thought you were going to rent them, but the docks are already there. So that argument you're okay with now, right?
No, I'm okay with reading what the Marine Advisory Board said, and again, if you read through the minutes, there are several reasons why. And again, I will go back to the fact that count how many times you can remember, Mayor, since 2003, the Marine Advisory Board came forward with a denial of an application to us.
The board continues to change in who constitutes the board. So people that were participating in these decisions in the past are not the same people that participate today, and there are all kinds of reasons.
Okay.
And I understand that people who already have their dock waivers don't want anyone else to have a dock waiver. So Mr. Chappelle has indicated to us that based on city and state code, that the navigation aspect of it is not being impeded in any way, and that what's being proposed tonight is not to add docks, it's simply to extend the length of the docks.
Well, I'm not concurring with that, and I am going to concur with our advisory board on this. I had a presentation from one of the Marine Advisory Board members, actually, I believe my appointee at my district pre-agenda meeting last evening, who also laid out the case of why this is not a good idea. So I'm just going to follow the advice of our Marine Advisory Board, and that's okay. Everybody can do what they want.
Let me ask Mr. Chappelle, the property next to this property, which has a boat which exceeds what we're asking tonight, do they have a dock waiver?
I can't speak, but as based on the city records, they do not have a waiver for the docks to the east that we're aware of, that came out of our research that we asked for the city.
So they're in violation.
But again, I can't speak to how far their structures go out into the water. So it's not based on the vessel, it's based on the structures, and I have no survey of the structures over there. I don't represent them.
Okay,
so
all right. I guess it was an unfair question.
Yep.
It's an unfair
Mayor, I'd like to move to approve this resolution.
Okay. Introduced for approval. Any other questions?
Mayor, can we do the, close the public hearing first?
Do we have to close public hearing?
Public hearing.
Okay, so we need a motion to close
Move
public
to
hearing.
close public hearing.
Okay, is there a second? Okay, moved and seconded.
Vice Mayor Moritas?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie?
Yes.
Commissioner Sorensen?
No.
Public
You don't want to
hearing.
close public hearing?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
And
I don't think we're
Mayor
going to talk
Trantalis.
enough tonight, so yes.
We've had a long day, folks, so
Right.
be patient.
I'd like to actually know how the district commissioner feels. Has he heard from anyone in the neighborhood? I don't know.
Well, we're just
We've
talking
heard
about.
from that neighborhood.
Gotcha. I'm good.
Okay, yes. Okay,
All right.
so public hearing is now closed.
Move to approve
And so the
resolution.
Vice Mayor introduces the resolution to approve the dock waiver.
a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida pursuant to Section 47-19.3E of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida Unified Land Development Regulations, granting a waiver of limitations of ULDR Section 47-19.3C and D to permit Cole Properties and Land LLC, a Florida limited liability company, installation of 3 floating docks and 4 mooring piles, extending a maximum of plus or minus 50.6 feet from the property line into the New River. Such property being located at 625 Southwest 5th Place, Fort Lauderdale, Florida, and more particularly described below, subject to certain terms and conditions, repealing any and all parts of resolutions in conflict herewith and providing for an effective date. Vice Mayor Moritas?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
No.
Commissioner McKenzie?
Yes.
Commissioner Sorensen?
No.
Mayor Trantalis?
Yes, and the resolution is approved. Public hearing 2, first reading of an ordinance establishing geographical boundaries. We're going to defer that, correct?
Yes, I believe that's correct, although there's been a change since this afternoon's meeting. I know you said onto the record April 12th at 1 o'clock. Commissioner Glassman, I've learned from his office, is not available until 5 p.m. that day, and I have not heard back from Commissioner McKenzie's staff yet as to his availability. But I think what we're talking about at this point is either a special meeting on the 12th at 1 o'clock or now special meeting the 12th at 5 p.m. And I'd have to ask Commissioner McKenzie if he knows if he's available for either of them.
1 o'clock was fine?
Is 5 o'clock our only option at this point, did you say?
Oh, I would have to defer then to Commissioner Glassman because it was his staff that said that was the earliest.
You're talking about this Thursday?
I'm
Tuesday.
talking about Tuesday the 12th, one week from
Tuesday the
today.
12th.
Yeah.
PM.
Commissioner Glassman, is it 5 o'clock?
1 o'clock, right?
I could do.
Mayor?
I mean, I'm good at 5, but I was also good at.
I can only do 5.
I'm good at 5.
All right, that's fine. We'll do it at 5 o'clock.
Ben, you good at 5?
On the 12th, yeah, we can't do it any other time.
We can, but he can't.
He can't be there. Okay. Yep, that's fine.
Zumba class. Okay.
Zuma? Kidding me?
5 p.m. on the
I'll
12th.
actually be with my real estate agent looking for an apartment in District 1.
You heard that the first time.
Thank you very much.
I thought we were switching houses.
So then this would be deferred to
Hey,
a
Steve.
special meeting
I'll give you a house.
Thank you.
to be called, a special meeting to be called April 12th at 5 p.m.
Correct.
Okay.
So Ben, you're out, right?
I can be here. I can be here.
All right.
Thanks.
I think Tuesday. I think I'm okay.
Okay. Okay, moving on to.
We need an actual vote on that, Mr. Mayor.
I need a motion.
So a couple people signed up for PH2, but just to know that we've deferred this and it's going to be heard a week from today at 5 p.m. here in City Commission chambers.
So you want me to make a motion, Mayor, for
Please.
that? To have a special commission meeting
Please move that.
April 12th, 5 p.m.
Yep, second.
Moved and seconded.
Vice
Please
Mayor,
call-
Vice Mayor Moritas?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie?
Yes.
Commissioner Sorensen?
Yes.
Mayor Trantalis?
Yes, and so PH2 has been moved to April 12th at 5 p.m. OFR 1, first reading of ordinance amending the Code of Ordinances of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, to reflect the change of the Department of Sustainable Development's name to Development Services Department. Every time someone goes to a seminar or a conference, they come up with all these new phraseologies that I was just getting used to sustainable development.
Yeah, and I can let the department speak on it. I think the confusion was in the word sustainable is used in so many different contexts that, this is truly a building department and code enforcement and things routinely known to be
Well, we just call it
development
the building
services.
department, which is what it is.
And part of the department is. I think that there was a lot of confusion with the sustainability aspect of public works as well.
Anyone have any questions regarding this?
Well, no, I don't think it's about didn't we do the name a while ago? A couple of months ago?
It was within the last 8
Yeah.
years.
This was just to have the reflection of the job classifications in that department, right?
No,
I think we did the name a while ago.
it was when I returned to the commission in 2013. I believe they changed it then. Anyway, someone like to introduce the ordinance?
Introduced.
An ordinance of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, amending the Code of Ordinances of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida to reflect the change of Department of Sustainable Development's name to Development Services Department and amending the classification table of the pay plan of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida to revise the title of 2 job classifications accordingly and providing for severability, repeal of conflicting ordinance provisions, and an effective date. Vice Mayor Moritas?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie?
Yes.
Commissioner Sorensen?
Yes.
Mayor Trantalis?
Yes, and the ordinance is now approved on first reading. OFR 2, a first reading of an ordinance amending Division 2, water safety rules, so forth and so on. Anyone have any questions? There being none, would someone like to introduce the ordinance?
Introduced.
An ordinance of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, amending Division 2 Water Safety Rules of Article 5 Boats and Waterways of Chapter 8 Boats, Docks, Slips, etc., Section 8-166 Speed Limits in Waterways of the Code and Ordinances of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, to rezone a portion of the Seminole River Canal from a slow-speed minimum wake area to an idle-speed no-wake area, and providing for severability, repeal of conflicting ordinance provisions, and an effective date. Vice Mayor Moritas?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie? Commissioner Sorensen?
Yes.
Mayor Trantalis?
Yes, and the the ordinance is approved on first reading. Moving on to second reading ordinances, OSR 1, an ordinance amending the City of Fort Lauderdale Code of Ordinances regarding operations for lawn equipment. Any questions? There being none, someone like to introduce the ordinance? Someone like to introduce the ordinance?
Introduced.
Second reading. Right?
Yeah.
So did we correct the differentiation of commercial and residential so that our parks and recs in Los Olas is not impacted?
That was in the original.
I just want to make sure it's there.
Yeah.
I believe it did. Let me look to Anthony to be sure with a head nod.
Anthony Fajardo, yes, the distinction's in there for residential only.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
The ordinance has been introduced.
An ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, amending Chapter 17 Noise Control of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, specifically Section 17.7 entitled Specific Restrictions and Section 17.8 entitled Exemptions to amend the permissible times of operations of landscaping or yard maintenance power tools or motorized equipment, providing for severability, providing for conflicts and repeal, providing for correction of scrivener's errors, and providing for an effective date. Vice Mayor Moritas?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie? Commissioner Sorensen?
Yes.
Mayor Trantalis?
Yes, and the ordinance is now approved on second reading. OSR 2, second reading of an ordinance on the Code of Ordinances to revise the eligibility requirements for residential parking rates, establish an electric vehicle charging station rate, increase the monthly permit parking rate, and authorize the city manager to provide reduced or no-cost parking to city-sponsored educational or professional development programs. We have one person who is asked to speak. Lisa Wade. Is Lisa here?
And Mayor, I also have some questions for Ben Rogers.
Just wait a second. Lisa Wade? Okay, Lisa's not here. Yes, do you have a question? Do you have a question?
Yes, I do. Thank you.
Go ahead.
I'll wait till Ben gets up there. So Ben, if you could just help explain, because there still is some consternation out there in the community about rates and confusion about how the Las Olas garage is included, beach parking. Have there been any changes, or maybe if you could just quickly summarize for us so everyone understands the changes and the reasons that we're doing this now? Because there is definitely some concern about what the rate structure is for residents to park, especially when it comes to the Barrier Island. Thanks.
Yeah, absolutely. Ben Rogers, Transportation Mobility. So in July 2020, the commission approved the rate change, which created two rate structures, a resident rate and a public rate. And with the resident rate, there's a lot of requirements that you had to go through to be able to be eligible for that rate. And what we've done at this point is we reduce some of the requirements for someone to become eligible for a resident rate. So that's what the majority of this ordinance change is doing. And
So reducing the requirements for the residential.
Yeah, the current version right now requires that they have to have a state of Florida driver's license, which was problematic for a lot of partial year residents. And so we're removing that requirement that it doesn't have to be a state of Florida driver's license.
What about the rates themselves?
The rates are the same for the resident rate and for the hourly rate. Other thing that we did for the Las Olas Garage is we did start accepting the resident beach permit at that location, which it was originally excluded from.
Was there any increase to that rate when we also added the inclusion of the garage?
Yes, we did increase that rate. It went from $26 to I believe $75 per year.
Per year?
Per year.
But that includes the garage now?
That includes the garage.
Okay.
You asked it 3 times.
Mayor, calm down. Just calm down. Sometimes people want to hear the answer.
Okay.
It's okay. It's very testy today. Gosh, all day.
I want to move the meeting along. You asked the same question 3 times.
All day.
Okay.
Just calm down.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Ben. Thank you, Mayor, for your patience.
You're welcome. Any further questions? Okay, there being none. Did someone introduce the ordinance? Someone like to introduce the ordinance?
Introduce.
Okay.
An ordinance of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, amending 26-161 of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, entitled Rates and Hours for On- and Off-Street Parking to revise the residency requirements for applicable residential parking rates, establish a parking rate for electric vehicles in the city-operated parking spaces, increase the monthly parking permit rate, and modify various provisions to the special event parking rate structure, and providing for severability, repeal of conflicting ordinance provisions, and an effective date. Vice Mayor Moritas?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie? Yes. Commissioner Sorensen?
Yes.
Mayor Trantalis?
Yes, and OSR 2 is now approved on second reading. OSR 3, this is a second reading of a quasi-judicial ordinance approving a rezoning of .576 acres of land located south It's a long address. So anyone wishing to speak must be sworn in. Commission will announce any site visits, communications, or expert opinions received and make them a part of the record. This is a second reading, so are there any additional disclosures you wish to make, Vice Mayor?
No.
Commissioner McKenzie?
No.
Commissioner Glassman?
None, thank you.
Commissioner Sorensen?
No, thanks.
And I have no additional disclosures. If no one has signed up to speak, is anyone wishing to speak on this item? Someone please make a motion to close public hearing.
Moved.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Please call the roll.
Vice Mayor Moritas?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie? Commissioner Sorensen?
Yes.
Mayor Trantalis?
Yes, and public hearing is now closed. Would someone like to introduce the ordinance?
Introduced.
In ordinance amending 47-1.6.b of the City of Fort Lauderdale Unified Land Development Regulations through the revision of the official zoning map of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, and Scheduled A revised compilation attached thereto and made by reference a part thereof so as to rezone from residential single-family low-medium-density district to residential multifamily low-rise medium-high-density district with an existing future land use designation of medium-high 25 residential, a portion of tract 36 being the south 100 feet of the north 106 feet of the west 251.43 feet of the east 372.7 feet, according to the plat thereof as recorded in Plat Book 1, page 46 of the Public Records of Dade County, Florida, located west of Southwest 15th Avenue, north of State Road 862, east of State Road 9, all said lands being the City of Fort Lauderdale, Broward County, Florida. Vice Mayor Moritas?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie? Commissioner Sorensen?
Yes.
Mayor Trantalis?
Yes, and the ordinance is now approved on second reading. OSR 4, this is a second reading of another quasi-judicial ordinance approving a rezoning of .164 acres of land. Anyone wishing to speak must be sworn in. Commission will announce any site visits, communications, or expert opinions received and make them a part of the record. Vice Mayor, do you have any additional disclosures?
No.
Commissioner McKenzie? Commissioner Glassman?
No.
Commissioner Sorensen?
No.
And I have no additional disclosures. Is there anyone here wishing to speak on this item? Someone please move to close public hearing.
Moved.
Been moved and seconded. Please call the roll.
Vice Mayor Moritas?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie? Commissioner Sorensen?
Yes.
Mayor Trantalis?
Yes, public hearing is now closed. Would someone like to introduce the resolution?
Introduced.
Excuse me, the ordinance, I'm sorry.
In ordinance amending section 47-1.6.b of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida Unified Land Development Regulations through the revision of the official zoning map of the City of Fort Lauderdale and Scheduled A revised compilation attached thereto and by reference made a part thereof so as to rezone from residential single-family duplex medium-density district to residential multifamily low-rise medium-density district with an existing future land use designation of medium 15 residential, portion of tract 36 being set the south 100 feet of the north 106 feet of the west 71.29 feet of the east 121.29 feet, according to the plat thereof as recorded in Plat Book 1, page 46 of the Public Records of Dade County, Florida, located west of Southwest 15th Avenue, north of State Road 862, and east of State Road 9, all said lands being in the City of Fort Lauderdale, Broward County, Florida. Vice Mayor Moritas?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie?
Yes.
Commissioner Sorensen?
Yes.
Mayor Trantalis?
Yes, and the resolution is now approved on second reading. OSR 5, second reading, an ordinance amending the City of Fort Lauderdale Unified Land Development Regulations concerning the Central Beach zoning districts to revise the process and procedures for uses in the CBA, in the Central Beach zoning districts.
Mayor, I would move to defer this to May 17th.
There's a request to defer this to May 17th, 2022. Do I hear a motion to that effect?
Moved.
Do I hear a second? Wow. Okay. You want to call the roll?
Vice Mayor Moritas?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie? Commissioner Sorensen?
Yes.
Mayor Trantalis?
Yes, and the item is moved to May 17th. R8, this is a resolution designating vice mayor.
Mr. Mayor, we need to do that at the end of the meetings.
Can we do it now?
You can, but you can only have one vice mayor at a time.
I'm happy to just pass the baton a
But
few
it doesn't
hours
take
early.
effect, doesn't it take effect at the next meeting? We're just designating.
It actually takes effect upon adoption.
Immediately.
That's fine. Just don't go anywhere, Mayor.
No. We'll take it later.
What?
Okay, back to R7. So everything else has been, this is the only item now left on our agenda. If anybody's here for any other item on the agenda, we have now completed our business with regard to every other piece of.
I'm voting no.
So we're going to move forward, and again, this is a resolution approving a master lease between the City of Fort Lauderdale and Ron Behemore LLC for city-owned property known as Behemore, approving the proposed form of the phased lease and proposed form of the amended and restated declaration of covenants and restrictions of the Behemore Master Association, Inc., and terminating the existing lease. Keep them coming. So I've been given quite a few requests to speak, but it's my understanding that a lot of these people are not here to speak, but they're in fact just signed in to either support or not support the item. But before we begin, I'd like to know if our consultant, is Mr. Krasno here? Who's representing the city and the updated figures regarding it?
So we would either have Susan Grant here to speak on behalf of financials, if that's what you want to hear about, and probably the city attorney with respect to the agreements.
Susan.
And there's Ken as well, so I did not see him, but I do now, so he's available too as needed.
First one. Nope. Okay, yeah, that's it. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commission. Again, Susan Grant, Director of Finance. And what I've done is just taken some of the items that were in the Collier's presentation from last meeting and kind of condensed it into a single slide, just so you could have some information in one place. So if you remember from the presentation on 315, there were some key assumptions, some key terms that were in the agreement, and some revenue numbers. So just to start off with that, you could see that the assumptions were that it was $2,500 per square foot for condo sales, $20 million annually on hotel revenue, and you could see there the percentages that applied for the different revenue sources. Those generated over the course of 50 years, $211 million. If you take that back to the net present value on an annual basis, excluding taxes using a 5.5% discount rate, that was $8.3 million. And then the average annual payments, this is just taking 50 years of gross payments, adding them up and dividing them by 50 was 13.6. Subsequent to that meeting, we did get an update from Collier's and the proposer on the hotel revenue. And you could see there that the hotel revenue was adjusted from 20 million annual to 55 million. And we have a little note on the bottom of there on how that was calculated. So if you have questions on that, I'll ask Ken to come and speak to you on that.
Ken, can you come up and what makes you propose that the annual revenue for the hotel will more than double? Is it because of the type of hotel that's going to be built there?
Yes, for the record, Ken Krasnow from Collier's. Yeah, the current hotel would be classified as a 3-star mid-range hotel, and the proposed hotel would be a 4 or 5-star, equivalent with some of the luxury hotels that you would see in Miami Beach or Palm Beach or et cetera, world-class hotel. So you can see from Susan's note down there at the bottom, for all intents and purposes, we were looking at on the 316 rooms an 80% occupancy rate, which is basically where the market is today at an average of $500. And, you know, there are plenty of examples of many areas down in Aventura, Sunny Isles, Palm Beach, where, you know, the rates are, you know, double that. But so 500 was a conservative number for the luxury type hotel that's being developed there.
All right, so in the final analysis, Susan, just cutting to the chase, you're saying for the first 50 years, the city can expect to average $15.5 million per year?
Not on a present value basis, but on a gross revenue basis, yes. Average 15.5 per year over the 50 years.
Not including taxes?
Correct.
Okay. Continue.
Okay. And I know several of the commissioners had asked if there were additional revenue opportunities. So Colliers did provide us a spreadsheet that was interactive. And again, you could adjust some of the numbers if you wanted in order to change that. So if we take a look at that present value of revenue in this last column here of 8.9 million, if you wanted to, and on this next slide, I have those two plus I labeled it for discussion. So if you made some changes on those key terms, as I listed here, keeping the marina where it was, increasing the hotel, the commercial, and the residential, you would, on the present value basis, get to 10.7. Again, you could move any of those around, but the ones that move the needle the most are those payments that happen up front.
And that would give us an average annual payments over 50 years, excluding taxes, of 17.7 million?
That's correct.
Susan, what payments that happen up front?
Those are the ones where you see the initial revenue share. Under the first two columns, it was 2% for the first 1,200 square feet and somewhere between 3 and 5 for anything over that. Since the units were all projected to be 2,500 per square foot, they're all 5% in those first two columns. In that last one, I moved those numbers up to 3 and 6%, just for purposes of just showing you how making different changes would change that revenue stream.
Okay.
And we're receiving about what now?
1.7.
1.7.
On average, yeah.
On average, okay.
Over the past 10 years.
Okay.
1.7 million a year,
Correct.
what we average now.
Correct.
When do you think we'd actually start making money?
And that might be a Ken question. Where did he go?
Like how many years out?
So as far as how long development will take?
Yeah. What's your?
Okay.
Generally speaking, I think you're probably in the 3 to 5 years. And there would be some phasing of, I think, current operations, right, while they're doing some of the, I mean, I don't have the essence of their development plan, but generally speaking, you know, to build those kind of units and that kind of hotel, you're probably in a 3 to 5 years from a fairly conservative number.
Actually, you're going to realize that a little bit more than that. If we look at the phasing plan that's within the master lease, you're looking probably more to maximize those possibly after 12 to 15 years.
To maximize what?
The revenues. So there's going to be phase construction. So there's milestones that we've built in.
Right.
Again, it's difficult to gauge because there's existing operations and there's existing marina and commercial operations that are going to continue probably throughout construction. But for it to be fully developed, whether, you know, you're going to have the 4 phased buildings of the residential buildings, the new hotel, the full marina, everything else, you're looking, if we look at the timeline, the earlier of either they get it done earlier or you're going to look to, you know, 14 to 15 years.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks.
Okay, does that conclude your presentation, Susan?
That does. We'll have, if you have any more questions.
Yeah, we'll probably have. Don't go away.
Okay.
But you may sit down. We're okay. Is anyone here from the boat show? Andrew, do you want to come up here and and tell us a little bit, or Stephanie Toothaker, you want to come up here and explain where things are between you and the landlord? Or I should say the lessor?
Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. Stephanie Toothaker on behalf of Informa Show Management, the boat show. With me also is Sigrid McCauley, Danielle DeVito Hurley. I know you know Phil Purcell, Andrew Joel, Rob Correa, and Matt Sacco. We're all here on behalf of the boat show. I want to share with you that we've been working very hard with the developer to try to come to resolution on the outstanding boat show issues. And as of this weekend, and Danielle specifically did have an opportunity to speak to Mr. Summerstein and did reach resolution on many of the issues, not all of the issues. There are some outstanding issues, but as it relates to the lease documents that are here before you tonight for a vote, we do believe that we have resolution that is I'm going to say is good, not great, but it is enough for us to be able to say that we would be, very pleased to have those items incorporated. They are not in the documents that you have before you because they just came to light over the weekend. So obviously, as you know, you publish your agendas the week before, and we do have the documents and I'll let Danielle speak, and I'm sure Mr. Summerstein will want to as well. But if those items are incorporated into the documents that you don't have here, but we can certainly do those as edits after the fact. If those get incorporated, we do believe that we have enough protection for the boat show. You can't ever make it perfect. I do want to thank, the developer for working with us on it, and we would ask that those be added. We could submit them for the record and they be added.
Okay. All right, so that's with regard to the master.
I do want to also put on the record, there are outstanding issues that don't relate to the lease documents, but relate to the relationship between the parties. We know that they'll be coming back for site plan approval. I'd like to submit those for the record as well. Sigrid can certainly speak to them. They're the items that have been talked about a great deal. They relate to the move in and move out of the show, dates, times, other things. I would like to put those on the record if you would allow us, Mayor. And again,
You can submit them to the clerk for the record, but they're not going to be addressed tonight or voted tonight.
as long as they're submitted and we're on record, and that we ask that you allow us to continue to have a seat at the table through the site plan discussion so that those other items can be addressed. They're not small. They are very, very important to the health of the show.
All right, very good. Thank you.
So I just want to ask Stephanie for clarification. At this point, you all feel comfortable moving forward with this as with the, I guess, amendments you're going to make tonight? Or
so
tell me where we are.
Yeah, so my understanding, Danielle and Barry had a chance to work together over the weekend, and items that we had been told we would not be able to have, we understand they're now willing to give those to us as it relates to just to the lease documents specifically. There are a lot of outstanding issues for the show that are important to us, but if those documents that Danielle will submit to the city attorney and to the city clerk are incorporated and they agree to it, then we are comfortable with the documents that you are voting on this evening.
Okay, so how do we get the assurance that they're submitted and agreed upon tonight before we vote?
I don't know what these changes are, but I have not seen them. Nobody shared them with me.
It's probably more with
Well, it's in our master lease. We're the only parties to it.
Seems like there's additions to the lease, though, that need to be incorporated. So how do we incorporate those tonight?
We could.
I guess we would ask them to agree on the record that they've seen them, they've been going back and forth between the parties. We would ask if you would ask them to agree on the record that they will be incorporated. That would.
You know what, Alan?
But I can't agree to incorporate something I haven't seen.
Well, Alan, all right. At some point, we will take a break, okay? And we'll have the opportunity to, if there's just simple couple of sentences here and there that are redlined, that are easy to understand, because we are going to have to take a break because we've been meeting since 11:30 this morning. So, and I want to give our city attorney and the city commission the opportunity to at least know what these amendments are. But I have to tell you that I know this commission and a lot of the people out there listening are very happy that you've come that close to being comfortable with this relationship. So
we all worked really hard to get there.
I know
including
you
the
all have.
developer.
I know you all have. So I want to thank you. I want to thank all the parties for,
And
making a
I
good
know
faith
we've, like you said, we have all met with you all and discussed these at length as well as we've been going through the process. So at what point do we want to get confirmation from the developer that they will accept these?
Well, I believe
On the
they
record.
worked them out together, right?
Well, I think we need it on the record
Okay, Mr.
saying that they will
Tate, do you
accept.
want to respond to that?
Yes, Kenny Tate, representing the applicant. Yes, we have worked with Ms. DeVito and have presented a red line of the changes to the lease. They have not been presented to Alan in his office, but they're really between us and the boat show. They're all disclosure items, nothing else. But I'll provide a copy to Alan, and we are in agreement with what Danielle is. We work closely with Danielle and can come up with this. Yes.
Okay, if you could provide those to Mr. Boileau while we're having public hearing, it might be very helpful. Okay, don't break your neck. You've gone this far, don't.
Okay, so we're just getting a copy of what you all agreeing to outside of this lease because you have a separate relationship and an agreement outside of
Well,
this.
but we're still a party to the master lease
Right.
agreement. So that's why we have to be, we're still in privity with both parties, even though there were issues between them, not with the city.
Right. But it's encouraging, Mayor. It is.
Well, yeah.
It's very encouraging. So thank you for taking the time on both sides. Really appreciate it. And also, do you feel comfortable? Obviously, if this moves forward tonight, we still then have to begin the entire regulatory development process. We have some time. You feel that time will work to our advantage in nailing down everything that we need to nail down so the boat show feels comfortable. Yes.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Do you have any other questions, Vice Mayor?
No, I just wanted that for the record, the clarification, so thank you.
Okay.
Excuse me
All
for
right.
just a moment, just to clarify.
Can't hear you. I can't hear you.
Excuse me, this is Danielle DeVito Hurley with Gunster, representing the boat show. Just to clarify, the changes that we agreed to were to the master deck, to the master lease, and the phase lease. Just wanted to put that on the record.
So the master deck, the master lease, and the phase lease?
Correct.
All three documents?
Yes.
Okay, which is what's on the agenda tonight?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay, so I'll begin with public comment.
I actually had some questions for Ken, if that's okay. Ken
Absolutely.
Krasno.
Mr. Krasno, do you want to step forward, front and center?
Thank you. Thank you, Ken. How are you?
I'm well, thank you, sir.
Good. So you heard what Susan Grant presented to us based on the spreadsheet that you had presented in terms of the information you presented to her?
Yes.
And so you're comfortable with all of that? I just want to confirm
Yes.
that. So let me ask you your opinion as one of our expert. How do you feel about, this deal? I mean, you've read what Integra has told us in terms of the hypothetical appraisal on the property. You've read everything that they've said in that appraisal on the property. You've done a deep dive on the issues involved. So what is your honest assessment? Should we do better? How have we done? This has been negotiated for a while now. We were able to get, as you can see, these key terms in the last couple of weeks, and I'm really pleased that we were able to get those percentages higher for Marina Hotel Commercial and also the square foot per residential. Obviously, we know that the notes below that, 1,200 a square foot, that's so conservative for what we're talking about here with the units. So I feel comfortable with that. But if you could just give me your honest assessment of how we're doing. Is this good for the city? Is it something that we could have done better? I just want to hear how you feel about the overall economic financial terms on this project.
I think you have to obviously put this in context, and I know the mayor's talked about it, right? You're dealt with, a lease and a approved, plan. So in the spirit of what you were, dealing with, you have in front of you a very fair, reasonable, protected deal. I mean, you are their partner. I mean, as condo sales grow over time, as revenue grows from the Marina Village and so on and so forth, you are sharing in that, you know, in that growth. So again, you can look at it from the Integra, the 256 million, as if it was a blank slate. You're effectively equivalent of a financial deal as a blank slate, but we all know you don't have a blank slate. So generally speaking, where you are today with, you know, the encumbrances that were in front of you, I think you've done a very, very good job for the city.
Do you think that the terms that we see in front of us are better than a flat, let's say, 6.6% of the what we would look at as the appraised value? I mean, there are two ways to look at maybe how we can approach this going forward. What do you think?
It's comparable, but this gives you, again, the ability to be their partner in terms of how you know it grows over time. A flat percentage is just that. I mean, yes, there can be some built-in increases over time every 10, 15 years, but generally speaking, the way your deal is structured, you are benefiting from the growth in the hotel, in the retail, in the hospitality market over the course of the at least the 50 years. Maybe longer.
And I read what you had to say in your report in terms of all of the economic and real estate indicators in Fort Lauderdale presently and going forward. So do you feel this product and what we're looking to do here fits in with what you see happening and the demand in Fort Lauderdale? Is this something that fits the future for us, or do you think there's something that we're missing here, or something that we're going in the wrong direction here, or
no, I
what's
think
your
the market
assessment?
is especially in this location with the boat show, the high end luxury condo, the Marina Village, the amount of people that are going to be attracted to this site, the new and improved access, waterfront, promenade, everything that is kind of contemplated here speaks to a true world-class destination, which is what the city needs, wants, deserves.
Okay, thank you, Mayor.
Okay. All right, thank you. And just so that everybody knows on the commission, you all have an opportunity to make comments after public comment, so this is not going to be your only time to be able to speak. So let me begin. I'll call three names in a row so people can, if you're here, please stand up and line up. So there'll be 2 minutes per person. Please try to respect that time. And also, if you're here on behalf of an association, I'll be happy to give you 5 minutes. I think there are just a couple. So why don't we start out as follows? We have Mr. Jack Abdo, Kristen Moss, and Landon McNeil. Good evening, Mr. Abdo.
Good evening. Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. As you all know, I've lived here all my life. I'm getting closer and closer at 78, so I urge you to approve this as it is. You don't need me to tell you anymore. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Kristen Moss, followed by Landon McNeil, followed by Aaron McNeil.
Can't see you through here.
A man of few words.
I am a person, I believe in honesty.
Can you speak into the microphone, please?
Sure. I am a person, I believe in honesty. That's the best way to do business. Lay the cards out. Everyone can make informed decisions. I'm a trusting person, probably too much so. But when someone tells me something, when someone makes a commitment, when elected officials make a commitment to not allow condos on public land, I believe them. I believe you. You made a commitment. You promised. you know, I shouldn't have to be here. So I'm very disappointed, disheartened, and, you know, we're just back to where we were several years ago. Steve and Dean, you made a commitment in March of last year. No condos on public land. I want to know what has changed. What information have you received to make you do a 180? You know, what? I mean, I'm clueless. I don't know how you could just make a commitment to the residents, say it publicly, and then just change your mind. So I would like an answer to that. Dean, I supported you with your campaign. I worked hard, you know, to get you elected, and I believe you are sitting there in that seat over Bruce Roberts because, in part, by your commitment the last go around to support the residents. Same goes for you, Steve. You've said that you were here, you were running because you saw the residents were not being heard, and you wanted to give them a voice. And that alone was all I wanted from you. I worked hard on your campaign. So many of us did.
All right, thank you, Kristen. Thank you.
Okay,
Kristen, the 2 minutes are up. Come on. I got 250 people want to speak. I have to move on. So please, thank you.
Mayor, and I know you have a lot of speakers, but because she did call you and me out by name, may I just respond very quickly? Because
Sure.
I've heard that question a lot, and I know you're anxious to keep going. I apologize for that. But I do want to explain, Kristen, I want to explain. So when we said no condos back in March, and I think it's so important to look at this in context of the whole site and look at it in context of the entire issue. If you remember, we found out that there had been some negotiations going on last year on this site, and we saw there were some documents. And when I read through those documents, I saw the kind of condo structure that was being proposed. That's what I was opposed to. What I was opposed to was the type of condo structure that we're all familiar with. Those of us that either live in condos or know of condos, these are individual condo associations. They manage all of their own business. They have all of their own maintenance. They have all of their own benefits, all of their own amenities. They are basically ruling their roost, and they have a lot of control. So that's what was first proposed here. That was the condo model that was proposed here. And I was opposed to that. And that's what I said. I was opposed to the condos that were being proposed. At that time then, this commission asked the mayor and asked myself to start meeting with the tenant and the boat show and see what we could come up with. More so than me actually being opposed to that condo structure, I was 100% motivated by getting rid of the 2017 site plan for Behemore that I vehemently opposed when I was on planning and zoning, and several iterations before that. That was my main objective, was to get rid of that site plan, get rid of all of those buildings, get rid of the 651 units on the site, get rid of the obstruction of the view from the ocean to the intracoastal, get rid of the excessive square footage of commercial space, and also get the boat show out of the garage, and to create much more acreage, open land on the west side of the peninsula, and to make sure that the public, for the first time, really had access to this site. So I know you're focused on the condos, but here's what has happened with those condos. Those condos are now something that they were not before. Those condos are now branded resident units within the hotel structure. So some of them will be actually in the hotel, and probably for the first time ever, we'll have a 4 or 5 star hotel. And then some of them will not be in the hotel, but they will all be what's called branded luxury units as part of whatever the flag is that's raised on that site. So they will not be their little fiefdoms. they will not be able to control and throw the boat show out. Because in those documents that I was opposed to when I first read about the condos last year, there was no protection for the boat show. And my objection was, my God, when I read these declarations and these leases, any one of these condo associations could make it really difficult to keep the boat show on this site. So that's what I went to work against, to make sure that these condos were not the condos that were proposed. It's a different animal of condo. And I know we're focusing in on that word condo, but there are condos and there are different types of condos. And then I had to look at the entire peninsula holistically, and I had to look at the revenue that Colliers just presented to us and the revenue that our finance director presented to us. What the condos actually do is add a tremendous amount of revenue to the city coffers, and initially will pay for all of the infrastructure on that peninsula. It will raise the peninsula.
When?
It will raise well, as the construction goes on, the seawall will be raised, the land will be raised.
The income
We will, yes, the income of the condos will do all of that. And that will go along with the income that we'll be getting from the commercial and the income from the marina and the income from the hotel. So again, I know that you're focused, and I'm sorry you feel the way you feel, but I am very comfortable with my decision on that, because this is not the condo that I opposed in the March of 2020 that you're talking about. So much work has happened. So many improvements have happened. So much has been made better for the city and for the future. And if it takes a couple of hundred condos to do that, as opposed to 651 units that are approved on that site now, I'll take that deal any day. So I'm sorry you feel that way, but I think you're looking at it with a little bit of a blinder on, in that it's really not the condo that you're thinking that it is. And I will tell you that we have many examples of condominiums and development on public land. I understand public land for public purpose, but we build stadiums on public land. We build affordable housing on public land. We do a lot of things with public land. And I'm going to tell you that I actually went back, because as you know, when I sat on planning and zoning for many years, I opposed a lot of the plans that came forward on Behemore. But I will tell you one thing that I was very surprised to find in 2011 is the same people that have been putting out a lot of information saying no condos on public land. Guess what? In 2011, I don't know if you were with that group at that time, but in 2011, Blackstone and Peter Henn, guess what? Guess what was supported by folks that are opposing now these condos? The same exact people supported, guess what? Condos at Behemore in the Blackstone project in 2011. So you explained to me why the condos were good in 2011 on the Blackstone project with Peter Henn, but now the condos are not good. In other words, I don't want to make condos the boogeyman on this project, because this project, as you just saw, is so much more than just those couple of hundred units of condos. Mayor, I know you're anxious, but I just wanted to get that out because I needed to express that so people understand the whole picture. I'm good.
Okay.
But you're giving away public land.
No, we're not. We're not giving away anything. We own it.
All right.
Yeah, one question.
Okay.
I've heard that the developer made $185 million on a sublease of the property. Is that accurate?
I have no idea what he has done or that company.
Haven't heard that number at all?
We're not privy to their private transactions.
So okay. Have any of you been in contact in any way with anyone from the development team during this meeting?
During this meeting?
Yes.
No, I've received no texts or anything.
No.
No texts, no
And please don't send me any texts.
Okay.
No.
Okay, come on, we need to move on.
It's not condos.
Thank you, Kristen.
Public
Landon
land.
McNeil, followed by Aaron McNeil.
They can say what they want to say, but we can't say what we want to say. Really? Give me a break.
Yeah.
Sick of it.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners. My name is Landon McNeil. My wife and I just moved to the Coral Ridge neighborhood last year, but I have been living in Fort Lauderdale area for the past 3 years. As many of you know, the development of the Bahia property is long overdue. I'm sure I'm not the only person in Fort Lauderdale that drives up A1A and sees Behemore and thinks, when is this property ever going to get turned around into something new and exciting? This is exactly what the developers are trying to do, trying to bring this property into the 21st century and make it iconic for all South Florida residents and others around the world to come see and enjoy, all while accommodating to greatly benefit the boat show as well. This sounds like a win-win for the city and the community. Not only will the general public finally be invited to actively utilize the valuable piece of property, the tenant is promising to build a half-mile long pedestrian and bike-friendly promenade along the edge of the marina, multiple restaurants, commercial spaces focused on marine industry, more open area for the boat show, and luxury branded resort hotel with 256 rooms and 60 resort hotel condo units. With that being said, I strongly support the site plan and additional 100-year lease proposed. Thank you.
Thank you. Aaron McNeil, followed by Abby Laughlin, followed by Michael Fine.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Erin McNeil. My husband, Landon, and I just moved here to Coral Ridge, and he did a really great job of summing up why we both support it. We're young, we're in the target demographic of, a development like this, and I wish we could see it happen a lot more. It'll provide a lot of jobs, millions in revenue for the city, and a beautiful community for the residents and the locals. And it has my full support, and it has the support of my generation from everyone I've spoken to. So.
All right, great, thank you. Abby, Michael Fine, Kevin Kodish.
Good evening. This is not 1947. This is not 1952. Why would anyone want to leave this parcel stuck in a time warp? We are in the middle of an unprecedented real estate cycle, and for once, we, the citizens of Fort Lauderdale, can have a piece of that cycle by cementing a deal on Behemore that benefits us all. We get a piece of the action and an opportunity to finally have a world-class public space on this bedraggled property. And by public space, I mean an opportunity to walk and stroll and bike and enjoy beautiful waterfront surroundings. I don't need to use it 365 days a year, but I sure will be glad to have the option to use it when I can. This lease will ensure that we have a great public space for a century more to come. I really don't care who makes what money on this deal. I want to be able to have a great space to enjoy. When I lived in Boston in the 80s, the waterfront harbor area was neglected and abandoned. The only place to eat was a restaurant called the No Name Restaurant. And then private developers and city government came together and redeveloped the waterfront, and now it is a showplace to be enjoyed by all. Same thing with the Baltimore Harbor. It was derelict. Now it's a bustling, thriving, pleasant place to spend a day. And I don't care that there are mega yachts and mega condos that I can't afford. I love enjoying the harbor as a private citizen. And as for the developers, they have incredible grit. I mean, just incredible. I mean, by the time the first shovel is in the ground, they will have withstood the inquiry of 3 commissions. I mean, I've never seen such patience or perseverance through almost 10 years of relentless vetting. It is that type of grit that gets the job done. And as for the citizens, we want this. It's time to make this jewel shine and be enjoyed by all. Thank you.
Thank you. The No Name used to have great, Abby, the No Name used to have great peach pie. Michael Fine, followed by Kevin Kodish, followed by Lisa Nemore.
Good evening. My name is Michael Fine, a resident of Fort Lauderdale, and I support the proposed master lease offered by the current tenant. Once approved, Behemore will finally be able to bring the property into the 21st century, creating a travel destination whilst making sure to benefit the community and the city. What does approving the proposed lease entail? Condominium sales that provide roughly $96 million to the city, a community trust of $6 million to help operational needs such as affordable housing, inner-city parks, the homelessness, and keep in mind these figures can only go up as property values continue to rise. The public will finally be able to use the beautiful property as a public space. There will be a half-mile bike path and pedestrian walkway, allowing for friendly promenade along the edge of the marina. Over 95% of the property will be accessible to the public, This will include all restaurant, retails, ground space, including most first floors of all buildings. What I believe people tend to overlook, the tenants are not a conglomerate from out of town that want to take advantage of an opportunity for profit. The Tate and Rock families are managing partners of the tenant and are longtime residents of South Florida that are ingrained in this community and want to leave it better than they had found it for the future generations to enjoy. I ask you, City Commission, please approve the proposed master lease allowing the tenant to beautify and create a space that would not only benefit our local economies, but create a space for residents of Fort Lauderdale as well as tourists can enjoy. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is Kevin Kodish here? I guess not. Lisa Namor, followed by Michael Ray. Good evening, Lisa.
Good evening, Commissioners, Mayor. Thank you for letting me speak tonight on behalf of supporting Behemore. I want to really applaud the commissioners, you, Dean, and the folks from the boat show, along with the developers. I have sat through, I don't know how many since commissioners meetings since 2017 when I came to, 2015 when I came to Bahia. And I just think it's fabulous that finally the three entities, along with many of the younger generation that are going to enjoy this for years to come. I really applaud what we've been able to do here and look forward to moving this forward. You know, you guys know, right? So I really hope that we can move it forward because, listen, I got to retire and I want to see this thing come to life before I have to do that, okay? So I'm very excited about everything I'm hearing tonight and applaud each and every entity that's been involved in this.
All right, thank you. Hello, Michael.
Hello. I live in Fort Lauderdale. If this is such a great idea for the public, why don't you let the public vote on it? First of all, there's so many problems. I quote the mayor first. The main routes to the beach are frequently overwhelmed with traffic. State Road A1A is at its capacity, and neighborhoods off Las Olas Boulevard are frustrated by traffic tie-ups and concerned about the ability of emergency responders to access their homes. Also said the goal here is to get more income from the land. Well, if the value of the land has doubled in 10 years, what's it going to do in 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80? To me, we have to stop public land giveaway by our government officials that we trust. And the only way, it seems to me the only way to do that is to use Article 3 of the city charter, which is the initiative procedure, which if you get 20,298 voters to sign a petition, you can propose any ordinance that you like, such as not allowing any future public land giveaways unless by vote of the citizens. This project is a bad idea. I agree with what Commissioner Morita said in the one-stop issue, which was, quote, prime property downtown, should the city give that away? This is public land. When you give away a $30 million piece of property, it had better complement the neighborhood and the people who live around it. And the final project should reflect what the people want, not what developers want. Thank you.
Neil Colner, followed by Kevin Kodish again. All right. Vinny Muno Mejia. Neil Colner, followed by Vinny Muno Mejia, followed by Camilo Mejia.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, fellow Fort Lauderdale residents. I'm a resident of Fort Lauderdale. I've seen South Florida change in the 40-some years that I've lived down here, and it's turned into canyons of high-rises. This is the last spot of public land on Fort Lauderdale Beach, other than the Bonnet House. Can you imagine if 100 years ago they'd made a deal to give away the Bonnet House to developers? Because we're going to put luxury condos. And all we're concerned about, Commissioner, seems to me, is the dollars. How many pennies can we squeeze out of the sand? Well, that's not what it's about. It's public land. Let's vote on it. If you all think it's such a great idea, look at even the lawyers up here don't know what's going on, and they're doing a backroom deal, and you're still trying to push it forward before she gets off the commission. Why don't you let the voters decide?
Vinny Muno Mejia and Camilo Mejia, are you here? Okay. John Burns, I think I saw you. John, Patrick Santiago, and Robert Primo. Hello, John.
Good evening. John Burns from One La Sola Circle. There appears to be a proposed modified site plan, and tonight we've learned that there are changes to the master lease, which have been negotiated with numerous accommodations to the boat show and lots of specifics on show space, contiguous waterfront space, etc. The master ground lease should not be approved until the commission and the public have a chance to see and comment on the modified site plan. If the boat show has asked for it, why can't the public see it? If the modified site plan benefits the boat show, what are the benefits to the public? Can the green space park on the western portion of the property be increased in size from 1.25 acres compared to the 3.5 acre site at the one-stop shop, which will only have buildings on it on a third of the site? 1.25 acres of green space park at Behemore seems very small in comparison. I know that you are pleased with the proposed reduction in the number of buildings in the residential units, but it's not enough, and much more green space for parks and public use, and not just retail stores, but real open space must be included. You are locking in your legacy. I've heard negative comments regarding the long ago start of the 50-year lease cycles. You state that you're trying to get out of a bad deal. You've hired a real estate company to give you financial analysis, but did you consider the base rent won't, against the skyrocketing value of the waterfront properties? In 50 years, will future generations be asking, did they know what they were doing in 2022? Don't extend the marina lease to coincide with any new lease. Why can't the city benefit from dock revenue and lease directly to a marina operator, just like we do with the new Las Olas Marina? Take back the marina. I encourage you to continue your hard work, as this proposed draft master lease is not the answer.
All right, thank you, John. Patrick Santiago, followed by Robert Primo. Are you gentlemen here? Okay. Sergio Boyd, followed by Joshua Mathis. You gentlemen here? Which one are you? Joshua. Is Sergio here? No.
Can I go?
You may go, please. Please.
Good evening, beautiful people. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Commissioner, for allowing me to speak this evening. As you guys know, my name is Joshua Mathis. I'm here to represent the next generation of Fort Lauderdale, in my opinion. I work here, and I'm a soon-to-be resident of this great city of Fort Lauderdale. I entertain here, so if you go out on a Friday night, you may see me. I'm a friendly guy. You can say hi. So I'm excited about this project. I'm just here to support to give you guys my support for the project. I'm excited about it. I'm excited what it's going to do for the city and for the next generation, which is my generation. So thank you, guys.
Right, great, thank you. Joshua Mathis. Oh, no, excuse me, no, sorry.
Let's do it again.
It's early and look already. All right, Dmitry Kralik, followed by Steve Kralik. Are either of you gentlemen here? Marla Tapper. Marla. Richard Gagarella. Marilyn. There's only one Marilyn. Followed by Tracy Bennett, followed by Douglas Macaulay. Actually, my sister's name is Marilyn, so.
I rushed up here to indicate that I'm part of the new generation. I love music, I love dancing, I love all this stuff. This is not a generational issue. Okay. Thank you, commissioners. I want to.
All right.
Microphone.
Speak in the mic.
Thank you, commissioners. In the interest of time, I sent you my testimony, and I'm just going to read it quickly in the interest of time. There are 3 issues I want to bring to your attention, in addition to all the other issues that are going to be aired tonight. First issue is the site plan lease issue, AKA the chicken and the egg. There are 3 site plans. There is the approved 2017 site plan, Exhibit 1I, I1, the subsequent site plan, defined as the proposed modified site plan, Exhibit I2, and there's the other subsequent site plan that no one has seen, which is the real site plan, but is defined as not consistent with either the site plan or the subsequent site plan. And I give you all the citations that you see it. You're twisting yourselves into knots to try and approve this lease tonight because you're repeating the same mistake of 2017, approving a lease and a site plan independent of each other. Here's a suggested solution. Just wait for the real site plan and approve them together. The developer is required to submit a new site plan within 12 months of the effective date in order to seek the second extension of 50 years. And again, I give you the citations. The second issue, the phasing issue. God save the boat show. This project is going to take, as your attorney has pointed out to you, according to the milestones, 10 to 20 years if we're lucky. Other than the 10-year drop-dead date for the completion of the promenade in the specified park, again, I give you the citations, there doesn't appear to be a phasing plan. There are, however, milestones, again, as your city attorney has mentioned. Forgive me, but over the weekend, I couldn't figure out how these milestones work. But apparently, 5 years after whichever site plan is approved, a first phase building has to be constructed. So you've got the time to approve a new site plan, you've got the time to do the building permits, and then you've got to have a first building built within 5 years. And then every 2 years there and after, a building has to be constructed. Of course, these milestones are all flexible, they can be extended. They're also contingent upon obtaining pre-sale of at least 65% of the units in such phase building, yada, 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 okay? And I give you the citations on the milestones. Here's a suggested solution.
All right, your time is up, Marilyn.
Oh, no, I can't. It can't.
Yeah.
No,
You've
no.
been here so many times saying the same thing. Come on, Marilyn.
Ask me a question about the money. Somebody asked me a question
No,
about
we're not asking you any questions. This is your
right.
opportunity to speak, and you know it was 2 minutes. Please be
I'm sorry.
respectful. Thank you.
You're right.
Tracy Bennett, followed by Douglas McCauley, followed by Kim McCauley. Is Tracy here? Is Douglas here? Is Kim here? Javier J. Holtz? Mr. Holtz? Anne Marie Yip Choi? And Oliver Larkin. Any of those folks here? Oliver? Good evening.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Oliver Larkin. I grew up in Idlewild and live on East Sunrise in District 2 after just moving back to Fort Lauderdale last month with my new fiance. I'm here to oppose Resolution R7 for the Behemore lease. I have to be honest, I wrote this beforehand, but this last-minute backroom deal stinks. The Behemore developers have AstroTurf support for this master lease with glossy flyers and yard signs on City Hall grounds, but the only people who want this is developers and the people making money on their payroll. This is hypocritical to what people on this commission ran on, and if this lease is approved, it will go to show that the only voices that matter to this commission are the developers. Growing up in Idlewild across the water from Behemore, it was easy for me to take for granted the jewel of public land on our barrier island, but it doesn't exist anywhere else. This commission's responsible stewardship of the public land at Behemore for over 75 years has developed Fort Lauderdale into the yachting capital of the world. This was our land long before you or I came around. Please don't be the ones that throw it all away with this lease. Keep the public land, keep as much of it open as possible for my generation. We know that water, sewer, and traffic infrastructure are already quite literally bursting at the seams, and the lowball rent offer with no flexibility in your lifetime or mine will condemn the city's residents to be totally helpless in the face of unaccountable private ownership of the most important stretch of real estate in our city. I've heard members of this commission favorably compare our new developments to those in Miami, notoriously corrupt and poorly run city, which we have no business emulating. This lowball rent offer is a continuing trend for this commission, and approval of this resolution would represent a city commission that's bought and paid for by big developers. In 2018, the Sun Sentinel reported that pollution downtown choked the New River with runoff from construction sites like we're about to experience. This occurred during an ongoing yearly statewide epidemic of red tide and green algae that is killing the marine life, which brings tourist dollars to our city in the South Florida region. This commission responded with paltry fines of $150 or $500 to 8 construction sites. We see the same pollution occurring up and down the coast with unaccountable private developers and investors as we destroy our waterways from Biscayne Bay to the Indian River Lagoon. 2021, most manatees died any year on record. 90% of voters oppose building private condos on public land. 86% oppose a private lease with a 10-year term, with a 100-year term. How many times did Mary Ferdig, Ann Hilmer, the Lauderdale Tomorrow folks have to speak up? Is 90% opposition not enough? I'm sick and tired of this commission for years. The last time I was here, 2017, same issue, showing no regard for the long-term impacts of the pending sale of Behemore, which would change our city for the worse. Please oppose this resolution. Thank you.
Robert Winter, followed by Paul Gilner. Is Robert here? Followed by Paul Gilner. David Caston. Jonathan Binder. Stephen Agreep. Chris Coleman. Eric Bloom. Teresa Plotkin. Jean-Philippe Jomini. It's my best French accent. A Mr. or Ms. Walsh, 1900 South Ocean. June Scott. Ruben Garcia Jr. Dominic Miniacci. Dominic, are you here? Virginie Beaufrand. Suzanne Southwell. David Worcester. Suzanne Farnsworth. Selena Halvanik. Morgan Crow. Al Miniacci. Ah, there you are. Did you bring the family?
Hey, how you doing? Yeah, I'm representing my brother too.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioner. I've been a resident of Fort Lauderdale 51 years. I was a property owner on Fort Lauderdale Beach for 45 years and ran businesses there. I lived in Idlewild for 30 years, and I now live 1 block south of Behemore. I am in support of you extending the lease terms, modified lease terms with the Behemore, because back in the 70s and 80s when I served on the Beach Advisory Board, this was a project we could only dream about. Let's make it a reality. Thank you.
Thank you. Shanthi Preston. Paul Sorensen. Paul, are you here? Followed by A.D. Gaffery. Followed by, we already said Mr. Primo. Oh, I thought that was Mr. Sorensen. Mr. Sorensen, you're not here. Mr. Graffery, Mr. Primo, Linda Peleas, Patricia Wiest, Susan Clark, James Minsley, Courtney Lee, Paul Larkin, Jamie Kelly, Margot Larkin, Cheryl Rogers. She in your building? Marcia Clark. Stephen Weist again.
O.J. Simpson trial.
Mary Manel Bell. James Whitley. Jim Noggle. Mayor Noggle. We'll give you 2 minutes and 20 seconds.
Before you start the clock,
Yeah.
the sign up online says 3 minutes, and a lot of people probably plan their presentation for 3 minutes. So maybe in the future you can change the sign up sheet to say that the mayor has the right to reduce it or something like that, because people do plan their talk, and if they get cut out an extra minute, then
Well, I pretty much have given everybody their time. I don't think anyone's.
right.
I'm
Okay,
sorry,
so-
but most people that have spoken over have gone 4 and 5 minutes. So, Mayor Noggle.
So, I have a real quick question for Mr. Lockery. Has George Perez been involved at all in potentially building the condominiums? If yes, raise your hand.
What's the question? Can you just address your
George
comments?
Perez.
All right. could
Has
you
he
just-
been involved in potentially building the condominiums?
I don't know.
I have another question for Colliers. Have you done any work for the Related group? Raise your hand if you have. You haven't done any real estate work for Related companies or George Perez? There's some projects online. Well, anyway, I've been in your
All right,
position
now I'm starting the
before.
clock.
I've been in your position, so George Perez will never be involved with this, so we're all good. Okay, so I've been in your position before, when the city manager lined up enough votes on the city commission to relocate A1A off the beach and allow the development to back up to the beach. I called in Clay Shaw, and we together got a referendum on the ballot, and the voters protected A1A from being moved inland. And then there was a time when the city manager got enough votes on the city commission to build an entertainment complex, a mega bar facility at the corner of Las Olas Boulevard and A1A. And I personally paid for a mailing and went out in the city and collect signatures, and we put on the ballot a measure that lot couldn't be developed without a vote of the people. And I really think that's what you should do on Behemore. There's not public support out there. I really can feel it from the community. There's not public support to do this development. I think it's a poor place for condominiums anyway because of the shifting sands. You know, that was the mouth of the river, and I would never buy anything there. I would be afraid. There in the 1926 storm, the waves went from the ocean into the intercoastal waterway. That's going to happen again. What happens after the condos are destroyed after 10, 20, or 30 years? And the city has that mess for 99 years, and all of these owners of the individual units look to the city on what to do. It's just not a place. I mean, heaven forbid someone would be dumb enough to buy a condo there, but let's put this on the ballot. If the developer, whoever the developer is going to be on the condos, does a good job and convinces enough people to vote for it, then so be it. You have the opportunity to do it in August or for the primaries or in November. So please put this on the ballot and let the people decide. Thank you.
Mayor.
No, Mayor.
Oh, go ahead.
Mayor, you can sit down. I just want to say something. You know, in 2017, I was with you. Okay, I spoke fiercely against the development of the Behemore the way it has been contemplated. In 2017, I sat at the end of the dais where Commissioner Sorensen is. That's where my seat was relegated, and I had a book this tall of all the reasons why we should not develop the Behemore in the way it was contemplated. I lost. Vote was 4-1, and we now have a site plan with 651 residential units, a hotel, a grocery store, and a lot of other things that are now already approved. This commission, I wish we had a blank slate to deal with. I wish we were starting all over again. I wish we could put it out to the public and say, okay, we have no development on this site. What do you want to have done here? That option is not available to us. We have a site plan, a lease agreement that's already in place. This commission is now charged with seeing if we can do better. So far, the proposal is to cut the number of units almost in half. I think that's amazing, okay? So, I mean, you may not agree, but I'm just telling you that we have a approved site plan, approved by the previous commission, to build over 600 units, 651 units, plus a hotel, plus a grocery store. And I don't hear that being articulated in some of the statements that are being said tonight. So whether you agree or not agree, I'm just letting you know that that's the basis upon which we are now trying to make some sort of decision with regard to these master lease and master declaration agreements. So understand that perspective, and perhaps you can understand the situation that this commission is in going forward.
And Mayor, if I could just add to that, because those are all excellent points, but I wanted to ask our city attorney, because people have mentioned, put this out to a vote of the public. Now, with a lease that we have in place with the tenant that takes us, I believe, to 2062, how would we put anything out to the public without violating that lease and probably getting sued up the yin-yang? But help me understand, could this actually go out to a referendum to the public with the lease that's in place now and the approved site plan that's already in place from the prior commission that the mayor referenced to us?
It could go to referendum, but it would only be effective after 2062.
So the public could vote, and whatever that vote was would take effect 2062.
Presuming it doesn't change between now and 2062, yes.
Well, what doesn't change between now and?
The vote, you could do a vote now, but that can always change. You can do more than one referendum. So,
okay, so
if it's stuck, you would basically be, nothing could be effective. You'd be in breach of your lease if anything occurred prior to 2062. They have vested rights in the site plan that they have now, as well as in the lease. They have a leasehold that guarantees them quiet enjoyment of that property until 2062.
Thank you. And that is also, Mayor, a very important point for people to understand. And I know that we're getting accused of this and that and put it out to a vote and we're doing an awful job, but you laid out the case in terms of that we don't have a clean slate. We have inherited something from the prior commission, and now the city attorney, and I have to go by what he's saying, is saying that yes, we could put this out to a vote, Mayor Noggle, and then it would take effect in 2062. So, and then that would take effect in 2062.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, but
Anyway,
thank you, Mayor.
Brett McBride, followed by Rebecca Hayes, followed by William Kibler. Any of those folks here?
And by the way, in 2062, I believe the peninsula would be underwater. I really do, just so you know. Thank you. Yeah.
Pamela Dean, followed by Roman Sirik. Are you Pamela? Are you Pamela? No. Okay. Roman Sirik, Brenda Lee Kang, Eileen McGarry, Barry Kirshner, Sharon Armstrong, Lisa McMahon, Connor Armstrong, Paige Armstrong, Justin Onofrietti, Richard Pinto, Kenneth Chappell, Stephen Griegel, Mr. Dana, Debbie Picker, Jose Perez Rivas.
Mayor, could we at some point have a discussion about going back to the old method of if people want to speak at the commission, they come and they sign up and they speak? And this seems like it takes a long time. The online thing doesn't seem to be working.
I know. Well, all right, we'll get to
I
that.
just want to address that at some point in time.
Obviously, this is not.
In the old days, people would come to City Hall and just sign up when they came and they were here and they spoke. And we're not going through hundreds of people that
All right,
signed up and don't come.
trying to go
We
as
can
quick-
have everybody stand up if they want to speak, and then we figure out who's here.
No, no,
I don't know.
can't.
Wait, I think there are like 300 names.
Carla Tama,
I'm just kidding. I can't.
no, she's-
I'm not running the meeting. I was
Please
just
sit down.
talking
Please sit
out loud. I was just.
Vice Mayor, not Mayor.
I'm just. An idea.
Robert Villa, Sally McDonald, Eugene Musso, Jonathan and Barbara Daniels, Bent Peterson, Joe Barilla, Mona Lisa Peterson, Segev Spatz, John Burns. Oh, there you are. You're Segev? Yeah. Okay, great. Good evening.
Hi, good evening, Commission. My name is Segev Spatz. I'm a resident of Fort Lauderdale, and I'm here to speak on the behalf of the Behemore establishment. I believe that the redevelopment of the Behemore will benefit Fort Lauderdale in quite many ways, from building a lot of public green space and more open space for residents to benefit from and be able to use. Basically, also redevelop the hotel into a nicer, more environmentally friendly, as well as more welcoming environment for residents of Fort Lauderdale. And also basically bring up the seawall of Fort Lauderdale and bring everything in the Behemore area up to spec and up to code, so that way it will be able to last for the next 100 years. Because as of now, I don't believe that it will. Thank you for your time, Commission.
Thank you.
Great evening.
Yeah, that's a point that I guess at some point we'll ask the question, but will someone on staff be prepared to let us know how much in public realm improvements are going to be made, like the raising of the site and so forth, if that can be prepared for the commission as we go into conversation? John Burns?
He did speak already. He spoke already.
Yeah, I thought he did, yeah.
I really like the Vice Mayor's idea of just, if you're here, just start standing up.
Well,
Yes,
these
this is-
people have been sworn in, and so.
What's that?
These people have been sworn in, so we have to kind of go with that.
We can
procedure.
swear them in.
We can ask them
line
if
them
they
up
can
and
swear
swear
in.
them in.
Don Swift, we're getting there. Don Swift, Jonna Palmer, Greg Sharp, Bruce Palmer, Mariela Gomez, Todd Chase, Trevor Belandi, Karen Vander Ent, Zari Shalin, Julie Jacoby, Jero Gutierrez, John Tucker, Lorraine Schramm, Wendy Ferdman, Ann Harsh, Maria Cerro, Joan McNulty, Norma Goldman, Mary Furtick. Mary, are you going to be speaking on behalf of your neighborhood association? Okay.
Good evening. I'm Mary Ferdig on behalf of the Idlewild Improvement Association, founded in 1926. Having lived through the public lands issues of the past few years, I've gained great admiration for our parents and grandparents who throughout the 1940s and 1950s selflessly acquired public lands for future generations. They voted to buy these lands, they paid taxes to acquire the lands, they built dreams on lands. One of these parcels, the finest of the parcels, was Behemore. The former Coast Guard station lay between the ocean and the intercoastal. With municipal recreation bonds, the property was bought and the marinas built, which attracted members of the yachting community, first from around the country and then around the world. Businesses sprang up to support these new recreation facilities, new marinas opened, and with time, Fort Lauderdale became the yachting capital of the world. One of my earliest memories was walking down Alameda Court in Idlewild with my grandfather and looking across the water to the wonders of the beach. These many decades later, I still am at wonder looking at the yachts that bring people from everywhere. Idlewild is across the water from Behemore, one of its closest neighbors. Many of our neighbors work within the marine field. Frank Hareholt, who once headed the Marine Industries Association, lived in our neighborhood until his death. He was a very honorable man. He worked with us to support the marine industries, and particularly to support the boat show, which fills our neighborhood with cars, but also supports untold numbers of households in our city. The lease before us tonight is a betrayal of all that came before. It seeks to allow private developers, seeks to allow private residences to be built on public land, something my neighborhood vehemently opposes. When people use municipal recreation bonds to buy public land, they really don't think they're going to do it. So some developer can make 98% of the money building a condo and selling it to someone. There are many reasons why you should not move forward tonight, and we've actually seen many more since we came tonight. Collier's review erroneously calculates you'll receive $88 million in year one, with taxes of $8 million for the first many years before anything is built. It adds to the total annual income projection, other revenues derived from condos that will not be built. You need to know the bottom line on that. And you need to take that Collier's report and you need to take it with your milestones and figure out what the real figure is. The city charter is clear about one 50-year lease and one extension. Your attorney pointed this out when they can't get another 50 year, that they couldn't get another 50 years by extending the lease. And so they brought up a new lease, but remnants of the old lease are in the new lease. Just go to section 37.2 on the capital improvements reserve account. By the way, are you carrying forward the credits into the new lease from the old lease that you're not amending because you legally cannot do that under your charter? There are 36 exhibits. I'm giving this to the clerk. 36 exhibits referenced in the 3 documents you are voting on tonight that are not attached. So much for public notice. And add that to the public notice we received tonight, or didn't, with what I'm looking on this screen as for a financial summary that you did not share with the public, much less a boat show lease amendments that your own attorney has told you he has not had time to review. I ask you on that basis alone to defer this until the public has seen what he was given tonight. And many of our eyes, you're simply getting a bad deal. The numbers keep changing. They shift. We don't get to see it ahead of time. And you are jeopardizing the finances of many families with what I consider blatant disregard for the boat show. When they had to go to court to ask a judge to do something is about the time you should have said, we swore to protect you, so we're not going to do anything until you work things out. That did not happen, and that is wrong. On behalf of my neighborhood and my city, I ask you to defer this item until you have a sound financial analysis, you publish exhibits, you provide proper time for public review. Anything else is a betrayal of the community. In recent months, many of us have been told there are only a few of us that feel the way we do about public lands. So knowing that, a couple of us went out and yes, we did a poll. I'm going to tell you that right now. I'm not going to share the results. I don't have to. But you know what I found out? I found out there are a lot of people like me. There's a strong opposition to allowing developers to build on public lands with 90% opposed. There is strong opposition to leaving public lands to leasing to private developers, 86% opposed. Building private condos on public land is also opposed by 90% of voters and across party lines. I don't expect you to do anything other than ridicule me for standing here and saying that, but in my heart, I stand here tonight on behalf of my neighborhood, knowing that the stand we take is correct, and the people of Fort Lauderdale value their public lands. I implore you to vote against extending a lease, or at a minimum, do your due diligence and fulfill your financial fiduciary responsibility.
Chuck McDonald,
Mayor,
excuse me.
Mayor, I need to ask Alan a question though, because I did ask him yesterday, and I want to address just something that Mary said about all of the blank pages. There are a lot of exhibits that say will come later, and I asked the city attorney about that yesterday. But if you could just explain what those forms were and why those pages say that the leasee will give that information later to the lessor as this process makes its way through the regulatory process. If you could just explain that, Alan, because I think it's important, and it's a good question that Mary asked. Why are those pages listed as exhibits that are not provided, just so people have an understanding of that?
There are exhibits that you don't need to approve now. These are things that don't come in the future. So, for example, a sublease that they may want to enter into, or sublease they want to enter into, an SNDA they're going to want to execute in the future. There's no reason for you to, because they're not presently at issue. So there's no reason for you to approve those forms now. You're going to approve them when they come forward at that point in time through the lease. So just attaching a bunch of forms that are going to change 10, 15 years from now makes no sense. So there's no reason for you to do that. Those are the exhibits that are not there. You are going to approve them when time comes, but the time is not now.
I
It just
understand,
makes
and
no
I
sense.
I think that's. I hope people listen to the answer because that I think makes sense as an answer, and that hopefully answers Mary's question about why those exhibits were not there. Her concerns about the boat show. I think well, the boat show spoke for itself. I don't want to put any words into the boat show's mouth. I will say, Mary, and maybe you can explain, but according to minutes that I'm reading from November 2010. You actually did support condominiums on public land.
I am so glad you brought that up. But first, let me tell you that those 36 exhibits, which I've given to your clerk, those 36 exhibits are referenced throughout the lease that we have been reading, the master lease, the master declaration, the phased lease, but they are not attached.
Of course,
some of them-
they're not, because they're going to be
some of
approved in
them
the
maybe
future.
not, and others, yeah.
They're not going to
okay,
be approved
right.
in the future.
Okay, right, okay, sure. That's why you're voting on it tonight. Okay, why did I do what I did in 2010, and have I come a long way? Yes. That, Steve, was a true branded residential residence, as you know, because you were active with the CBA. They were building a Waldorf Astoria, one building, a hotel, a Waldorf Astoria, and in it were 27 branded residences, which, by the way, the city was asking for 2 times what you're asking for. They were asking for $2.6 million in base rent. And what did we get in exchange? We got 8 acres, the back of the property, deed restricted in perpetuity. The developer agreed to it, the city agreed to it. And if that had been built, the boat show would have had a permanent home and we would have had a permanent park. So you know what? Did we agree to 27 residences in a hotel? Yeah. Have I learned since then? Okay. And you know what? I'm so glad you brought up the barrier island. Weren't you the one that stood here when we argued this before and talked about not building on the barrier island? There are 6 projects going in between Los Olas Boulevard and Behemore. There's Behemore. There's Bayshore. The barrier island is getting buried in buildings. But I'm going to go away from all of that, and I'm going to say one thing. The people of Fort Lauderdale believe in public lands. They do not believe in building condos on those public lands. And you're either going to vote for them tonight or you're going to vote with them. And I have a very bad feeling that you will not be voting really with the people of Fort Lauderdale. Thank you.
Thank you. No, but, and I, again, and I don't, Mary, and again, I don't want to get into a situation. Okay.
All right, please.
Thank you.
And Steve,
I
Steve
just-
will acknowledge for this room that
I
we're together on.
I understand, and I definitely don't want you to think, because I know that you think that we sometimes speak to intimidate or make people feel
Yes,
bad, and that's not right. But I am very concerned with the record being accurate, and I just want to.
I
May
want
just-
that record
We
accurate.
can't talk at the same time.
I'm just.
So,
Yes.
so actually,
I-
wait a minute. Can I just say this?
So sorry.
Can I just say
I'm
this?
so sorry. Let me stop.
Let me just say this, Commissioner. If you have some comments to make, this is not a dialogue situation. So
No, I understand, but it's important for the record to be accurate.
okay, so address it to the audience.
Okay.
not to an individual.
Fine. Okay, so on Behemore's site, Mary and others from Idlewild testified in support of a project that actually contained 28, not 27, 28 condos. So I understand that, I understand what people are thinking, but regardless of the number, people supported condos on public land in 2010 on this exact site. So I just want to make that clear.
Yeah.
And then I also want to make it clear, just so the record is set straight, that what people think of as Behemore today on the west side of A1A was not what was considered Behemore when this land was purchased. And by the way, I've seen inaccurate editorials on this. What was done was the city commission back in the day, I believe in 1947, actually purchased the land. It was the beach side of A1A. The Coast Guard station was on the sand, on the beach side of A1A, not on the west side. The only thing that was on the west side of A1A was this little sliver of land, and then, of course, the water. And the reason that we have the peninsula today was because our forefathers, by the way, the bonds that went out were to pay back the money that citizens actually went around the city to raise money to pay for the land. And then it got embroiled in this whole rigmarole about they couldn't afford to pay back all of the folks that ponied up the money. So they had to go out for the bonds. But that was not a vote by the city. That's incorrect. I've read it in an editorial. It's incorrect. That was done by the city commission. In fact, some city residents actually sued, and the Supreme Court of the state of Florida said no, the city commission was able to do that. But the only reason we have those 16 acres today on the west side of A1A is because since the 40s, 50s, and 60s, when the city decided to lease out that land, the people that we leased the land out to kept adding to the land and kept making it larger and larger and larger so that we have that piece that's there today. But that was never the piece where there was the land.
That's not true. The municipal recreation bonds were used to build the marina, which became the basis.
I'm not talking about
the articles.
Okay.
That's what we used our money.
I'm good. I'm not talking about the marina. I'm talking about the upland. I'm talking about the upland. Okay, I'm good, Mayor. Thanks.
Okay.
Mayor, can I just address two issues that Mary brought up, and I can address just to the public? I just wanted to address the financials that when we looked over year one from Collier's report on the last presentation that was given a few weeks ago, I do believe we've had updated financials that give a better and more accurate representation of what the real numbers are. And Mary, were you here when we went over this 2 pages with Susan Grant at the beginning? Okay, yes, because I do believe we clarified. I don't know if when Collier's had year one in that column, if it was really year one or phase one. So I did go over this with Susan because I had concerns about it.
Okay, I still say that you do not have a clear document showing the public taking the milestones and putting those against the thing. And your report is not correct. It has not been handed out to the public. It was not provided until testimony tonight. We've been working, as you know, we've been working off of something else. I believe the city, this is public land, and the public ought to be seeing the documents that are being discussed, whether it be financial or whether it be the many changes to the lease that the boat show handed over tonight.
No, that's fair, Mary. I can understand that this being presented
Yeah, and
tonight.
I appreciate you bringing it up, but no, I think you're still going to find that they're counting tax dollars on condos that aren't being built, and until I see a new document correcting that chart, I will always believe that. So the way to cure that is, you get the new documents, you call a new meeting, we all have a fair shot at looking at it, and
you are accurate that the financials don't align necessarily with the milestones. It's just more of a 50-year average, so that's accurate. But thank you. I do know we were comparing, we were discussing the money we're receiving now, maybe the 1.7 million versus when this is built.
Yes.
It'll be closer to the 15 million a year. So I think, but you are right that maybe every single year is not.
Yeah, no, you're correct.
accurate.
It's just that it could take 15 years of the 40 years that left, and so now, really, where are you?
Right, and so that's accurate. And then one other question. I did want to know if Mary brought up the possible litigation that may be in play. Are we able to hear from Ms. McCauley about where we are with that at some point? I don't know if she signed up
At the end of the public hearing, yes.
Okay, and maybe she signed up to speak just to see where we are, because I think that was a relevant fact also that you brought up, and so thank you. And also, my understanding, I know this will affect the leases that we're discussing tonight, but the agreement with the boat show and the developer is an agreement really between the two of them. So those,
But
provisions.
inasmuch as you have the changes to your lease, I believe it's only right that the public sees those before you vote on them. I think it's wrong to have, it's wrong and it's bad enough you didn't release stuff till Thursday night, 356 pages, and then it was missing the exhibits, whatever the explanation. But to add all of that in tonight and to not allow the public to see it on public land, that's just wrong.
Thank you.
Okay.
Mayor, I have a question for a couple questions. Alan, When will the public be able to see the edits that tenant provided you today?
Which edits?
That whatever they walked over to you today. I don't know what it was.
I'm still looking at them myself. They're minimal. There's a couple things that I have an issue with, but beyond that, there are a few liners here and there on the agreements. But I have one copy myself, so I don't know.
All right, well, at around 9:30.
Cool. So the question was just, so the question was just when would the public be able to see edits or revisions? I don't know, so I'm asking you.
I don't know.
I don't know either.
Let's just, in a few minutes, we'll take a break and we'll see how we can figure
Okay, so
Okay?
I'm happy to take a break.
Your answer is a good question. He doesn't know the answer. So when
Right.
we have a break, we'll discuss it with him and see how we can best do that.
You want us to talk to the attorney?
Yeah, we have to talk with our attorney, yeah. See how he wants to, he doesn't even read them, so he doesn't even know what's been presented to him. So
Yeah.
they could be minor
At
changes.
first blush,
it might
they're
be
just-
tonight,
At
is what
first
you're
blush,
Just for now.
absolutely.
Okay.
At first blush, it's a few lines. There's one aspect with a title that is a defined term, so I have an issue with that, but because it's going to create confusion. The other ones seem pretty innocuous. It's just one-liners here and there. I still need to see the phase lease, though, Barry. I didn't get a copy of the phase lease. But they seem minimal.
Okay.
And compared, there's just the issue with the title I need to speak to Barry about.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, Chuck Fitzgerald, followed by Alan Rubin, folks here. Mike D'Angelo, Kimberly Peters, Linda Leeds, Paula Yunca, followed by Blanca Stella Lanyao, followed by Sister Robin Merrill. Is she here? Did you see Sister Robin Merrill? So Paula, followed by Blanca, followed by Sister Robin Merrill, followed by Barbara McNulty.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. Let me first start by saying I wish I could repeat everything that my friend Mary Furtick said because I could not agree more. But you'll just have to go with what I've prepared. I am fortunate enough to have lived on beautiful Fort Lauderdale Beach for over 25 years. The Outer Barrier is a very special place. We need to keep it special. Years and years, how many years have we all sat through presentations of Behemore to get to this point? Acres and acres of public land, prime property. If we don't count the beach, this has to be the largest piece of prime property with water access. That is why it is so vital to the city and its residents to make the right decision that will affect the city and its residents for decades and decades. Past commissions have been criticized for decisions they made, mainly financial decisions that have been very unfair to the city. We have already lost a considerable amount of money, and that cannot continue. Yes, I hear you say we're going to make more money, but is it enough? It'll be enough 10 years from now, 20 years from now. I would hope that this commission wants to make the absolute best possible decision, so in the future, you won't be criticized. Your legacy will be a positive one and not looked at negatively. Unless you are absolutely sure you're ready to make a decision that will be beneficial to Fort Lauderdale and its residents, I ask that you defer voting on this item. Better yet, I love the suggestion we heard tonight. Let the public vote on what to do with public land. Thank you.
Blanca Stella Laneo, followed by Sister Robin Merrill, followed by Barbara McNulty, followed by Vicky Maury. Is Vicky here? R. Bradley, Deerfield Beach. Are you Mr. Bradley? No. John Murphy, Michael Wargell, Mindy Postal, Bruce Woshansky, Massimiliano DeLeo, it's a beautiful name, Kay Smith on Idlewild Drive, Teresa Botero, David Claffey, Joseph Quinn, Mark Taravella, Joel Stein, Anda Miranda, Wayne Shannon. Mary, what did you tell these people? What's that? No. Michelle Rennick. Good. Michelle Rennick, Martha Levert, Nelson Charlie, John Erhart, Tricia Halliday, who already spoke, Kay Hillman, Felipe Lopez. Okay, oh, she didn't? Oh, I'm sorry. I thought she did. Tricia Halliday, you did? I thought you spoke already. No. Tricia, are you there? No. No, can't do that. Felipe Lopez. Nice try, Marilyn. Richard Meharry, Elaine Jaffe, Alan Novet, Gail Leo, David Clancy, Courtney Langford, Gil White, Herman Nadal, Letitia, who lives in City View Drive, Daniel O'Perrin, Shirley Perrin, Alina Perrin, Sophia Perrin, Joan Cotton, Keith Norris, Cynthia Pritchard, Deborah Becker,
That's really sad how they did this.
Bruce Cromarty.
It is.
There's a
I want them to speak.
Sharon Bartov, Barry Herstein, Douglas Beals.
It's a joke.
Oh, we're almost there. We're almost
Yeah, but it's
there.
still a joke.
Dan Texera. I know he was here earlier. Did he leave? Oh, there he is. 1 out of 40.
Yeah, but you want to just waste my time.
Yeah, I know, Mister. I know, Commissioner. I'm not disagreeing with you. Thank you.
I can waste time too, okay? Goes both ways.
Dan Texera, good.
Don't wow me, because I'm going to tell it like it is.
Okay, you can start again.
Dan Texera, good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. As president of Harbor House East and Nearby Condominium Association at 9 North Birch Road, many of my 60-plus residents are excited that the public land at Behemore will finally be for all the people of the city, with the waterfront promenade, restaurants, and shops, if this new long-term lease gets approved. It's about time that our city resembles other international marina-based destinations like the world-famous Monte Carlo Harbor. I also understand that the revenue from the condominiums will enhance the tax base immensely. As the Director of Sales for Four Seasons Private Residence Fort Lauderdale, all recent sales in 2022, which account for over $100 million in sales, have an average of $2,450 per square foot, an average sale of $5.3 million. With a total sellout of $400 million, we achieved a record-breaking 95% sellout, even prior to the hotel opening just 3 weeks ago. The Behemore site deserves a tenant as high-end as the Four Seasons, as it is truly the most unique peninsula in South Florida. Finally, I believe the revenue in sales is in direct correlation to world-class architecture. You certainly do not have to go far to see what Kobe Karp's team has created at the Four Seasons with green space and mature landscaping that is not seen on the barrier island other than the Bonnet House. A world-class architect like Kobe Karp needs to create a structure for 100 years that will ensure quality. Nothing of significance would be achieved with the current 41 years remaining other than the current parking lot. Please approve this lease plan for the developers so we can finally move the beach away from its spring break image of its past and welcome Fort Lauderdale as the new Monte Carlo of Americas. Thank you.
Thank you. Kathy Jordan, Richard Cook, Natasha Lloyd, James Seitz, no relation, Eric Halvanik, Brett Robbins, Rodrigo Huertas, Douglas Fields, Edward DiMartino, Susan Wirt, Gail Keishauer, Edward Seymour, Kurt Meister, Abby Hand, Patricia Roth, Maxine Streeter. Good evening, Maxine.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. I'm going to start where Marilyn left off and bring up a point that Commissioner Moritas brought up, and that's on the money issue, and articulating to you why this is a very bad deal. The Collier's analysis is flawed. Their assumptions are incorrect, and the projections of their yearly income is incorrect. The assumption that the condos will appreciate 2.5% every year might be correct for fee simple ownership, but a condo on leased land depreciates over time as the lease runs out. All the income projected based on that assumption is overinflated. Colliers also projects that the income starting in year one is based on a full build-out of the development, which is ridiculous. The first milestone for building is 5 years from the subsequent or other subsequent site plan approval, all which leads to a much lower return. The appraisal appears to be convoluted and based on the value of land with the current site plan. Fee simple land adjacent and not as desirable is selling for $25 million an acre. The mayor's initial suggestion was correct. Let's just get an upfront payment of a percentage of the real current value of the upland, including the additional 60 years on the marina. The suggested solution is to defer this until such time as the financial terms are adjusted to this new reality, that we have all of the exhibits, that we have all the financial information that was provided to you at this hearing, during this hearing, that we even have not even had a chance to look at. How much time? Oh, I don't have any time left.
6 seconds. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Maxine. Steve Larkin, followed by Cheryl Pearson, followed by Gaylord Wood, Jay Wood.
Mayor, can I have Ken come up? Because I've heard that from a couple people, this idea that condos depreciate over time when on leased land. What's your feedback to that? I don't know.
The long-term structure is equivalent of fee simple, comparables. So if it was a 30-year lease, that'd be a fair comparison.
Okay.
But
and
it's
then,
not. It's
it's 100 years, or it would be 100 years. And then what happens? Does it impact our revenue at all once you get closer to the end of the lease, in terms of the value of the properties?
in terms of like year 80 or 90 or something along those lines. It's possible. Yeah, there's some adjustment that you would make 90 years from today. I mean, that's, And
then
but we could also make an assumption, as you heard from the Four Seasons, 2.5%, they're growing much faster today. And 2,500 is where they're selling today. So those numbers are conservative to begin with.
Yeah. Okay. And then I guess once 70 years from now, if this passes 70 years from now, I'm assuming those, I don't know who it would be, maybe it's a question for Alan, but those condo owners or associations or a hotel would come to the city to extend the lease, right? So that you have another 100 years or whatever it is. So you don't run into that depreciate, that diminishment of value as you get closer to termination. Does that make sense? It's probably what's going to happen. Alan, is that making sense?
I mean, that's hard to predict 100 years from now. I mean, honestly, I don't know many, well,
Folks, come on.
you don't know in 100 years whether those buildings will still be up anyway. There may be renovations, there may be rebuilds, there may be a variety of things that happen. Reconstruction, you don't know what's going to happen from natural disasters to everything else. So it's very hard to predict 100 years from now what kind of value you can make some projections, but again, it's very hard to predict any.
But that doesn't change the ownership, right? Whatever happens, they still own it.
No, you're going to own the unit, but to the extent that
Who's going to own the unit?
So if in 100 years, okay, the lease is over, the buildings revert back to the city, right?
Yeah.
So if the building's no longer there, or the buildings are dilapidated and we're like, that's it, we're done, the condo owners are gone.
Right, but it's not likely that condo owners in year 99 are just going to give up the
Again,
property.
impossible to predict. If that building's 99 years old with no renovations, I guarantee you're probably not going to have any condo owners.
Yeah, okay. I don't think it's going to be the same property owner.
No, it may not, but again, it's impossible to predict.
Okay. Thank you, Ken.
Sir, did I call your name? Did I call your name? Okay, great. I'm
Good
sorry.
afternoon.
What's your name?
I'm Gaylord Wood. I'm 83. I'm owned here to Fort Lauderdale since 1946. And unfortunately, like Bruce Willis, I have aphasia the same as he does. So I gave you a letter that I hope you will read to it and think about it. Because whenever I hear my wallet begun to buzz, I hear about someone talking about friends of B&L. Nobody here has a friend. Everybody is concerned about grinding a knife for a larger part of the pie. I suggest that you should do nothing. You should simply, if you're talking about leasing a new lease, what happened to the last one? Why is it a terrible one? Well, it's because the same right here, you move that the same as you're talking about this one. And one of the things about a lease is it should only be leased if management cannot be operated by the city. For example, We the Braver is a good example of something that should be a long life thing. But if you have the garbage cans going up and down the city, that should be a short leaf. And if you look at the Life Center, there's no leaf there. It's a company called ASN, which neither runs this but any property, and this can do here. I also remember years ago when the lessees tried to get the money from Fort Lauderdale and called Phil Shaler and Clay Shaw making that do. I suggest that this is a marina. The purpose of a marina is boats.
Okay.
It is not, it is.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
It is not.
Thank you.
It is not heads in buds.
Okay.
That's not what you're doing with a marina.
Okay.
And I suggest that also, why would anybody at a marina buy a condo?
All right, sir. Thank you. Your
Thank
is
you
up.
very well. Please just read what I said because I had a lot more there left today. I could probably only send good evening in 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you, sir. Bobby Pearson, Lisa Dennison, Martina Kilsheimer.
I just have a few questions for Alan while you're figuring that. Alan, did we stipulate, like, in the agreement, is it stipulated 4 or 5 star hotel?
4, at least 4.
It's 4, at least
4,
4.
and they're striving for 5, but 4.
Okay. What did we include phasing milestones?
Yes, we did.
That's in there now?
Yep.
Okay, great. We set a deadline for the promenade completion. Is that 10 years now?
It's the earlier of either getting the building permits for, but remember, it's going to be in phases, so that will
Right.
be, they have to complete the buildings before that time. But yes, I believe it's 12 years. They're actually going to be, yeah, it comes to 12 years because it was 10, but then they have 2 years to submit they have 24 months to submit the site plan. So you're looking at 12.
Okay.
Maximum. I mean, it's the earlier of, so if they want to do it in 3 years, they can do it in 3 years. But it's just a standard put in there so they don't go over.
Liability for trip and falls on the property,
That's all taken care of.
which is
As is
who?
now.
Sorry?
As is now. It's the same as is now. They're responsible.
They are. Okay, great. Okay, great. Thanks, Mayor. I just wanted to
Okay.
check on some of those. Thanks.
Hi, I'm Barbie Pearson. Anyway, I originally was up here to speak for the boat show. Just looking at space for the boat show, the 2017 lease was inappropriate, of course, with the garage. The proposed lease with condo buildings has less space. The best part, really, right now is at the present, the boat show has the most space right now. The main thing is that we need to make sure the boat show has the room for growth. And as the gentleman before said, Behemore is a yachting center and marina providing essential jobs for the marine industry. And we need to remember that and keep the reputation of Fort Lauderdale as the yachting capital and Venice of America. And it's very important, and I think that you should defer, I'm getting a little nervous, but you should defer to let the boat show's amendments to their previous lease be known to the commissioners and whatever before you make any final approval. And I have another question. Because they just discussed all this over the weekend. If you're doing things in phases, I would assume or hope that if you are building these condos, that the hotel branded condo would be built first to accommodate the public as well as the private. So that was a question I had. Also, the fact that because of these phase leases, et cetera, after year 1, we're not going to be getting that money till it's built out. So think about that. Thank you.
Thank you. Kit Dennison. Stan Eichelbaum. Stan, you're here. Followed by Alec Pryor, followed by John Roth.
Alan, a couple other questions. The requirement for the new site plan that's built in? Sorry.
Yes, there is, but
Here, John Roth here.
I can explain it further.
Yeah, no, that's good. You don't have to explain further. And we put a limitation on the number of times the hotel could close off the promenade, right? Right. I forget what it was. But
It's there's twice without coming for special event permits.
Twice a month.
Right.
Twice a month. Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Ready?
Good evening.
Thank you.
I'm not understanding what's going on tonight, why this is on tonight's agenda, considering many of Mary's Furtick's comments and the latest last-minute news on the project. I have quite a bit of experience in these high valuation matters, and by the way, including the referred to projects by the woman early in the session in Boston and in Baltimore. Interestingly enough, both of them are in their 40th year, and one is deteriorating, and one the city is trying to get back right now. So the concern of a 50-year extension is very prominent to everything. I've worked on both the city and developer side, and for great mayors, for great developers. Municipality leadership has a responsibility to protect the public interest and to continually maximize improvement of the community. This session should be about whether the project sufficiently improves our community of such high potential. Is this prime land going to become a major iconic statement as deserved per its prominence? Is the economic return to the city worth the deal? Is livability enhanced or a net loss of public land? Is there maximum confidence that a community economic engine, the boat show, is getting protection consideration for future enhancement and growth potential and possible needs of it? With appreciation to our mayor for tenacity in pushing for facts, specifically an updated appraisal, all now know the parcel has doubled in valuation. While land can be considered a commodity, this land is of uniquely high valuation potential. How many waterfront assemblages are there left on this of this scale in an established tourism hub, minutes from a mega port, major airport, and large convention center, and surrounded by proximate McMansions and seven-figure condos? With the scarcity of such exceptional sites, the valuation is likely to compound versus normal land valuation, more straight-line trendings. I understand that we've just learned a monstrous valuation uptick. So why are we not, like most cities would do, holding another workshop and pushing for development enhancement worthy of the parcel's prominence? The current proposed project is in architecture and assemblage and revenues offered to the city, an okay Houston suburban development with marginal accommodation for a boat show. The site and the taxpayers of Fort Lauderdale deserve better for the 50-year extension.
All right, thank you, Stan. That's
Just
your
one sentence and I'm done. The new valuation should be a game changer, a moment of great opportunity for the city and for the developer. All needs new discussion, a workshop of the great opportunities. This is a chance for vision and consequential revenue enhancement. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Roth.
There was somebody before me, I don't know who it was.
That person is not here. I know Stan is a hard act to follow, but you'll have to do something.
Yeah, I have a pile of, I have copies of my presentation and other things, one for each commissioner. Should I give it to the clerk right now?
Yes, please.
Okay. Okay, I'm going to try to put a lot into a lot of fast words. I'm going to have a different approach than before. My name is John Roth. I live at 333 Sunset Drive across the intercoastal from the Behemore. I'm going to focus tonight on the subject of the marina, the argument of yachts versus condos. Here's an article from the Wall Street Journal that I took out on February 1st. And it's talking about the huge surge in the marina industry occurring nationwide. Suntex just paid $400 million to buy several marinas from Westrec and did a financial deal. But I don't believe that, looking at them, there's any condo components in their marina portfolios. None. The Behemore is extremely valuable, more valuable than we can imagine. Why? Any new large marina space in the USA has to be made by buying private parcel and dredging it out. We already have the marina. We don't have to buy anything. because Florida is the USA point on the yachting triangle, which fits between Europe and the Mediterranean and is the jump-off park point to the Caribbean. Our city has the most and deepest water in the area for docking and is closest to the best destinations. Our waterway has been deepened to 12 feet all the way to the Las Olas Bridge, way more than Miami or Palm Beach. Our city has the biggest yacht maintenance and repair location in the United States. We have more high-tech mechanics and support staff available 24/7 to keep the yachts running. The large yachts charter for over $700,000 a week, and they can't be allowed to break down.
Wrap it up.
We
John.
also
John.
are home to the marine industry, which uses every bit of available land and water space to organize and hold the largest and most successful water boat show, industry industry trade show in the world. And these are the basic assets which keep our growth going forward, not condos. We can get condos anywhere.
All right, thank you.
And
Thank you.
the marina should take preference.
Thank you. Juan Mahia, I can't read the writing here. It's Juan Mahia in Oakland Park. Is he here? Okay. Art Sites, followed by Danielle DeVito Hurley, followed by speaking only if the commission needs to hear from me. Is Danielle here? Are you good? Okay. You're with the law firm, so. So Art Sites, followed by Jack Cummings, followed by Sam Itis. Mr. Sites.
It's nice to be here after 4 hours.
We've been here since 11:30, so.
There's a survey that was done in Dade County by an outfit called Thrust. They surveyed 26,400 people in September. They got their results. They're paying attention to it. The gang I'm looking at here belongs to the lobbyists. It's just a shame what you've done to our city. It's horrible. Shame on you. There are so many wonderful things that have been done in Dade County that could be done in Fort Lauderdale. But you don't even have a sidewalk northbound or a bike lane northbound in front of the Behemore. You really don't give a damn about bicycles. You don't care about the people that live here that want to come to the beach. You're doing everything to block them. That Seiler said to you, and you didn't say, Jack, you're wrong. Seiler said, hey, I thought that we were in agreement. The beach shouldn't be a destination or an attraction. What the hell kind of comment is that when you've got 160,000 people that live in Fort Lauderdale? Yeah. Oh, the beach belongs to the hotels. The hell with the hotels. I'm looking at a beach right now, the South Beach parking lot, that's totally done on a sweetheart deal. Miami does a concert and they get $2 million for 3 days. Yeah, we pay for the cops, the firemen, and what they would lose in parking. And you haven't got a single person in this room probably that could tell you how many tens of millions of dollars is taken in by the Tortuga Festival. There are so many wonderful things that could be done, that should have been done in Fort Lauderdale. It's just hopeless. You had a unanimous vote, 8-0, Beach Redevelopment Advisory Board. It came to the City Commission. The City Commission said, good idea. Let's build a pier. Where the hell is it? The Auberge, Glassman, it's unbelievable how much money you have taken in campaign donations. $280,000. Trantalis, who also has a Bentley, took in $390,000. You know, that really, there should be a cold place in hell for you people.
Awful people.
Good. That's great. Great.
Yeah.
Excuse me. Is Mr. Abdo here? Still here?
Mr. Abdo had left early.
Jack left an hour ago.
Oh, and he left an hour ago.
Could you please introduce yourself?
My name's Jack Cummings. I'm the oldest person in this room, I hope. The
You look good.
older than
Older than dirt,
Abdu, and so that means that I know more about Fort Lauderdale than anybody else in this room. And if you don't believe it, read my books. I'm also the most published author on the subject of real estate in the world, according to a list of about 15 different publishers. Now, the people that you see over here is the board of people who are here to, not to bore us, but they are here to hear our complaints and perhaps see some ideas. I have a bunch of them about how to move this thing along a lot faster than it's been going. And how is that? It's in the history of what is going on in the place called Fort Lauderdale Beach. I built a home 43 years ago on the island. It's an island, you know, when you cross over the bridge, our island stretches from Boca Raton practically down to Port Everglades. And it's sitting there, and the property that the people live in are sitting there with it, enjoying it. Now, I don't know how many of you have traveled to places in the South Pacific or in the Mediterranean or in a dozen other places I could tell you that have beaches that have been there 1,000 years, and that you can go there today and the beach is still there and it looks probably pretty much like it did 1,000 years ago.
All right, sir, your time is up. Thank you.
Time is up.
Time's up.
Well, thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. Sam Itis. Are you Sam?
That's me.
Followed by Janet Gualtieri. Good evening, Sam.
Okay, good evening. My name is Sam Itis, and I've lived for 33 years in Fort Lauderdale. And I want to speak for just a moment on that vision when I moved here. And I truly enjoy living in the city of Fort Lauderdale. And for what's being proposed to be voted on tonight, I can tell you is not part of that vision. There's been a lot of people tonight that have expressed very eloquently all the right reasons why we should not be accepting or voting for this Behemore lease to be redone and for the developers to move forward with the building of condos. I don't see condos as necessary to Fort Lauderdale on public land. I don't see it at all. And I find that this land, I feel, is my land, just like all of these people's land. And I don't think any of these people want to see condos built on our land. You as commissioners and mayor have been voted into these offices to represent these people, and these people have told you and voted for you in previous elections on the idea that no condos would be built on public land. So I don't understand why we're even having this discussion when the people are telling you you should not be voting for condos on public land. Money. Okay, so whose money? Are you getting any of the money? I'm not going to get any of the money. I don't understand why we're even having this discussion. It's been floated several times in front of this microphone to you that you should put it out to a referendum vote. And I think that that's a very good idea if you do not, well, I think that's what should be done.
Okay, thank you, sir. All right, folks, it's our witching hour. I need a motion to extend the time of the meeting. It's 10 o'clock, and I imagine we're going to be here probably about 2 more hours between our discussion and everything. So can I have a motion to take us to midnight? Do I hear a second?
I don't think that was.
I'll move to 11. See what happens after an hour.
All right, well, I think we're going to take a break right now, so.
Can we just keep going, Mayor? Can we just keep going? What do we?
Well, you can keep going. I have
I'll
to
take over, Mayor.
Well,
Just
yeah,
take a
well,
break.
you take a break.
I want to have a conversation.
Pass that gavel.
Can
Why
I
don't you
just
have,
make my comment?
why don't you have a meeting with the attorney? We'll keep going with the comment.
Okay.
Vice Mayor, do you want to run it?
Yeah.
I actually have a comment for the city attorney and Mayor Trantalis, so if they're not going to be here, I'll wait.
Go ahead, give your comment, and then they'll leave or they'll talk.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Janet Gualtieri, I'm a resident of Fort Lauderdale, and I had the pleasure, good evening, everyone. I've had the pleasure to be up here to speak to the commission one other time, and it was brought to my attention at that time that you could not vote on my contract, that I was bringing some facts to the commission that was in the agreement between our homeowners association and the city, that you could not vote on my agreement if there were changes that were needed to be made. So my comment tonight is, you have an agreement, you're trying to vote on that lease. If there are changes to be made in the lease based on your city attorney and Mayor Trantalis told me, if there are changes, once you vote on that lease tonight, it's embedded in fact and you cannot change it. So based on your own words, I would suggest you postpone this vote tonight because you do have changes to that lease, and based on your own words to me months ago, you cannot vote on something. Now it becomes embedded, that's it. So it leads me way back to what I was going to talk about originally. And that's the traffic flow on A1A. I'm concerned. I don't know if we did any traffic analysis. I have not heard that in any of the proposals, but traffic right there when you turn on Seabreeze from Las Olas gets backed up unbelievably today with 350 additional residents, with 1 or 2 cars per resident. I don't even want to think of what that's going to be like. So I don't know if there was a traffic analysis done. I would suggest that we may look into that. And the other thing that I wanted to say was, everybody said condos on public land. I could agree with the appreciation and depreciation value once the lease gets older. And finally, based on the fact that you're changing the lease and the fact that I think you should have public input, there is pros and cons tonight. You need to put this out in the public forum. It just can't be the commission. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Janet.
So, Vice Mayor, the thing that never happened before that speaker went was to get a motion to extend.
Oh, gosh,
So
wrong
I know
button.
Commissioner Glassman made a motion to 11 o'clock. If there was a second for that, we could take a vote.
Second.
I can't second, so
Vice Mayor Moritas,
yes.
Commissioner Glassman,
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie, Commissioner Sorensen.
Yes.
Mayor Trantalis, not present.
All right, so the meeting has been extended to 11 o'clock. So next we'll queue up the next 3. Did the mayor do that already? Alexander Teichner, did I say that correctly? Please forgive me. I'm sure, I'm going to do the stand-up thing. Am I allowed to do the stand-up thing now that he's gone?
Yeah, do whatever you want, Vice Mayor. You're the boss.
Chuck Hansen.
Yeah, go for it.
Sigurd McCauley, would you like to speak now or later? Okay, so later. Okay, Brucey Cummings, do you want to queue up? Yeah, come on up after Mr. Hansen. Okay, so we have Mr. Hansen, and then Brucey Cummings, and then Boyd Corbin. Boyd Corbin, you want to queue yourself up? Right behind Ms. Cummings. All right, we got three on deck. You have 2 minutes. If I can figure this out. Let's see. Start. All right, are you ready, sir?
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Chuck Hansen, and I live at the Illini condominium, which is directly across from the Behemore property. I came down on spring break in the 60s and never went home. I'm very fortunate to say that I spent all these years living on A1A. It's just the best street in the whole world. And the traffic issue is just horrendous. Like, I want to apologize for my appearance today because I expected to leave my condo, go to Publix, buy some shaving cream, among other things, and be back at this meeting at 6 o'clock. Well, traffic was backed up from the Yolande condo all the way to the bridge, which was going north on A1A. And when I got out of Publix, tried to go back on 17th Street, and it was backed up to Federal Highway. So I went down to Las Olas, and going east on Las Olas was good. The traffic was back from the bridge going west on Las Olas. So I got home, I put my groceries away, and the only way I could get here was go down to Sunrise Boulevard because everything was backed up. And it was backed up on Sunrise Boulevard going west. A couple of fire engines were trying to get through, and I feel sorry for the victim that they were trying to save. Traffic is just one of the biggest issues. You add another 1,000 cars in the Behemore property, and it's only going to get worse. When I came here, the tallest building downtown was 3 stories. And the revenue that the city is making off all the hotels on the beach and downtown should offset any income that they're going to get from this. I suggest you do nothing, let this lease expire, and especially one last thing I want to say is, I don't know who this developer is, but I don't have too much respect for him because he charges families to sit on the seawall to watch the boat parade every year. So I would vote for anything that he's involved with. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Brucey Cummings, Boyd Corbin, and then, let's see, let me get my glasses. Go ahead, Brucey.
Good evening, commissioners. My name is Brucey Cummings. I live in Tarpon River, and I am very surprised that there is a lack of the marine community here. This is a marina, number 1. It's a working marina, number 2. So when you're talking about promenades and all of this, I don't get it. A working marina, they've got trucks, they've got all sorts of equipment. How are you going to be focused on continuing the marina aspect as a working marina when you have all this equipment and you're still talking about a beautiful spot to walk around and enjoy? I don't know. That's really concerns me. There should be a huge amount of people out here in the marine industry talking about this. I'm really concerned about what I saw in 2017, which to me looked very clearly that the marina industry people were told they could not say anything. That concerns me greatly. And when I heard last week that they were suing the present leasee, I was really excited to find out what that was all about, because I don't believe that they would be saying that at this time if this lease were working in their favor. And I've got to say something about the woman that was sitting here and said about her job as an auditor. Mr. McKenzie, I just don't appreciate you speaking to people like that. She would not have said what she had to say if somebody in this city was listening to her. I'm sorry, I could be totally wrong, but I doubt she would have been speaking like she did, as vehemently as she did, if she was being heard. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cummings. Anyway, Boyd Corbin, followed by Aaron and Jordan Adul. Did I say that right? Are they here? Yes? Okay. And then Stephanie Toothaker, but probably later. Stephanie, did you want to speak now or later? Ms. Toothaker is, okay. Lisa Nemore, you already spoke? Okay. Am I going back through a list of? Let's go with, go ahead. Boyd, go for it.
What do all these fishy, unsolicited proposed P3 projects have in common, besides the same lawyer lobbyist Stephanie Toothaker? The answer is that 90% of Fort Lauderdale residents are passionately against all of them. Do Flagler Village residents want the noise and traffic from a Stop and Shop concert venue selling alcohol until 2 a.m., 250 days a year? No. But you say they can buy fresh vegetables from the 36,000 square foot proposed food hall with no parking. They can drive to Aldi's on Andrews and Sunrise where there's parking and much better prices. Do residents want New York City finance company lawyers coming between them and their city tap water bill, which has ammonia added to it, to pass EPA safe drinking water tests? No. If you want an easy way for Fort Lauderdale to save a couple $100 million, then just refurbish Five Ash water treatment plant instead of blowing $400 million on a new one in a bad location. Do beach residents want hundreds or thousands more people increasing horrible traffic jams, sharing their crumbling water and sewer infrastructure? Does the world's biggest and best boat show want less space? Of course not. Don't do it. It doesn't make sense. I know that Bentleys are expensive to maintain, but come on. If residents vote on a referendum that won't take effect until 2062, it will stop the new building of these five-star condos and hotel rooms that very few people want. Have a referendum now.
Thank you. We have Aaron and Jordan, followed by Tina Denfeld. Are you here, Tina? Tina left. Can we queue up some people? Rayo Crowley. Should I say your name? Get queued up, please. Hold on, and then you both speak. Yes, go ahead.
All right. Good afternoon. I'm going to make this short and sweet, but I agree with everybody that's spoken before me in support of this project. I'm not going to try and pretend that I understand the financials of this deal. However, the bottom line is that the idea of leaving the Behemore as is for the next 41 years doesn't seem to be in the best interest of the people in my generation. But the sound of taking our kids to new public parks, restaurants, sounds like a great idea on an old site that is, in my opinion, currently underutilized. So in the best interest of me, my family, my children, and everyone in my generation, I strongly support this resolution and hope it passes.
Thank you. All right, next.
My name's George Counts, and I've lived here since 1959. And I was in Daytona Beach on a spring break, and I saw an ad in the paper, and I got the job. And Charlie Creighton, who was building Sunrise Shopping Center's yacht, was there, and he owned a restaurant in Daytona Beach and all up and down the coast. And so I came down to Fort Lauderdale. So I'm a boater from day one. That's why I came here, because of the boats. And Behemore is the thing that put Fort Lauderdale on a map. Behemore had no condos then. Behemore had yachts in it. And it made this city famous worldwide. Condos have their place, but we have plenty of them in Fort Lauderdale, and we have plenty of restaurants, and we know that condos and restaurants are pushing the marinas out of the area, as well as the industrial areas where the boating technicians work. Many of them have to go to Del Rey to rent a warehouse. So we need to pay a little bit more attention to the boating industry instead of the condos. When I saw the pictures of the future development on the site, I was there when this marina looked like a marina. I spent a lot of time there, and we thought it was the most wonderful thing in the world. But we have these tall buildings all over the county, and the traffic engineers keep approving these tall buildings. Now we're going to have them at Sears, and they're going to be flooding US 1. And then we're going to put more tall condo buildings down here at Bahia, and the traffic is horrendous there. You can't move now. And then we have water, and then we have sewage.
Thank you, sir.
You know, and when we have garbage, and
Thank
we
you,
have to
sir.
take care of those things too. In every public hearing I've been to, they get approved.
Thank you, sir.
I mean, please,
Thank you.
we need to slow down and take it easy and look at what's happened to this area. And I've heard yachtsmen tell me they've been all over the world, and they always come back here because this was their favorite place.
All right, thank you, sir.
Getting to be
Thank you,
now,
sir.
that's
Come
not
on.
the case.
Please, be
Thank you.
respectful of other people. Thank you. Carol Ann?
Hi, my name is Ryle Crowley, and I'm actually speaking on behalf of Helen Surovec, who could not be here tonight. She wants you all to know she stands firmly with Ann Hilmer, along with the many, many, many residents that have spoken to you over and over and over again, to all of you. Speaking against and writing against private developments on public lands to our public officials' deaf ears. So here she goes. No to Behemore. That is the message the community you were elected to represent has made clear to all of you over and over and over again. It's exhausting, disappointing, and discouraging to continue to oppose this Behemore issue along with other issues to elected officials without help or agreement from our elected officials to assist their community. Of the people, for the people, and by the people are mere words, it appears, without meaning to our elected officials. Why? Is it personal gain? Is it greed? Is it elbow rubbing? Is it simply power granted without consequences? Regardless of what these elected officials do, they simply do not represent this community. You, as elected officials, are thumbing your noses at your constituency, putting it politely. As stated by Ann Hilmer, it is just plain wrong. Grab some fortitude, these are not my words, and accountability to your community and deny Behemore private development on public land. Some would say, not quite so eloquently, grow a pair. My usual, Helen's usual response, close, would be respectfully, but this can no longer be. Sincerely, Helen Surovec. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll wrestle you.
Carol Ann Mazda Bartholomew. Is she here? Yes, she is. Lisa Malcolm, followed by Amy Green. Is Lisa and Amy here? Are Lisa and Amy here? Ah, you're on deck. Barry, you don't have any additional, you're just here for questions, right? Okay. Please, go ahead.
Good evening, everyone. Carol Ann Mazza Bartholomew. Our city charter says leases for the city property known as Behemore may be negotiated by the city commission without the necessity of public bid, provided, however, that no such lease shall be for an initial term longer than 50 years. Extensions or amendments to such lease may likewise be negotiated without necessity of public bid, provided, however, that no such extension or amendment shall be for an additional term longer than 50 years beyond the original termination date of the lease, which is to be extended or amended. This is just a way to circumvent our city charter. That, and for a myriad number of reasons that have already been articulated here tonight and prior, at the very least, I hope you delay this vote, but really I'd like you to oppose it. Thank you.
Thank you. Lisa, followed by Amy, followed by Marciela Cortella.
Hi. My name is Lisa Malcolm. I live in Harbor Inlet. I was born and raised here in Fort Lauderdale, lived in the same zip code my whole life. I don't really have a lot of the facts, but I want to speak from the heart like I've done before. My parents came here in the 40s, my grandparents, my great-grandparents, and my dad ran a charter boat at Behemore, the same land that you want to overdevelop. I brought a picture of my dad, my grandparents, my great-grandparents at Behemore in the 50s. Someone said about that about the Mayor Noggle did about that being the inlet back in the day, that's where the boats came right through where Behemore is now. My dad told me all about it. He used to fish on the New River before Behemore was built in 1950. So if you do want this for record, you can have it. The points I wanted to make was I don't see how you say that you have to go by the site plan that was already approved, but you don't have to approve the lease to further that. I think that you need to see what other options we could do under a 43-year lease that's left. I was kind of thinking a beach club. Why not? More yacht space. You get tons of money for that. Add a restaurant, some shops, the hotel, and I think a nice private beach club would be awesome. Those people pay a lot of money. So that's just one of my suggestions. Also, I wanted to say, you knew that you would only have the lease for 50 years, so you need to abide by that and plan around that.
Thank you so much. We appreciate your.
Oh, am I done?
Yeah, yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Very much. Don't.
Amy Green, followed by Marciela Cotella, followed by. Your name is? Come on, step forward. Good evening. You're from Boca Raton.
Yes, I am, and I own office buildings in Fort Lauderdale.
Uh-huh.
And like my colleague over here, Dan Textera, I'm also a director of sales of condominiums.
Okay.
First, thank you, Mayor and Commissioners, for your patience and your service. I would like to say, as for many of you who have said who wants condos, everybody. Let me just tell you that 2,500 a square foot is a lot of revenue, it's a lot of money, it's a lot of upscale buyers, but they're not coming to drive, they're coming to walk. They're coming to walk in Behemore to see the restaurants. It's not about concurrency, it's actually about jobs. It's actually about developers that have put a lot of risk. And what I heard as a plan, it's a low-density project from what they could do. No one's going to take away the yachts. You might get bigger and better. I see a lot of people here, and I can tell you, you can fill this up 12 times over when every single one of you will need services. The services that will have to be provided for people like developers who bring in a lot of capital, okay, as well as commissioners who have to think about all the constituents, including developers, including the laborers that will put up the construction and the towers. So don't say no. Growth is inevitable, but control growth with the correct level of developers and partnerships works. Let it work for you. Thank you.
Thank you. Treston Smith, followed by Pamela Brooks Thomas, followed by Gregory Meyer. Any of you folks here? Oh. Are you Miss Smith or Brooks Thomas? Is Pamela Brooks Thomas here or Gregory Meyer? No. Oh. I can't see you. Good evening.
Good evening. Hello, everyone. My name is Treston Smith. It's such a pleasure to be here. The city of Fort Lauderdale has been hosting one of the largest boat shows known to date. Local businesses like myself benefits from the traffic that the event pulls. This event requires an excellent amount of sun, sand, sea, and land. I believe that the Behemore is fitting for such an event. They have the securities and the capital to ensure any damages that may even occur. I believe that through the emergence of COVID, this move will pivot tourism and revenue for the Fort Lauderdale, which is currently in a high debt-to-income ratio. Sporting and socioeconomic interaction is a necessity for a recovering mental health community. As a mental health coach, this location and its amenities and its ambiance will encourage the nautical and naturopathic healing that the community needs. The future of Fort Lauderdale rests heavily upon the future generations. I understand that the change can be frightening to the elderly, but the exposure will keep the traditions alive. Kids need recreational activities. As a business owner, which encounters with trusted thoughts of clients and tourists, many are saddened at the previous infrastructure presented and are complaining that it is not worth the cost. We need to upgrade. Florida thrives on tourism. Therefore, the investment is worth every dime. I am not a developer, and I must admit, a voting from public shouldn't suffice an agreement because majority of the people that live here don't even use public amenities. Listening tonight, all who opposed, I heard people who were comfortable where they were. All as a budding entrepreneur like myself, I am for growth and I support. Thank you.
Thank you. Gregory, followed by Joe Pecura, Senior, followed by Robert Locker. You don't want to talk, do you?
Good evening. Gregory Meyer. I live in Fort Lauderdale.
Can you speak a little bit better into the microphone, please?
How's that? Much better. I can hear myself now. Hi, Gregory Meyer. I live in Fort Lauderdale. Of course, like some of the other people, I've lived here more than just a few years, 65. But anyway, in the past, we've seen several developers that have come in with fantastic, shiny presentations to wow you into approving their project, and one of them would be, of course, Smokers Park, where we had a city park, and somebody decided they needed a condo there. We also had another developer who came in and decided they needed that the Swimming Hall of Fame would make a nice condominium project, and those have been turned down. Now, this particular one you mentioned, and I have to ask you the question, that we already have an approved site plan. Does that approved site plan have condominium ownership on it?
No.
So we have an approved site plan that they could develop the site without having to give the land to future owners in the form of condominiums. Is that correct?
I'm not understanding that second question.
You have an approved site plan that they
Correct.
plan on
For
approving the site
651 units.
that aren't condominiums.
They're rental unit. They're residential
Okay.
units. Yeah.
So I think if you've listened to most of the arguments that we've had, the people that are arguing is the fact of giving property ownership, which is public lands, in the form of a condominium, is the objectionable part. And you have a site plan that doesn't have that, which you said you've already approved. And I guess my next question is there an urgency to approve this particular lease agreement?
Is there an urgency?
That's
That's
what-
what's being proposed tonight, and we're being asked to make a decision regarding it.
And that's the only urgency?
I don't know if it's an emergency. It just happens to be on the agenda tonight.
Well, as it could be deferred, as has been suggested, but there does not appear to be any urgency, and the developers have an approved site plan that they could build on.
Yes, they could build 651 units. The goal tonight is to see if there's a possibility that we can reduce that to almost half that amount.
But-
And
but
in
we
doing
haven't-
so, you asked a question, let me answer. And in doing so, making compromises, in this case, allowing them to build condos instead of the rental units, as well as other modifications to the site, reducing the amount of commercial space by half, as well as other amenities that will be added and other improvements that will be subtracted because of the compromises being sought tonight. So to answer your question, this commission is trying to figure out a way to reduce the size of the development, a development that's already been approved, and to do so with a way that makes sense for the community as well as obviously makes sense for the developer. That's the choice we have to make tonight.
And as I said, I don't understand the urgency of making that choice tonight.
Well, because time's clicking. You know, Elise has
a
it.
40-year.
When we started this process, there was 44 years, 45 years.
I understand that, but we still.
I'm not getting any younger. You're not getting any younger.
Say we did it next year or 3 years or 5 years from now.
I know.
No urgency that it
All right.
has to be done tonight. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Are you Joe?
I am, sir.
Okay. Mr. Tate, are you going to want to speak? No. And George Counts, are you here? Okay. Joe, go ahead.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, honorable commissioners. So much of what I wanted to say and had on my list has already been said. But one point I don't think has been brought out that is actually more than one point. Do you want to be like the commissioners of the city of Miami who were totally fleeced by the Marlins Stadium? Do you want to go down as one of the dumbest commission decisions ever made? Think about that. That is your legacy to the city of Fort Lauderdale. Someone earlier tonight referred to Miami as this wonderful place. Come on, it's a third world city. If you look at the development, Miami, Fort Lauderdale, Boca Raton, Palm Beach, and North, each one has fewer condos. I wonder why. Most interesting. Boat show, super important. I would say to you a couple really important things in my life. I'm a businessman. All of you up there have signed contracts in your life. Have you ever signed a blank contract? Have you ever signed a contract when all the clauses weren't completed? If you have, let me know, and I'll bring you a blank check, and you can sign that for me. Valid point. Valid point. I would also submit to you, well, that will come later. You know, I was born at night. My mother and dad both told me I was born at night, but I wasn't born last night. You don't sign something until it's complete. Trust but verify. Trust but verify. You're spending my money. You're spending my money and all the other citizens of the city of Fort Lauderdale. And I repeat, do you want to be known as the commission in the city of Fort Lauderdale that did a Marlins deal?
All right. Thank you, sir. Mimi Walters. Mimi, followed by Ann Hilmer, followed by Phil Purcell. You don't want to speak, do you? You do want to say? You want to say a few words? Okay. So you're after Ann. Mimi.
Thank you. Mimi Walters.
Yes, hi.
Thank you, commissioners. I'm happy to be here tonight. And I have a few questions. I don't want to repeat, but I do want to say I applaud all of you who have come to give your points of view. But does anyone else notice the trend here? And has anyone been keeping track of how many pros and cons have been spoken about? And I don't mean the con of the developers. I mean against the program. I think that it's very clear that the people are not in favor of this because there are so many unknowns that we have heard tonight in terms of financing changes, in terms of appraisal changes, in terms of site plan changes and lease changes. It's just premature to vote on an extension of a lease tonight. It needs to be deferred, and as some people have recommended, have a referendum on it, because clearly it's not being supported enough. The major reason I wanted to speak and bring up a point which has been spoken of before is the traffic congestion. That is a bottleneck right there for anyone who has, done a lot of travel on the barrier islands, and I have, because that's where I have lived, and in Coral Ridge and Harbor Beach. And you have to get through that bottleneck. Otherwise, where are you going to go? You can't get down Las Olas. You got to go back up to Sunrise and over and down. And then you have the backup on 17th Street. The people in Harbor Beach and Rio Vista are isolated. The highest taxpayers in the city because of all this development all around them, all at the same time. So for these reasons, I think it's a bad idea to vote on this tonight. It needs to be deferred. There are too many unknowns and controversies that need to be figured out, especially as regards the financing, which seems that we don't get any revenue from this for years. You're getting more revenue out of the increased sales values of the properties that are being sold this year and next. Go with that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mimi. Ann Hilber, followed by Phil Purcell, followed by Enrique Bargioni.
Okay, Dean, don't start the timer yet. We are making a public records request for the speaker cards, which we believe will show the majority of the people who signed up are opposed to this project. And I have two things to hand out before you start my timer. Please
Well, I
start
mean,
them.
I can't,
You can't count for handing out stuff.
well, we're not going to see what you're handing out. That's just for the record. We're here for public comment. You're taking up your time. Here, we'll start again.
Why? Why vote on a lease tonight when you don't have all the information you need or want from the developer? Why accept a lease that brings in less money for base rent than you asked for 10 years ago? Why settle for 2.25% condo sales when you asked for 4.75% 10 years ago? Why agree to a lease with no protection to you if the construction phases aren't completed on time? Why do you think the promenade, completed 10 years out, is good for the citizens when, quote, its use will be and remain subject to rules, regulations, and restrictions as the developer may impose from time to time, end of quote. Why accept a lease that says the taxes paid count for income when they are expressly for city services provided, not income? Why approve condos on private land when three of you expressly stated 13 months ago that you would not approve condos on public land? Was that just a campaign promise or empty words? A recent poll revealed that 90% of Fort Lauderdale voters of all ages oppose building condos on public land, and 86% of all ages oppose leasing public lands for 100 years. These are your constituents speaking to you. Why allow the CIRA to be continued? This is a new lease and as such should start with a zero account balance. Why vote for a new lease and a 50-year extension when the charter allows for one lease and one extension, both of which have already been granted on this site? Why agree to a phasing of buildings and a possible bifurcation of them? Does that mean that city will end up dealing with multiple condo associations? Behemore will never come again. This is your opportunity to save the public land for future generations. Most of us will be dead before we see this proposal built out, including the greedy developers who want to line their pockets and ruin our public land. I went to a celebration of life recently. The deceased wrote a book of letters to my grandchildren on several topics, among which were leadership, being your own person, public service, paying it forward, watch what you say or write, words can help or hurt you. Would you say to your grandchildren or the future generations, what would you say to them about your decision on Behemore tonight? Will your words or your actions reveal good decisions? Don't vote.
Mr. Purcell, good evening.
Mayor, Commissioners, good evening. I'm here tonight on behalf of the industry, on behalf of the boat show, which is the biggest industry in this town, 9.7 billion. Biggest boat show in the world, as we all know, and no one debates that. I'm not here to advocate or deny their lease extension. What I'm here to share with you is we have a lease commitment there for 30 plus years in excess of $200 million that we're going to honor. We're going to do everything right. So whenever a change comes up, we have to figure out a way to work through those changes, and that's what we've been trying to do. In 2010, We were used as a pawn in 2017 when we needed a lease extension. We were used as a pawn. You find out about changes that happen over weekends because we're not allowed to communicate with you still outside this meeting. So, do me a favor. It's the most important show in the world, most important industry in the world. We have open items that we need to correct. They're aware of those items. You made a promise to us, each and every one of you, to protect the boat show. Protect the boat show. Don't make us a pawn in these negotiations, okay? Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Phil, how do we protect the boat show? What do we need to do?
Again, the attorneys, Barry, Danielle, they've been working, all weekend to try to figure these solutions out that are
Okay.
open-ended. There's
Great.
still open-ended solutions that are part of the site plan that is being proposed that is a problem for us.
But we're not voting on the site plan.
It doesn't make a difference.
Well, it does make a difference.
Dean, again, Mayor, what I'm asking you is not asking you to deny or approve. What I'm reminding you is your commitment to the industry and to the show. And as a tenant,
Hey,
that's what I'm reminding you.
I have been your most
No
ardent
doubt about it.
defender of the boat show.
I'm not
Day
questioning
one.
those things. So what I'm
Okay.
saying again is, in 2017, you know what happened, and it happened to them, it happened to us. What I'm reminding everyone here again is we're in 2022. We're at the table, so when people hear, hey, they're talking all weekend and there's a side deal, there's no side deal. We have a 30-plus year commitment on that property that we have an obligation to the marine industry and our community and the show to make sure that doesn't happen without a hitch. So that's why we have conversations on a regular basis. I'd like to have more conversations with you guys on a regular basis, but I'm not allowed to, despite what you think. And I'd like you to invite Sigrid up so she can explain that to you one more time about if I want to reach out to each and every one of you and have 20 meetings or talk about this thoughtfully to find a solution, I can't do that. And that's not fair. That said, when you hear the dredge was 12 feet, that went by Behemore, it was 17 feet. We're the ones that did it, that advocated for it. That's where we've been in this community all along. We're not trying to take sides. What we're trying to do is make sure we're surviving. Because at the end of the day, we have a 30-year commitment on that land in its present state. When you augment that land and create a new site plan, which is what you're proposing, it changes things, and we're working through those changes to thoughtfully, in case people want to go move it forward at any point, that we have a seat at the table, because you're either at the table or you're on the menu. And I don't want to be on the menu. I don't want our industry to be on the menu, and I don't want the boat show to be on the menu. So I'd like to, if you would, invite Sigrid up so she can at least share. And I think you know Sigrid in terms of her credentials and why we brought her on board as an attorney to begin with, and what she does across this country and across this world. And the reason is, this is really important to us. I'm not standing up here, you're not sitting up here 10 o'clock at night because we don't have better things to do. This is the most important thing I have to do, is to make sure this industry and this boat show is protected. You guys made a commitment to protect it. We have open-ended issues, and we want to share that with you. Not ask you to debate them tonight. They are aware of what they are. They're not unreasonable. Nothing's unreasonable at the end of the day. It's a negotiation. Find the middle. Figure out what it is. You guys will decide whether you extend that lease or deny that lease. Our job is to honor a lease on a 30-year commitment there, and we're going to do that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Lake Ruff, I'm sorry?
Yeah, can we hear from
Yeah,
Sigrid?
wait till we call you up, if you don't mind. Yeah. It's okay.
Yeah, we did call Sigrid earlier.
Yeah, I think it'd be good to hear from her.
Have her in the pot. She's
Okay,
still-
she's over in the pile.
Blake Ruff, followed by Gary Cotton. Either of you folks there? Susan Graves. Annie Thorburn, rather. Megan Williams. Craig, here we are, it's Craig again. Karen Sanders. Okay. Good evening.
Good evening. I would appreciate 3 minutes because that's what it said.
2 minutes,
yeah.
please. Please, 2 minutes, sir.
And my name's Gary Cotton. Thank you for having me. The first thing I'd like to make a point of is I've heard this time and time again. They've got an existing 40-year lease that they can build 700 units on. They can't build it because they can't finance it, and you know that. as an attorney. So don't pull that ruse on us. We're not that stupid where you think that we're trying to do better, because you know they can't build. They've said they can't build, and that's why they came. So to use as an excuse, I think, is not correct. But let me get on to my what I was trying to say.
Wait. Let me respond to that. So if I wanted to build a building and I took out a 20-year mortgage, okay, the 20-year mortgage will terminate well before the end of the lease term. So when you say that no lender would lend on that, I'm not understanding your logic.
When you look at capital and cost of capital, you look at with leverage. Leverage requires a lot less cost of capital than the person taking the risk. The bank will give you a loan if you put up the collateral of the land, and then if the building goes defunct, they get the land and the building back. If they can't give the collateral, the land as collateral, they're not going to loan you a penny.
Right. But
Okay?
they
And
have,
that's just, anybody will tell you that. Everybody knows that. So anyway, the purpose of this is not to say we're doing a better job. That building, that site plan doesn't exist in my mind. But let me get on to what I have that's more important than that. First of all, I looked at the values, and I looked at 100.
I'll give you 1 more minute, sir.
I
Go
looked
ahead.
I looked at the values. The land was 100 million. The marina was 150 million. I said, something doesn't sound right. They sold the property 25 million next to Behemore. Why would put the value of the building at 420 million? What's the difference? So I went through the appraisal. The appraisal says, well, to the best use of the property, and I'll quote right out of the appraisal that you requested. It says the highest yield would come from full sale condominium development, which given our condominium pricing current goes for 125 to 150 a square foot. However, these values become very unstable when a developer considers attempting a for-sale development on leased land and the timing of construction and sellout in the current market.
Okay, thank you, sir.
The city and developer is not served foregoing the boat show revenue to take a one-time payment on condo sales that do not reflect a long-term annuity. So what they're saying is we did not value this the way you're proposing this new deal because it doesn't make sense. This is your own document that you requested, and this is their response. And I think you owe it to the community to say, well, here's the way we interpret this, because it's saying it doesn't work, and we're not going to appraise it at that.
Okay, thank you, sir. David Scott, followed by Brogan Farrell. Norma Murphy. Alice Whitney Brennan. Dr. Trudy Jamanovich. Is that you, sir? No. Nancy Thomas, I think. Did Nancy already speak? No. Nancy Thomas, where? There she is, Nancy. Nancy Thomas, followed by Dina McDonald, followed by Heather Brinkworth.
Okay, so I'm up. I wasn't sure how many people were here before me. Okay. Okay, I'd like to look at this. I've been involved in this for a long, long time. I'd like to look at this from 35,000 feet. What's the single most important thing about Behemore? Financially, in terms of the city's reputation, in terms of the marine industry as a whole, it's the boat show. It is the boat show. Now, there isn't a single person here, and I'm trying to correct some misconceptions about people who are saying they don't want this latest lease. Everybody here wants Behemore to succeed. Everybody here wants it to look good, to allow the boat show to flourish. Everybody wants that, okay? So we're all on the same page. But it's how we get there. And I think I'm seeing there are a lot of devils in the details here. I haven't seen a risk analysis. Who says when these condos become available for sale, we're not going to be in a recession or a depression or have had a terrible storm? Who says they're going to be worth $2,500 a square foot? Anybody? I mean, if you're going to do a business analysis, you got to look at the downside, possible downside, so we know what the range is. Keep Behemore, keep the lease that we got now. They're supposed to be fixing it up. It's had a few minor improvements, but come on. It's functional. It attracts a lot of people. The boat show has the most space among the three options. Obviously, the tenant doesn't want to necessarily pursue the 2017 lease, or they would have done it by now. It's been almost 5 years, and it's been more years since I guess they first had it 8 years ago. Nothing's happening. Let's make things happen the right way, and that we're cautious about our finances. And I don't think that we're getting the best, most laser-focused advice on that.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you.
And let's protect the boat show. The boat show.
Got it. Thank you. Dina McDonald is not here. Heather Brinkworth. Good evening, Heather. Followed by Rosie Kurlander, followed by Adolfo Katia. Excuse me, the commissioner. Your phone keeps going off, Commissioner McKenzie. It's an alarm. It's past your bedtime.
It's like one of those little nursery things that are.
No, it's actually a tablet.
It sounds like when you put the baby to bed and.
Okay. Shh. Okay. Heather, hi.
Hi. Good evening, Mayor Trantalis, Vice Mayor Moritas, esteemed commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to address you tonight on item R7. I have stood before you previous meetings and have written to you on several occasions on why I believe the proposal for a 100-year lease and building and selling land on public property are not in the best interest of our city and its residents. During my time as an elected official on the school board, we had a provision written in statute that allowed us to vote no, or at a minimum ask for a deferral on an item that we were otherwise legally required to approve because of good cause. I mention this provision because it quickly came to my mind as I thought about your responsibility to us, your constituents, and to the future of our city. You are not restricted by state statute on how you should vote on this item before you, but you are required as our elected officials to practice good government. In the spirit of good government, I ask you to consider at a minimum a pause for good cause. The newly introduced boat show lease language and looming litigation give you good cause for at a minimum a pause. Is it really good government to proceed with a vote this evening? What harm is there in waiting so you can confidently tell your constituents that you were fully informed when you voted on this item, that you fully protected the boat show, which is so integral to our local economy? The unclear financial analysis gives you good cause for, at a minimum, a pause. I ask you to take a step back and view this information from a resident's point of view. Did you listen to those numbers from the Four Seasons? Does this still sound like a great deal? What is the benefit to the city? Do the projected estimates of annual income even make sense? I got the sense based on some of the questions by commissioners that since we don't have a great deal right now, meaning low annual income, we should accept a deal that is better, but still not in the best interest of your constituents. The lingering uncertainty about public access gives you good cause for, at a minimum, a pause. This is our publicly owned land, and you all have said you support ensuring public access, but do you have enough clarity to move forward tonight with a vote? The residents of our city are counting on all 5 of you to practice good government. The future of our city depends on your commitment to practicing good government. I don't agree with this item because I do not see this deal as being in the best interest of our city. And if you cannot find your way to vote no today, then know that you have good cause for a pause. We are watching. Please vote to defer this item until the uncertainty surrounding the item is resolved.
Thank you. Is Rosie Kurlander here? No. Adolfo Katia? There you are. Vincent Miranda, Emily Bennett, Stephanie Toothaker, and then Sigrid McCauley. Mr. Katia, good evening.
Good evening, Mayor and Madam Vice Mayor and Commissioner, and thank you very much for being so patient. So I'm an architect, and I'm looking at this thing from that point of view, and this is a spectacular proposal. And I'm talking about the 21 version, which is smaller than the other one, simply because it's looking at everything from a planning standpoint that you need and you're going to require in order to be resilient, in order to be sustainable. The architect and the developer, they have put together a very succinct site plan that addresses all of that in a very organized fashion. It's very open. It has a mall setting down the middle. So it opens up the east to west area, which needs to be opened up, especially in case of event storms, so that things flow through and nothing get destroyed. From a sustainability standpoint, it even addresses the areas that are typically left undone, like roofs and tops of parking garages, and they make amenities. So there's no unnecessary, any construction that needs to happen as far as fences and privacy walls that are unsightly because you don't know what's behind them. And then it addresses it as a multi-function and as a multi-unit development, a small village, if I may. So I think it's a great project. I think you should consider going ahead with it. It addresses the growth, it addresses the area, and it's been a while, but it should happen. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Vincent Miranda, Emily Bennett, Stephanie Toothaker, do you want to just, you're good? Okay, Sigrid, can you step forward, please? Is there anyone else who wishes to speak on this? Did you sign up? Shoot, I don't have it, but you both have. Can you, where's our clerk? Can you see our clerk here, the pretty and pink lady over here? Just sign up with her. Sigrid, please come up. Please come up. What's that? Yeah. Right. Please go ahead.
Good evening, Sigrid McCauley on behalf of the Boat Show Parties. Thank you for hearing me for a moment. I'm here tonight just to address the issue of the pending lawsuit. As you all know, the City of Fort Lauderdale is a nominal defendant in that lawsuit. We have sued Behemore seeking a declaratory judgment from the court with respect to the gag order that is set forth in the 2017 lease. My client, the Boat Show Party, contends that that gag order should not apply to them based on the plain language of the lease. And if the court were to find that it does apply, we've also argued that it violates our rights under the Constitution for protected speech, being able to address this group here. As you all know, in the last year, the Behemore parties have had over 25 private meetings with this group that we were not privy to.
There's a lot of chatter going on
and
here.
Not able to be present at. The reverse is, sure. No, that's
Hold on a
good.
second. If you can just shut the door. No, it's just. You can't shut the door?
Can you hear me? 'Cause I can't tell.
It's over here? Okay, never mind. Commissioner, it's over here. I'm sorry, Ingrid, I'm sorry. Ingrid, are you recommending that that you have a lawsuit pending? Are you
Correct.
recommending that the city commission not go forward until this lawsuit is resolved?
That is what we have sought in our lawsuit. So we have sought to have a deferral until we are able to meet fully with the city commission. That obviously, and we submitted information to the commission with respect to that. That has not been resolved at this point. So we are continuing with that suit and in the hopes of getting resolution so that as these issues continue to come up, we will be able to consult with you in the same manner that BMR is able to consult with you.
So is it the position of the Marine Industries Association and Informa tonight that we defer this item?
My understanding is that at this point they have consulted with respect to the lease items, and so they are prepared, as they represented earlier today, you can correct me if I'm wrong, that portion of it is prepared, and they have been able to get their changes into you this evening.
So the specific items that are on tonight's agenda, your client is okay with the city commission going forward?
Yes, that's my understanding.
Okay. All right, I'm sorry. Keep going.
So with respect to, what has transpired, as you've seen, the Behemore parties are able to consult privately with you. We are not. There, as you've heard this evening, there are a number of outstanding issues. While we have been able to work toward some conclusion on some of these issues, the real significant issues relate to the site plan and how we can use that property. And those are still not up for decision yet with the commission. But again, we're prohibited from talking to you in any other manner outside of this context, which, if our partners at Behemore would agree to waive that provision, we would be able to proceed in a manner that's equal to both parties, but they have not conceded with respect to that. So we have had to continue with the lawsuit against both the city and Behemore.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
But that's with regard to the site plan, and we haven't got, that will go through a regulatory development process, and then we have months and months and
Not
months to
before
go.
us
Right, that's not before us tonight, but what you're
But
saying is
while you're
something that we will,
While you're speaking, Commissioner, would you like to make a motion to extend the time for this meeting?
sure, to midnight.
Okay. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Please call the roll.
Vice Mayor Moritas?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie? Commissioner Sorensen?
Yes.
Mayor Trantalis?
Yes, okay. I didn't mean to interrupt you, but
No, that's okay. So I just wanted to clarify, that site plan issue, that's down the road, but what's before us tonight, Boat Show is okay with us moving forward.
That's correct, because they're not coupled together.
I understand, thank you.
okay. All right,
Thank
thank
you.
you. Leanne Barber, followed by Roy C. Hold on. Leanne Barber, followed by Joanna Fields, and then Roy C. Okay. Good evening.
Good evening. On May 10th, it's Leanne Barber, Flagler Village. On May 10th, 2016, then District Commissioner Dean Trantalis said, "I don't want to see Manhattan on Fort Lauderdale Beach. This is a fragile ecosystem that we have on a barrier island. Your attitude towards development is why I voted for you, and I'm sure many others voted for you for the same reason." Almost 6 years in office, on March 30th, 2022, you said about Behemore, "The goal here is to get more income from the land. The value of the property is only going to be achieved through the development of the site." What I'm asking you for here is to enforce the existing lease versus giving this developer, this lease lessee, a new lease. We want you to be a good and diligent landlord for the city. The notion of developing luxury apartments on public land for the purpose of generating tax revenue to provide municipal services for ordinary citizens is called trickle-down economics and has been disproved as a concept. Hundreds of millions of dollars have been pumped into our city, and we now have shiny skyscrapers everywhere, and even Whole Foods, luxury car dealerships, and other symbols of an exciting, vibrant city. But with a nearly $1 billion budget, has the quality of life or the outlook for the thousands of children attending Fort Lauderdale public schools significantly improved? It's hard to tell because we have no metrics to measure this, but I doubt it. We ask that you focus your power on solving the issues of ordinary citizens: disparity, division, poverty, healthcare, hunger, housing affordability, traffic, safety, people living on the street, flooding, many other issues. The real excitement, we keep talking about the excitement of condos, would become if we resolved these issues and had a healthier, more unified city. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Joanna Fields, followed by Roy C.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. I don't think that I could add much more than what has been said tonight. However, I do believe that this vote should be delayed, if not stopped altogether. I'm not really sure why the Behemore site can't have a 5-star hotel on it if that's what you want. And by the way, that prices out almost everybody in the city of Fort Lauderdale to go and enjoy it, but whatever. Without having either rental units or condos in it. I mean, make it a hotel site. That's what it originally was for. So that's my point in this. Also, by putting rental units or condos in there, just 3 weeks ago, I was driving down A1A, okay? And it took me 45 minutes to go from Los Olas to the Yankee Clipper. 45 minutes. I could have crawled it faster. And now you're asking to put a newer hotel, more rooms, with all the 6 hotels that are already going to be placed on that barrier island. This is ridiculous. You're overbuilding the barrier island. It doesn't need to be done. Save our beach. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. C. Anyone else wishing to speak on this item? Okay, you will wrap it up.
Move to close public hearing.
Well, Mr. C is going to talk.
Okay. Last but not least.
Hold that motion.
Make it good.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, thank you for letting me speak. I've been here 5 hours. The online sign-up process didn't work. My ballot was found over there. Anyhow, I'm a 40-plus year resident of Fort Lauderdale, taxpayer, someone in the marine industry the whole time. And I voted for the mayor twice and District 2 commissioner twice, and both of them told me right to my face they were against condos on the Behemore site. And I realized they've been fine-tuned and improved. But according to the Sun Sentinel, 90% of the residents of Fort Lauderdale oppose building condos and 86% oppose the 100-year lease. So why are you pushing this thing forward when your citizens and taxpayers don't want it? I think it's totally ridiculous. Somebody spoke eloquently about the city charter. I'm not an attorney. I don't know about that. Behemore's run down. That's not a reason to put this lease extension through. It's a reason to enforce the lease that you have. Public access. Anybody can walk into Behemore and anybody can park their car there. So, and then the 600 apartments, that's a bunch of baloney. Those will never get built. That doesn't exist. So, I mean, it boils down to listening to what the people of Fort Lauderdale want. And the simplest way is in the power and garbage bill, put a ballot in there and let the people tell you what they want. Whether they want the lease, whether they want the condos. All this sign up from people in Deerfield Beach and Delray, I don't know what that has to do with your voting process here. And I would personally, my recommendation is let the lease run, stop negotiations, and go back to business.
Thank you. Okay, is there anyone else interested in speaking? Okay, Commissioner?
Move to close.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to close public hearing.
Vice Mayor Moritas?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie? Commissioner Sorensen?
Yes.
Mayor Trantalis?
Yes, public hearing is now closed, so I appreciate everyone coming tonight who spoke. And so now ask Vice Mayor, do you have any comments you'd like to make?
Are we going to hear anything else, or that's it from
That's it.
staff, from everyone? Okay.
That's it.
You can bring staff up and ask questions.
Let's see.
While you're thinking, you want someone else to take
Yeah,
your turn? Commissioner McKenzie, do you have any additional thoughts? Okay, Commissioner Glassman.
Thank you, Mayor. Just for city attorney, because I am really curious as to the information you've been given this evening that we have not seen, or the public. I just need to know how significant it is. I need to know basically if you could tell us what's there. We've already heard from the boat show folks that they're fine with us moving forward with the items in front of us this evening. But I want to know if there's anything there that's substantial, significant, dramatic, something that's going to need time, something that's going to need work. I just wanted to hear from you what you're looking at and what your advice is.
No, there's no impact to the city with the added language. It's essentially within the provisions of the master lease, phase lease, and amended restated declaration with regards to the boat show section, which there's one issue I have, and I talked to Barry Summerstein about it, and they're fine with changing it, and I'll tell you that in just a minute. But the language is just a few sentences which deals with the ability of folks to challenge the boat show with regards to nuisance, noise, things of that sort. It sort of clarifies it, adds additional language. Nothing that really impacts anything substantially with regards to the city's impact. The one aspect I did have, again, which I spoke to Mr. Summerstein about, was they've retitled those sections from boat show to special functions. However, special functions is a defined term in each of the agreements, so it creates a bit of confusion. It's defined in one way, and then this potentially could be argued to modify it. So if the title remains. So we need to find a better title for it or revert back to boat show as a title. But beyond that, I don't see any substantive issues. It's very, very, very limited, and it's consistent throughout the three agreements.
And it's consistent with what you have already in the agreements?
It is. It's just adding some language that presumably the boat show felt was a little stronger with regards to the ability, for example, in the master declaration for unit owners and those using the property to be able to object to set up and other various noises and things that would be generated, or congregation of folks with regards to the boat show operating, setting up, and so on and so forth. So it really doesn't impact the city.
How many items?
Excuse me?
How many items have they been given to you? How many items?
You mean?
How many different items were given to you this evening for?
Oh, just it's basically in the master lease, it's section 21.8. With regards to the phase lease, it is section Article 31. And with the amended and restated declaration, it is 2.11. And again, they're pretty much, they're consistent.
Okay, thank you.
So I don't have any concern.
I guess the mayor's not here. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Commissioner Sorensen, do you have any comments?
Yeah, sure. So just one last question. Phil, so I was kind of getting conflicted. Are you good with where we're heading tonight?
Phil, can you come up here?
I believe.
Other items to be addressed, but it sounds like Barry and the attorney are working on them. Am I understanding that right? I'm running right now. Okay, take your time. Jog, slow jog.
That's a Phil Purcell run.
Yeah.
That's about as fast as it's going to get.
Perfect.
Commissioner,
Yeah.
the items that are still outstanding were not new items. They're items that we've been going over for
Got it. Great.
time.
Yeah.
They're important to us to resolve these items.
Yes.
Move in, move out dates, there's a bunch. None of it is materially something that they can't come to resolution to.
Okay.
But we need to have it come to resolution to, so that we know that, in our best interest in 2022, this boat show can survive another 60 years when none of us are here.
Yep.
So that's the goal. And so
Okay.
those items need to be addressed.
Okay. Great. Let's hope they are, I guess. I don't know.
Can't hope, that's the problem, guys.
Well, what else do you want?
Well, I don't know.
I'm not clear.
What I'm asking you is what you guys committed, which is, I'm asking you what you guys committed to, which was you're going to protect the boat show. These aren't made-up items. These are real items. They're not that materially that hard to address or agree to.
Okay. So I just don't know how to do this, Alan.
Well, that's because Phil.
That's an agreement between
Yeah.
them and the boat show.
Right.
We're not a party
Right.
to that.
Okay.
We
All right.
can't, we're not going to get into a tortious interference aspect with the boat show or with
Right.
it's not our, I don't want to say fight, but it really isn't not our fight to deal with their agreement. We're not in privity with them, and it doesn't, what I'm being told is the minimal changes that were made here are satisfactory to the boat show folks with our agreements, but we don't have anything to do with their agreement.
Right, and Phil, I just want to be sure because I just don't want to be confused by this because we've been hearing from counsel for the boat show that what's in front of us this evening, you guys are okay with, and what's going to be dealt with will be dealt with down the road during the regulatory development process on the site plan. But what's been given to our city attorney tonight from both parties, your party and the tenant, the developer, we're being told that you guys are okay with us moving forward with what's before us this
Your
evening.
choice to move forward. What we're saying, it's okay where we're at right now, but those 7 items are part of that okay.
Yes.
And we need to resolve those 7 items.
No problem.
If you're telling us we're going to be able to do that during the next process, which is what we are hearing, then that's good. If we're not going to be able to resolve those things, then no, it's not good.
Well, can I just say this? We don't know what you're going to be able to resolve. The issues tonight are addressing the master lease and the master declaration. And the things that you're talking about have nothing to do with this. So if you're trying to use this as leverage to
We're not using it.
try to get use as a negotiating tool, you were offended that we used you as a
pawn.
As a pawn.
I used the word, yeah.
Touche. Don't use us as a pawn.
So I'm not. These are items that as we go out this point in time and that site starts developing, these are items we need. Egresses, longer times on the land site, lots of different things.
Okay.
Those are real items.
Yeah, we have not approved that. We have not gotten to that phase of this.
I understand that, but we're trying to share with you again. That's our goal. I can't call you up and meet with you, Mayor or Commissioner.
Right.
I have to do it here. And so it limits and compresses what I can share.
And we'll
We've
have
made
another-
good progress to
We'll
get.
have another conference report. We'll have another conference meeting in which we can have an open forum about it and discuss it. There's nothing.
We've wanted that all along, to have the city president just work it out.
Okay.
Okay, great. Matt, did you want to say something on this?
Matt, who are you representing now?
Thanks, Mayor. Matt Sacker, representing Marine Industries. Phil was just referring to a few of the items. There's actually 7. I can submit this so that you have it in detail, but I'll just go through basically the titles of the items, if that's okay with you. These are the ones that we...
Are any of the things that we're discussing tonight have any impact on those 7 items, or are they a separate subject matter area?
To my knowledge, I'm not an attorney. It's separate and apart from the master lease and the master documents that we're discussing tonight. But to Phil's point, he did want to get them on the record so that you know that we will be trying to address these moving forward.
Right
So
ahead.
you tell me the most efficient way to do it. Thank you, Mayor. Number 1 is the supplemental deposit. Number 2 is the term. Number 3 is extended show dates. Number 4 is rent. Number 5 is no competition for the boat show. Number 6 is signage, and number 7 is infrastructure. As I said, those are the 7 issues at a top level. I can read through them, but I don't want to waste any more of your time. I'll submit this document so you have it, but those are the issues that we will need to work through as you go through, as Commissioner Glassman said, the rest of the regulatory and site plan process.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Yes, and Mayor, I didn't have a chance to wrap up my thoughts.
Go right ahead.
Would you like me to before you go?
Go right
I
ahead.
think everybody else has, right?
Well, Ben, are you finished?
Oh, yes. do you
No, I
have
was
more,
just
Ben?
asking a question, but go ahead. Go ahead.
Ben, no, please
No, let Ben
finish.
finish and then we'll
Yeah, Ben,
switch.
finish,
Okay.
please.
All right, thanks. Thanks, Vice Mayor. Mayor, so this has been, thank you, Renee, appreciate it. Thanks.
Wow, I wish I had a Renee.
She's amazing. Get,
The rest of us are chopped liver.
great,
A
great
water.
teamwork. You got one. So this has been, a long process, and some of my concerns around the business deal that this would be, I think, has much improved. I think the protection for the boat show is much improved, so I think that's excellent and good progress on the applicant and Commissioner Glassman, the mayor, working on that. The last piece, which is just a concerning piece for me, which I just philosophically have just a different view on things, is that our public land is called to be used for public purpose. And public purpose can mean a lot of different things. For me, public purpose does not include hundreds of multi-million-dollar luxury condos. So it's just a different view that I'm just not there. So I'm feeling much better about the business deal and the protection of the boat show. I think we got more work to do, but just that kind of philosophy, I'm just not there. And that's it, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Vice Mayor.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I appreciate it. I'm just trying to think through a lot of the comments that were made tonight, and a few people said, we really need to represent the voices from our district. And at my District 1 meeting last night, I had 5 presidents on my District 1 meeting, and not one of them opposed this project. On my District 1 meeting, I basically had one person really against it, one person really for it because they thought it was good for our tax base. I went through all the 208 emails I received, and 20% of those were from my district opposing it. So there was not a large amount. Tonight, I was kind of looking around. It kind of seemed even. I had a few people speaking for it, a few people speaking against it tonight. So District 1, we are the most removed, so naturally you would think that we really don't have as much of impact. I feel like I am representing my district when I kind of move forward with what I'm probably going to do tonight. Also when we talk about our public land, I've obviously been a big vocal advocate of using our prime public land for a public purpose. To me, the difference, and I kind of said this from day one, is green land that is not developed and is not encumbered by anything, to me is different than a piece of land that our charter calls for. It has a specific purpose as a marina and a hotel. Also when I had my green land up in Lockhart, I had letters of support from each of my neighborhoods, each of them, and I posted them all on Facebook. I had letters of support saying, we really want this to be a park. I don't have one of those letters from my district saying, our neighborhood opposes this project. Even when we went through redistricting, I had numerous letters from my presidents, from my associations. So they are engaged and active when they feel like it's important, and I didn't get one of those. So I'm saying I just don't think my district is against this. I know certainly some people have spoken against it. So I just wanted to make sure I was clear that I feel like I am representing my residents. When I think about the future, I was listening to Ann and the letters to our grandkids. My grandparents lived here. My husband's grandparents lived here. I was born at Holy Cross. My husband's born at Broward General. My kids are moving back home. My youngest is graduating college. I'm going to have grandkids in a couple years, and I'm looking forward to it. I'm going to. I've got a couple weddings coming. We're moving on in this family. So when I think of my grandkids and what I'm doing, I think I'm parking at the last. No one's pregnant yet. No. Yeah. We're good. We're all good. Yeah. I know you do have grandkids. I've met. They're cute. I think of this property, and I really thought when I was dreaming about, across the street, the 3 acres, I was thinking, the parks and the things I could do with my grandkids there, and maybe I'll still be able to go because I know there will be some green space. I look at Lockhart, the parks. I look at this, and I do think of the promenade, pushing a stroller. I look at the green space, the acre that sits on the intercoastal, which I fought for. We did get that. I worked with you all to really make sure we got the use much greater for the public and not kind of what it was initially. So I do see myself going there with my grandkids and hanging out. So to me, I don't know. I just feel, once again, this could be a fit. And, I believe for 10 years we've been working on this. How many years? 12 years? 12 years we've been working on it. We've been trying to figure out what is the best plan for this property. And it's gone through a lot of different iterations, and you all have worked on it. We want to protect the boat show. We want to maintain the marina. We want dedicated public spaces and amenities. We want this promenade. Art, I know you want bike trails. We're working on that bike trail from the Las Solas parking garage all the way south that we can walk and bike on. So when I think of this, we have to do something. And I think we are getting to that something. I know it's not what everybody wants. I think we collectively as a commission, over the 5 years we will have been together before some of us separate, we've had to rebuild a lot of our aging buildings on public land. We've had the War Memorial. We've had Lockhart Stadium. We've had the Aquatic Center. We're going to have Swimming Hall of Fame. We have this building. And now we have, Behemore. We have to rebuild. And I know it's tough, and I know it's sentimental, and I think we are financially, at least, we're somewhere around 12 to 15 million we're getting annually, obviously is better than 1.7 we have now. So when I see all the work we have done, I just think it makes sense to move forward. And I know, some of you may not want to hear that, but we've been so entrenched in this. I feel like we probably do have all the facts, all the information that we need to make this decision. I know maybe some of you don't agree with it, but I just feel for all those reasons that I'm ready to move forward.
Okay. Anyone else have anything before I say? All right, just have a few comments to make. I agree with the folks that have said time and again that the Behemore site should have had more open space than what we see today. I've said it for years. I advocated a referendum to allow people to vote on what this site should be all about. There was a time when I was on your side, and you're going to realize that I'm still on your side. But the point is that conditions have changed. In 2017, we sat here late into the evening and found ourselves at the short end of the stick. I believe that public land should be used for public purpose, and I believe that public purpose does mean a lot of things, but originally I thought that the Behemore site should not be built on as aggressively as the current site plan allows for. We received all kinds of studies talking about the barrier island, how fragile it is, how we shouldn't be building anything more on it. The EAR report came down the very night in 2017 that this commission voted to approve the very site plan that the EAR report told us not to do. And it was very frustrating, and we had, it was a very difficult night, and I felt that the people were let down. But today, we are faced with a different set of circumstances, and I know not everybody's going to agree with me, but I believe that because we do have a current site plan approved for the site, we have to make the best deal of what we've got handed to us. The best deal that I thought was, let's try to shrink it. This commission assigned me the task of working with the developer to see how we could rework the site plan so that we could shrink the development. At least it's a step in the right direction. And so you say, well, is that really a public purpose? Well, the public purpose is allowing the community to have access to it, but it's also getting a better return on the investment that this community made. Right now, we're getting somewhere in the middle of $1.5 million a year on the rental rate as well as the shared income on the property. We've been told tonight that we'll get 10 times that if we go forward with this project. So getting a return on investment, what are we going to do with that money? Someone said, well, I'm not going to get that money. Well, that's wrong. You're going to get that money. That money goes right into the city treasury to promote affordable housing, to promote programs for homelessness, to buy sidewalks, to fill those potholes that everyone keeps complaining about in our streets. The money's going to come back into the community. It's a public purpose. It doesn't just go outside the city. It all stays here. So when people put out a poll and say, do you want to build condos on public land? Of course people are going to say no. I would say no. But that isn't the issue. Let's be honest right now. Let's just be honest. That wasn't the choice. The choice was, how do we shrink this development? And what compromise do we have to make in order to ensure that we have more open space to accommodate the public, to accommodate the boat show, and all the things that we thought this site should accommodate. So tonight we're presented with a master lease and a master declaration with an attachment of a proposed site plan, which we're not approving tonight, but it's getting us in that direction. In addition to the site plan, the developer agrees to create improvements to the site. I believe it's $70 million, which are going to raise the level of the site, which if we took back the land, we would have to pay for that, $70 million to raise the site in order to avoid future flooding. Traffic, of course there's going to be traffic. But when you have 350 units versus 651, we're moving it in the right direction. We're trying to take people off the roads and reduce the number of units on the beach, which is what this proposal is about. Now, some people said, well, we shouldn't build on public property. There are some groups in this community that said, well, why don't we just sell it to them? Just sell off the property and hold back some of it for the boat show and call it a day. Well, I would never sell the patrimony of this city. And I believe that's what the Behemore is. We should always retain ownership. And through the master lease, we also retain control because there are parameters that define the use and the activities that can take place on the site. And to that extent, we still have ownership interests, aside from the fact that we own fee simple title. So I know there's been a lot said, and look, a lot of my friends, are going to disagree with me, and we're going to argue, and I know that people were saying, I can't believe these things are coming out of Dean's mouth because he's been so anti-development. I didn't vote for this site plan. You all know that. To me, it was the worst thing that could happen. But that's what we have. Let's just deal with it. And the way we're going to deal with it is to shrink it. And the way to shrink it is to compromise in the nature of the ownership of the units. Now, there are opportunities here, like branding the sites with a 5-star brand and all that stuff. That's great. Some people can afford it, some people can't. But what it does is it elevates the quality of the offerings in our city so that the biggest problem that I've heard in the marine industry is the lack of upland amenities. We do not have great upland amenities at the Behemore site. What do? The yacht owners, they dock their boat and they're off to the Bahamas. We want to keep them here. It's been a challenge for decades. And now we have an opportunity to keep them here because a lot of these boat owners will own condos there. We're also reducing the number of square footage of the commercial space from about 150,000 square feet to about 75,000 square feet, a significant reduction of commercial space. Is it the best solution? I think it's a good compromise to what we need to do here in our community. So, some people say, let's look at the documents of the past. It was handed to me today that the 1995 revision that was of the lease signed with Wayne Huizenga, Article 19, saying that the leased premises shall be used as a first-class hotel, marina, and resort complex, including a restaurant, cocktail lounge, package store, convention hall, hotel, charter boat, offices, apartments, and other kindred and similar businesses. So clearly, there was a vision to monetize the site. And to the extent that people lament the fact that we're losing open space, again, this commission is trying to make better a deal that I felt was not the best deal for this community. So I'm going to support a motion, if it's made by one of the commissioners, to approve the master lease and the other documents. And I'm hoping that we can continue to work with this developer, that we can continue to work with the boat show to ensure its sustainability, and hopefully we can work together as a community and not be divisive and try to make Fort Lauderdale the city you never want to leave. So with that, someone like to make a motion?
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion, but before I make that motion, I just wanted to share some information that I was digging up in my research. The citizens did vote 29 years ago to preserve the east side of Seabreeze. But interestingly enough, 15 years after that purchase, the Fort Lauderdale News, which is today the Sun Sentinel, published an editorial urging the city to sell Behemore west of Seabreeze. I think we can be glad that the city did not listen to the newspaper at that time, because the city's
Don't
been able...
badmouth our newspaper.
Oh, I'm not doing that. I would never badmouth. I've been a subscriber since I moved here in 1994. I actually hold the newspaper every day when it is delivered. Anyway, they actually published an editorial. They published an editorial urging the city to sell Behemore west of Seabreeze. And again, I'm glad that we did not listen to them back in 1962, because the city's been able to reap so much more revenue and control of the property than ever could have done if the property was sold. Under the new lease back then, the terms were so much better, and under the leases after, and the lease in front of us today, obviously. I'm going to close before I make my motion with the words of the editorial board of the newspaper in 1962. To be exact, May 23rd, 1962, quote, "Considering what the city paid for the property in the beginning, and that it has now acquired a public beach worth $5 million, which would not be included in would not be included in any sale agreement, it's clearly apparent that virtually all the objectives the city had in mind when it first acquired the property have been achieved." Not exactly, but you get the point. And with that, I'm just going to move that.
It's to introduce a resolution.
I'm going to introduce the resolution.
Okay, please call the roll.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, approving a master lease between the City of Fort Lauderdale as lessor and Ron Behemore LLC as lessee for the real property known as Behemore, approving the proposed form of the phase lease and proposed form of the amended and restated Declaration of Covenants and Restrictions of the Behemore Master Association, Inc., terminating the existing lease, authorizing the proper officials to execute the master lease, repealing any and all resolutions in conflict herewith, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. Vice Mayor Moritas?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie? Yes. Commissioner Sorensen?
No.
Mayor Trantalis?
Yes, and the resolution is approved. Is there any further business of the commission?
Mr. Mayor, you need
Yes.
to take up that
Vice
R8.
Mayor.
I'm sorry.
Vice Mayor.
Vice Mayor.
I don't want to lose you.
Oh, you're so sweet.
Okay, so in
Footsteps.
rotation, I
Footsteps.
believe it's District 4.
Here we go.
So would someone like to introduce the resolution?
Introduce.
Introduce.
District 4, the new vice mayor. Please call the roll.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, designating Ben Sorensen as vice mayor for a one-year term and providing for an effective date. Vice Mayor Moritas?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie?
Absolutely.
Commissioner Sorensen?
Yes.
Mayor Trantalis?
Yes.
Mazel tov.
Any further?
Thank you.
Congratulations, Vice Mayor.
Thank you.
Any further business of the commission?
She's going to pin you now.
I know. I might.
You gotta buy all new shirts now.
Pin.
Ben, you gotta buy new
Vice Mayor.
shirts.
She's getting ready to pin you.
Thank you,
Here's a pin.
everybody.